Chapter 21 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Flats and Sharps. It was curious to see how the different elements which composed the family in the Fenton cottage gravitated towards their respective attractions. Individuality showed plainly here, perhaps in no one more plainly than in Irene Butler. I think I have neglected to herald the arrival of the Butler girls, sent thither by the ennuied Jack, who declared Long Branch stupid and Saratoga insufferably hot, and avowed his determination to see what that camp meeting was like before he was a year older. Miss Irene was nothing loath. She had heard recently of so many things that were specialties at Chautauqua, it did not seem probable that high art would be ignored. She had not found just what she sought, it is true, and a blessed thing it was for her that she had not. But she had found a new absorption. Not a day was she in the vicinity of the clay modeling department before she became enamored of the work, joined the class, and was thenceforth to be seen, morning, noon, and night, with little vicious looking lumps of clay in hand, patting and pinching into shape. And what shapes! "Never mind," laughed Mrs. Fenton, when her husband was maliciously displaying an unfinished dog that Miss Irene had left on the window seat. "I am rejoiced. I feel like writing her father a congratulatory letter. He will live to bless the day that Irene ever heard of Chautauqua. Bless your heart, clay is cheap, and ducks and cats and puppies can sit around on mantels and take up much less space than one of her oil paintings. If you knew how the Butler mansion groaned under its weight of paintings, you would rejoice with them over this respite in the shape of lumps of clay." "But what a bore it must be to the teacher," protested Mr. Fenton. "Think of his having to sit there hour after hour and watch this burlesque of his divine art. Don't you suppose Miss Irene's cats and puppies are positive trials to him?" "No, I don't suppose any such thing. He is a man of sense. He knows as well as you and I do, a great deal better probably, that the men and women who come here to play with clay are not geniuses, in that line at least. The majority of them, I suppose, haven't even a streak of talent for modeling." "Then what is the use in his spending his valuable time from day to day over a set of commonplace people who will never accomplish what they are trying for?" asked matter-of-fact Mr. Fenton. They were sitting on one of the side piazzas in the cool of the day. Mr. Masters was one of the group. He was the first to answer Mr. Fenton's question. "The grand thing about it is, that here and there is one who touches the lump of clay in such a fashion that the artist's skilled eye detects genius. 'There is a power that must be cultivated,' he says to himself, and though the embryo modeler doesn't know it, the eye of the teacher is on him or her during the entire class, directing, guiding, offering just such suggestions as shall help that one. And that one you and I will hear from in the future, Mr. Fenton." "Then I'd dismiss the bunglers and give my time exclusively to the genius, I believe," declared Mr. Fenton, laughing. "And you would thereby defeat one of the pet schemes of the Chautauqua platform, that of discovering to people their own power. Once let it be understood that none but geniuses would be admitted to the modeling classes, and none would apply. Power in this line, as in every other line, lies dormant in many a brain, and you have to popularize a study, bring it in the form of almost play, before you will discover to the individuals what nerve in them responds to touch." "Well, then, at best, all the rest of us, when we go in there to make clay sheep and puppies, are but another sort of clay for the teacher to manipulate for the benefit of his undiscovered genius." This was Mr. Fenton's merry reply, but a chorus of voices protested. "It isn't possible to learn ever so little a thing about ever so obscure a study without getting actual benefit therefrom," Mr. Masters said positively, and Caroline added that she believed she had demonstrated that in her own experience several times. "Well, now," persisted Mr. Fenton, "prove your own theory. Take me for an illustration. I've been for 2 days puttering in there on a piece of clay, and I'd like to have you tell me what good it has done me." "Why, father," exclaimed young Robert, "I should think you could prove that for yourself. Don't you know how you told the man yesterday about the sloping roof and the end window, and how pleased he was, and how you told me afterwards that you had never thought of that way of planning until you were busy making your clay house?" Amid the general laugh that followed at the father's expense, he tried to sustain his position by lamely hinting that it was the house builder and not himself who reaped that benefit. Miss Effie's tastes were no less distinctly marked than her sister's. If the pretty Amy was fond of fresh muslins and bright ribbons and morning walks, what could be said of Effie Butler? As usual, she apparently lived and moved for the purpose of displaying fresh and elaborate and altogether inappropriate toilets, and wandering through the more closely peopled avenues, or going boating on the lake. And yet she had made not even a pretense of being interested in anything that had to do with the distinctive features of Chautauqua. "I know why that lake was created," declared Mrs. Fenton. "It was for the purpose of keeping Effie Butler out of other mischief while the rest of us are busy with our work." Had she and Joseph Ward only been congenial spirits, they might have lounged through the world together to their mutual comfort. As yet, Joseph was as little interested in Chautauqua proper as was Miss Effie herself, the main difference between them being that he lounged through the world in most unbecoming attire, and with startling disregard to the finer proprieties of life, while with Miss Effie every separate attitude of negligence and ennui seemed to have its appropriate costume and grace. During these days James Ward was undeniably restless. Happy by spasms that were apt to leave him with a restlessness upon him that amounted at times almost to irritability. Certain questions of grave import were pressing themselves upon him for settlement, and he seemed not ready to settle them. Paul Adams went as systematically about his work as though he had months before this determined on just what to do, and mapped out not only his present but his future. He worked hard at the new buildings which were springing up as if by magic, and he worked harder, if possible, over his book. He had bought 2 hours of time out of the midst of the day from Mr. Tucker, that gentleman, it must be admitted, showing an unusual willingness to grant such a favor, and watching with curious eyes to see what would be done with the extra time. Others were no less astonished than he with the disposal that was made of it. Joseph Ward chuckled over it at intervals during one entire evening. "What do you suppose he has done now?" he said, beginning to his brother the talk about Paul as though there were no other person to bestow that pronoun upon. That James understood to whom he referred was evident by the half impatient movement with which he threw aside the book he was reading, and said, "I'm sure I don't know. How should I?" "Well, sir, he has joined the class beginning Latin. Pitched into it exactly as he did into Rome. Means to drive right through the book. I never saw such a queer fellow since I was born. What does he want with Latin? I asked him if he expected to be a college professor like Dr. Monteith, and he stopped his everlasting saw and stared at me as if I had given him another idea, and said, 'Well, who knows? I'm sure I don't. It's a chance, you see, and it came right to me without any looking of mine. Dr. Monteith gave me a ticket, just to be kind, I guess. Jack Butler said he might better have given me a boarding house ticket. I don't agree with him there,' says Paul, 'because I can earn my own board. But I made up my mind to go in and learn all the Latin I could this summer, just to show the doctor that I was grateful, you know. I can't tell what I may want to do with it. It won't do me any harm.' So at it he goes like a madman. Did you ever see a fellow act like him?" "No," said James testily, "but I wish I could see a few." Meantime he, James, attended lectures steadily, seeming to choose them by accident instead of design, seeming to have no settled purpose other than could be said to fill Caroline's life, that of picking up from every available source whatever she could. As for Robert Fenton, his mother laughingly called him the Assistant Superintendent of Instruction, so eager was he over every branch of study or entertainment offered on the grounds. I do not know that young Robert will ever be aware of the fact that he was the first originator of the Centerville branch of the C.L.S.C., but certain it was that he steadily did what he could to bring it into prominence. His eager face and earnest eyes and keen questions were known already to many habitués of the grounds, and more than one in authority had singled him out as one of whom Chautauqua would one day be proud. As for his mother, she was already almost proud enough of him and so grateful to him for opening this wonderful avenue of culture, not only to her but to his father, that she could not, day or night, forget her joy. Yet there was at this time creeping over her heart a shadow of anxiety for this same Robert. While they sat on the piazza during this summer evening of which I write, discussing the value of the clay modeling department, there occurred a diversion. Some one of the many neighbors who lived in tents near the Fentons was indulging in a private musical rehearsal, striking solitary notes on the organ, prolonging the sound until it faded into distance and silence. "That is a very sweet-toned instrument for a small one," said Mr. Masters, arrested, as he always was, by the first breath of music. "I wonder whose make it is." "I wonder who is making the music and is so fond of E flat," said young Robert. "He or she keeps running back to that. No, there comes F sharp. Now she has jumped to A flat." Whereupon Mr. Masters turned toward him with wondering eyes. "How do you know?" he questioned, great astonishment in his voice. "How do I know? Why, by my ears. Can't I hear? There she goes back to E flat again. That is a pretty tone. She must be trying chords. There's upper C. That's too sharp, my friend, for a quiet night like this." "Robert," said Mr. Masters, wheeling his chair in front of that young man, "do you mean to tell me that you distinguish these notes by name as they are struck at random?" "Why, of course I do. Why shouldn't I? If you were in the other tent there yelling A at the top of your lungs, would I have any trouble in knowing that you said A instead of B, or some other letter?" "And you can tell musical notes as readily as you can letters of the alphabet?" "Why not? They have a sound of their own, as much as the letters of the alphabet have. After I have learned them, why shouldn't I be able to tell them?" "I can't," said Mrs. Fenton, "and I am quite familiar with the scale, or used to be when I was a girl." "Oh, well, mother, you have never learned. If there was a fellow in there going through with the Chinese alphabet, I shouldn't be able to tell one sound from another, because I don't know the sounds. After you learn them, of course you can tell them." "How long have you been able to do this, Robert?" It was still Mr. Masters's voice questioning, and he was evidently very much roused and in earnest. "Ever since I learned how, of course," laughed Robert. "I was bewitched with it for a few days, couldn't let the notes alone. Every time I passed the children's temple when it was vacant, and sometimes when it wasn't, I went in and practiced. Shut my eyes, you know, and touched the keys, and then opened them and found out whether my thought of the sound was right. Then there is a fellow as interested in it as I am, young Brown. You know him, father. He found out I was practicing, and we tried it together, went off in the woods and yelled ourselves hoarse. But we have got so now we can tell with our eyes shut, and our ears too, almost. Why, Mr. Masters, is there anything strange about it?" "Rather strange, I should say. How long have you been taking lessons, Robert?" "Why, ever since we came. I began the first morning, and I haven't missed a lesson." "Do you mean that you never took music lessons before?" "Not a lesson, unless what I've taken of the birds in the woods can be counted in. They are rare little chaps to teach music, I think." Mr. Masters turned toward Caroline a puzzled face. "Doesn't that strike you as extraordinary?" he asked. Just what are you referring to? Why, this young man's ability to tell off the notes in that fashion as they are touched. She shook her head, smiling. I didn't know it was an unusual thing. I think I can do it, though perhaps not so correctly always as Robert. Isn't that F sharp, Robert? She asked, turning to him as the practicing in the tent continued. Yes'm, said Robert, without an instant of hesitation. I shouldn't wonder if someone was practicing on that very thing. Professor Seward wants us to give a good deal of attention to it. This is some of his class at work, I'll venture. Mr. Masters' bewildered look in no sense changed. Do you read music? He asked of Caroline. Why, no, I suppose not, she answered, laughing. That is, I am learning. Like Robert, I took my first lesson the day after we reached here. I like it. There is a perfect fascination about the system to me. I went to singing school a few times when I was a young girl, but I fell into a perfect slough of despond over what they called the transposition of the scale. It seemed as intricate and as hopeless as Latin looked to me then, and I fell into the idea that a special gift was required to know what they were talking about, so I turned back in despair. Caroline, said Mrs. Fenton, I am astonished. I didn't know you ever gave up anything. I don't think I am very fond of giving a thing up after I once undertake it. But, as I tell you, that awful transposition of the scale was too much for my faith. Yes, said Robert, with a burst of laughter. I asked a fellow in the graduating music class once to tell me what it was, and you never heard anything like the bungling, bewildering lingo he got off. I haven't the least idea that he knew what he meant. But I have discovered what it means, and that Professor Seward is Professor Seward still, if he does climb a chair. Whereupon both he and Caroline indulged in a hearty burst of laughter, and the rest looked mystified. What are you talking about? Asked his mother. Why, mother, if you understood music I could explain. There is some awful jargon about steps and half steps and chromatic tones, and oh, I don't know what. Regular Greek, you know. Just as you got a lot of notes learned, fixed in one place, off they went and changed their names and their places of residence 13 different times. A fellow would have to make up his mind to give a lifetime to get acquainted with them. Well, Professor Seward told us how he illustrated to the children in Boston the change of key. He said to them, "Children, who am I? What is my name?" They piped out, of course, that he was Mr. Seward, and they giggled over it ever so much, you may be sure. Then he mounted a chair, and he said, "Well, children, who am I now?" "Why, you're Mr. Seward," they chuckled. "What, am I Mr. Seward still? But I am ever so much higher than I was before." But they insisted on it that he was Mr. Seward anyhow, high or low. "Very well," he said, "here is do, but I want this tune to be sung higher than our last was. Suppose I put this note up here. What is it now?" And of course the bright little things understood that it was do still, and they had transposed the scale. A lightning flash of intelligence passed over Mr. Masters' face. "This is all very extraordinary to me," he said earnestly. "I haven't looked into the tonic solfa system. In fact, I may as well admit that I rather obstinately refused to look into it. I said the old system was good enough, couldn't be improved. But I've read music at sight pretty respectably for years. I can sing rather difficult music with a little study, but I can't distinguish isolated notes when I hear them, and give them their proper names." "Professor Seward says," declared young Robert, with eagerness, "that half the musical people in the country are no better off, and they always seem to him as queer as though he should ask a man what a certain word was in a sentence, and he should say, 'Excuse me, I can read this sentence, but I don't know the individual words.'" The evening bell pealing out at the moment interrupted this conversation and suddenly dispersed the talkers. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. It's in the atmosphere. In one of the pauses between the many meetings that mark a Chautauqua Sabbath, just as the twilight was falling softly on hill and grove, the pretty Amy, in her fairest of muslin creations, went out for a restful walk along the lake shore, James Ward at her side. This last item marks a continued affliction to Mrs. Fenton. She had laid many plans to keep James more under her influence and less in sympathy with Amy. As yet, these plans were failures. The Sabbath evening walk was a disappointment to Caroline. She, too, gave much thought to James Ward. She believed that he was near certain decisions that would influence all his future. The thought that disturbed her was, what attention was he giving to the most momentous of all questions? How much was Chautauqua going to help him in this matter? "Oh, Amy, where are you going?" she had called after the girl, with a vain hope of recalling her and holding her companion from this frivolous influence. He had been grave during most of the day. "Only for a little walk by the lake. It is so lovely there," Amy had returned sweetly. She had long since given over the folly of refusing to recognize Caroline as among her friends. "To rest her brain after the heavy strain there has been on it all day," said Mrs. Fenton with a curling lip. She was losing all patience with Amy. True, the child had become absorbed in kindergarten work, and was very skillful, but what did Mrs. Fenton care for this, so long as she constantly beguiled her protege into tete-a-tete walks, and so filled his mind that he could come to no resolute position regarding anything? Caroline did not respond with her usual happy laugh. She, too, looked grave and troubled. Mr. Masters had stopped on his way to his tent with a book for Robert. He sat down now on the lower step of the piazza, where Caroline was, and said inquiringly, "Anything going very wrong in your world, Miss Raynor? Your face looks worn with responsibility." "I'm trying to carry responsibilities that I don't know how to manage," she said, smiling a little. "It is a special fault of mine." "We are most of us good at that, I suspect, shouldering burdens not meant for us to carry. Is that what you mean?" "I don't know," she said with a troubled face. "How far ought we to reach after responsibilities? I think I am a little discouraged to-night. There are certain of our party in whom I have a peculiar interest. That young man who has just passed out of sight is one, and our Robert is another. Sometimes I am afraid that they are not going to get at Chautauqua what I specially desired for them. Indeed, there are hours when I see hindrances instead of help growing out of this visit here." "For what sort of help are you hoping?" "Oh, the highest that can be had, of course. And, as I said, I see hindrances. The very lavishness with which other attractions are presented tends, perhaps, to ward away the mind from matters of higher importance." He shook his head. "False idea," he said emphatically. "Proves too much, you see. If we abuse advantages, we may turn them into hindrances, it is true. But that is not a necessity of the advantages. There is nothing in the beauty spread around us with such a lavish hand that should lead the honest soul to forget God. What is your special anxiety concerning Robert?" "Why," said Caroline, glancing in his mother's direction and lowering her voice, "I am afraid he is being led astray. You know what an eager, quick-brained young fellow he is, so ready to catch ideas and so anxious to learn? Well, his father and mother are not Christians, and he has not that safeguard. And just now he is deeply interested, indeed I may say fascinated, with young Mr. Monteith. You know him?" Mr. Masters bowed assent. "Then you know just how fascinating he can be, if he chooses, to a boy like our Robert. He takes Robert with him out boating and fishing, and rambling through these woods, and chats with him by the hour. Mr. Masters, do you know how dangerous a companion he can be to a young boy, if he chooses?" "Just in what way do you mean? Intentionally?" "Perhaps not so much as heedlessly, to give himself the pleasure of seeing how quick-witted a boy can be, or how well he can explain abstract falsehoods. He insinuates, rather than plainly speaks false ideas, doubts, apparent absurdities of old standard theological doctrines, puts questions that are easy enough to ask, but quite difficult for a boy to answer, and, in short, without really intending to do so, unsettles the faith in which Robert was reared. And he is so fascinating in his manner, you know, and so exceedingly well informed. He can tell just the thing that a boy like Robert is keenest to hear, and astonish him so much with his great wisdom, that I do not think it strange that Robert should speedily acquire a habit of quoting him on all occasions, and grow into believing that what he thinks is true, and what he discards false. An excellent argument in favor of the widest culture, her companion said, regarding her with a meaning smile. To present solid foundation truths of science and art and theology in the most fascinating style is exactly what Chautauqua aims at. Oh, I know, she said in eager assent. But Chautauqua presents foundation truths in an attractive manner. I am talking about one who presents falsehoods in an attractive manner. Give the boy a few years of such lectures, lessons, conversations, etc., as Chautauqua affords, and he will be proof against such a pretty glossing over of the false. That may be, but in the meantime? He is not proof against it today. In the meantime we must unite our forces, and meet error with truth as wisely and fascinatingly as we may be able, and surround him with such a circle of prayer as his soul may not be able to escape from. I wish he had a praying mother. What about young Ward? The shadow on Caroline's face deepened rather than lifted. Oh, James, she said, tries my patience greatly. It is not that I fear for his moral or intellectual progress now. I believe him to be fairly started. I think he will, without doubt, be a scholar and an efficient worker in some branch of honorable industry. But what I fear greatly is, that he will fritter away the leisure in which he might attend to the all-important question, until he suddenly wakens a man of the world, with a man's burdens to bear, and with an idea that there is no time for such questions. That is what Satan seems to succeed in putting into the minds of most busy men, the impression that there is no time for the most important interest of all. I know that James is troubled. I know that Dr. Monteith is anxious for him, thinks about and prays about him a great deal. I know that he has said some earnest words that James finds it difficult to ignore, and I think you have stirred his conscience more than once. Yet here he persistently takes these quiet hours that he might have in which to settle the great matter, and fritters them away on that pretty young girl who will laugh and chat with him as aimlessly as a bird might, in bird language, and forget him as readily. How would it do to try to influence him through the young lady? In other words, set our whole battery of influence and effort in her direction, looking to her to attract him in the same line. Oh, Amy! And Caroline shrugged her shoulders in a manner worthy of Mrs. Chester herself, her tone not only hopeless, but almost scornful. There is not enough to that poor child to influence anybody, much less a person of strong will such as James has. Mr. Masters laughed. It was so evident that Caroline was strongly prejudiced in favor of James and against the pretty Amy. She seems to have sufficient influence just at present to be a source of anxiety to his friends, he said significantly. Anything will do to create a diversion, said Caroline wearily. I am so disappointed in regard to that young man. I expected almost nothing for his brother, but I had great hope for him. You are speaking in the past tense. Do you mean that he is, in your feeling, beyond hope? No, not that. Still speaking weariedly, as one discouraged. But nothing works quite as I plan it. Ah, that is bad for planners. It is better to give over planning the side that your arm is too weak to reach, and learn to trust. Meantime, all unconscious of this discouraged tone concerning them, young Ward and his fair companion pursued their somewhat aimless walk among the trees, winding in and out of avenues, according as the shade or beauty lured them. They came presently upon the amphitheater with its bewildering rows of seats stretching up and up the hillside. The path from which they emerged was on a level with the great platform, and thither they went, stopping together in front of the desk. "How big it is!" said Amy impressively, looking back and back over the intervening space to the last line of seats away on the hilltop. "Why did they make so immense a place? Didn't it give you a sense of loneliness this morning? So much worse than empty seats at home. There were so many of them stretching all the way up those queer aisles. Do you think there will ever come people enough here to make this place look filled up?" "Extremely doubtful," quoth James Ward, looking ahead and around him with the eye of a prophet. "They had too large ideas, I think, when they laid this whole thing out. The Children's Temple is about the right size, holding a fine audience, and handsomely filled every evening. But they must have had more faith in the future growth of the enterprise than I have when they built the amphitheater and laid out the auditorium. People don't rush to such places in the wholesale way in which they seem to have expected." "People ought to come," said Amy with a touch of energy and a sort of wistful look in her blue eyes. "I wish they would. I wish all Centerville were here, and everybody whom I know or have to talk with." Her companion laughed slightly, looking at her curiously. "Just why do you wish that?" "Oh, I don't know," with a little nervous movement, as of one unused to analyzing and explaining her own feelings. "It makes me feel different from any other place I was ever in. All the people seem different, seem in earnest. They act as though they had something to do and liked to do it, and it makes living seem nicer some way, more important. I don't know how to express it." She had expressed it better than she knew. The young man understood her. It was the stirring of the immortal soul within her. Contact with earnest life and high-toned culture at Chautauqua had awakened her. The immortality so long prisoned and deadened was fluttering. She would not be satisfied with life as she had been. Young Ward realized it with a queer mixture of satisfaction and pain. How far would this new impulse lead her? If he advanced, as he believed himself capable of doing, would he have to leave her in the background? On the contrary, if he stood still, or floated along, just making effort enough to keep the rest in sight, would she, some day, lift her wings and soar out of his sight? What was Chautauqua going to do for her, anyway? And also, what was it going to do for him? She went on, presently, in the same tone of suppressed eagerness. "The meeting here this morning made me feel so. There were so many grand-looking men on the platform, and they said such great things. They seemed miles away from us, from me, and I almost didn't like it. I wanted to get ahead and be nearer them. I never thought about missionary work before. It never seemed to me it would make much difference whether the heathen learned anything or not. But it didn't seem so this morning while I listened to that missionary sermon. I felt as though I should like to be in that work too, only I am not fit, of course. But I just wanted to be counted in everywhere, to know about things and understand grand men when they talk together, as those men did after the meeting. I don't think I feel contented with life as it has been. I'm getting discontented with people, too. I used to enjoy walking and chatting with Ollie Chester so much. Every year when she went away to Long Branch or somewhere, I used to look forward to receiving her letters, and I thought they were so splendid. And when she came home she had so many things to tell me. Yesterday I received a letter from her, and I don't know what was the matter with it. It just seemed to me too silly for anything. Whole pages of it I skipped. I don't like to think of going home and hearing her talk all the nonsense that she will." How fast little Amy's wings were growing! Young Ward looked down at her with a fancy that in a new and altogether unexpected sense he would need soon to look up to her. "It is in the atmosphere," he said with a short laugh that was meant to have a note of sarcasm in it. She did not detect it. "I think it is," she said earnestly. "At least, I never felt in this way before, and I have been to a great many places. The people seem so unlike those to whom I have been accustomed. As I told you, they seem away up. This morning I wished that I was a faded old woman and had been a missionary to somewhere for 40 years." "My!" ejaculated James Ward. "Well, I did. It was silly, too, and I know it. But I did want to be counted in, to feel as though it was worth while to take up room in the world." They went on now, walking down the long platform, out at the little gate, down the hill into the valley below, on through the winding avenues, bending their course toward the lake, but they came out presently in line with the long stretch of seats under the great trees that mark the auditorium. This platform, too, they mounted, and looked back and back up the hill. "It is so big," said Amy again, with the same sense of suppressed energy in her tone. "Too big," said James Ward, and he spoke testily. "The silly world will never fill it. They would rather go to Long Branch, or somewhere where brains are not a consideration. Perhaps they are wise. I don't feel sure but they are. What is the use in bothering one's brains about all these things? Why not take life easily, have as good a time as you can, and let the rest go? Knowledge of all kinds just increases one's responsibilities, makes life harder, and it is hard enough for most people at best." "Yes," she said, with exceeding gravity. "I thought that, too. I have thought of so many things since I came to Chautauqua. And yet, I don't know. Haven't we just as much responsibility as we can manage, anyhow? And aren't all these things just so many helps to carry on the work with?" "Oh, I don't know. You say yourself that you never thought of these things before, never realized any responsibilities until you came here where everybody one meets is so wide awake. Why wasn't the other life the pleasanter?" "I don't believe I can explain it," she said doubtfully. "But I think that the work was there for me, even though I didn't see it. Just as that path up the hill would be there all the same if I shut my eyes ever so tight." Now he looked upon her in undisguised admiration. She was a logician, though she didn't know it. She arose suddenly from one of the chairs on the stand, and ran down the steps. "I will take a seat in the audience," she said, "and you may be the speaker. It is Sunday, so you must preach a sermon, or deliver a missionary address, or something of that sort. I have a fancy that you may some day be one of the speakers here, when this place is all filled up with people, perhaps, so you may as well practice on me." "What an utterly wild idea, worthy of Paul Adams," he said with flushing face. Yet he liked it. He felt the blood tingling to his fingers' ends with the thought of the power that might be in him, and that possibly might some day be drawn out. "It isn't wild at all," she said with pretty obstinacy. "It is one of the most sensible ideas I have, and I really expect it." But he would make no demonstration for his small audience that day. So presently they strolled away again, still moving toward the lake. His fair-faced companion had been quiet and serious for several minutes, then she spoke, exactly as though the subject left in the background some time ago was still present with the thoughts of both. "You know, Mr. Ward," it was one of this girl's rare, and to James Ward, fascinating ways, this persisting in addressing him as Mr. Ward, though according to the free and easy customs which obtain in ordinary American society, she was on sufficiently familiar terms to say James. "You know, Mr. Ward, that this life is only a little piece of the circle about which we heard this morning. A circle has no end, you see, and if it is true that we are only getting ready here to live afterwards, don't you think it may be a great difference with our work there, what we do toward getting ready here?" He gave her another of those surprised looks. "You didn't get that thought from the missionary sermon this morning?" "Yes, I did. Not in just so many words, but it was all through the sermon. I don't belong to that kingdom which is going to increase so fast, and which is gathering in from all nations, but I wish I did. I do truly wish I did, and was helping it on. I think it will make a great difference with my future how soon I commence my work, as well as what kind of work I take. One of those missionary speakers this afternoon said something that I will remember. 'Death doesn't interrupt some people's work,' he said. They have been working for the dear Lord for years, and when they get into his presence they can go right on. I've thought about that ever since. It is a foolish feeling, I suppose, but I cannot help thinking that the only thing I could go on with, if I were in heaven, suppose I could get there right now, would be to fold those bright colored papers. It is really the only work I ever did in my life with a feeling behind it that perhaps sometime, if I learned how, I would like to try to use it to help little children. And while teaching them about the papers, I would try to teach them about the way to heaven. But I should have to learn the way, you see, before I could do it, and that I haven't learned." Her voice was very low, very full of feeling. It would have been impossible for even Jack Butler to have sneered at the tremulous tones. James Ward felt not the slightest inclination to sneer. Instead, he was strangely moved. Not all the earnest words that had been spoken to him from many sources seemed to have the power over him that lay in this low, timid voice. They walked on, unmindful of the lake spreading like a sea of glass before them, unmindful of the quiet plains of the Holy Land through which their feet were treading. They wound around Palestine Avenue, walked on toward the south, thence onward to Lake Avenue, and finally, just as many stars were gathering in the evening sky, came out in view of the gleaming pillars of the Hall of Philosophy. All quiet there. The sunset meeting which had been held in that white still place was closed some time since, and their feet, as they stepped on the floor, resounded through the vacant hall. "It is lovely here," said Amy. "I like this building. I can't tell why. I feel all full of little thrills when I come down here and sit and look around. Sometimes I have sat here. You didn't know I ever came alone, did you? I came early, oh, real early this very morning, just as the sun was getting ready to rise. It was so beautiful here. Still and grand and solemn. I had silly fancies, yet I liked them, as if the trees all about were full of spirits, whispering, looking at me, poor little me, and wondering and watching what I would do. Planning, perhaps, what people would say here in this hall to help me. You needn't laugh. I'm of a great deal of importance. Don't you know that man in his morning prayer on the platform said that one human soul was going to live long enough to be worth more than all the wealth of a million worlds like ours?" "I never felt less like laughing in my life," said James Ward, solemnly. "Doesn't it make you want to laugh at me? Then I'll tell you the rest. I thought, what if the air all around us were full of spirits planning for us all, for a great many more than us, planning wonderful things, just carrying on their work, you know, doing what God has given them, having been told so much more about us than we know about ourselves, that they can see ahead, and know who will stand over there tomorrow, and what he will say, and what that will do for you or for me, and what we will do in consequence, and what others will do because of us, and then on and on. Oh, do you see what I mean? It makes me dizzy, and I never had such feelings before." "It's in the atmosphere," said James Ward, and his face was without a sneer. "Still," said Amy, timidly, "I don't half like any of it. These feelings will not last. I shall go home, and Ollie will come home, and she will come to see me, and we will walk and talk and be just as silly as ever. I don't like any of it. I wish I had somebody to help me." Nothing had ever gone to James Ward's heart like that pitiful little cry for help. He was intended by nature to be a strong-willed, self-reliant man. It was part of his fight with himself during these days that his proud nature struggled against the sense of need of help from a stronger one than himself. He desired to be sufficient to his own needs, and he knew that he was not, and it chafed him. Now here was one who shrank from self-reliance, who longed for needed help and looked for it, called pitifully after it. If, indeed, he should settle this question for himself, how easily he could lead her with him! What a simple thing it would be to smooth the path for her feet. And he should like the work. His manhood asserted itself. It was man's business to reach after and aid those who were weaker. It was not beneath any man's dignity to seek his own aid from God. Suddenly the question which he had thought so far from being settled resolved itself into clearness before him. The war which he had waged with his fierce nature for so many days was over, and once more, all unwittingly, had Amy Allison's shy little voice come in to break an evil spell. "Amy," he said, it was the first time he had ever called her by that familiar name, "I will tell you just what you and I both need. I have known it for several days and have struggled against it. We need the power of God to help us. We need to belong to his kingdom. I have been thinking about this matter ever since that evening on the boat, when Dr. Monteith asked me how many important questions I was going to settle at Chautauqua, and what my conscience put first in importance. The fact is, Amy, my mother made plain to me in my childhood before she died what was the most important question in life, but I have never felt willing to settle it until tonight. Shall we go together, Amy? Shall we kneel down under this roof, with the stars looking in on us, and give ourselves to God in an everlasting covenant?" "Yes," said Amy, simply and quietly, and together they knelt on the floor of the Hall of Philosophy. O white pillared hall, devoted to Christian progress, as you are, dedicated, not to the unknown, but to the true God, who is the recognized center of every Chautauqua circle, many an honored name in the world of Christian culture shall, in future years, love to look back to, and do you honor, as the spot where grand resolves were taken, and needed help secured. Yet never in the history of the yet unwritten years shall a fairer, holier, grander scene be given to your story than that in which those two, in early manhood and womanhood, bowed in that consecrated spot and pledged themselves henceforth and forever to be the Lord's." The missionary meeting held in the amphitheater was well under way when a slight rustling near one of the side entrances proclaimed some tardy arrivals, and those who were sufficiently disturbed or sufficiently heedless to look around saw two young people slip quietly into a vacant seat. "Two silly young things who have been out walking," said a grave-faced woman to herself. "What a pity they could not find a better way in which to spend Sabbath evening. That is one of the drawbacks to Chautauqua. It lets down the bars and gives young people a chance to do unwise things." "I am afraid that young man is not advancing," said Dr. Monteith with a sigh, and he leaned his head on his hand and forgot to listen to the sermon, while he tried to plan ways of reaching James Ward. "I wonder if there is really any hope of trying to influence that pretty little simpleton," murmured Caroline, as with disapproving eyes she watched the two late ones slip into seats. "I wonder if I ought to try. It seems so hopeless." Then she sighed. "Strike all your harps in glory," called to one another the watching angels. The ringing call went up and down and across the celestial fields. "Strike the golden harps. Two more from among the children of men are redeemed." And the missionary sermon went on, and the thoughts of a few heart-troubled ones went on, and, all unknown to them, the song went on in heaven. "We give thee thanks, O Lord God Almighty, which art and wast and art to come, because thou hast taken to thee thy great power, and hast reigned." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. It was a wonderful meeting. All day long, throughout the streets and avenues of Chautauqua, there had been the bustle of preparation. The very air was full of something unusual. People went and came with important faces and hurried manner, as if now, indeed, the hour had arrived for which they had long been waiting. "The Sunday school assembly must be an important affair," Effie Butler said, laughing. "Everybody one meets today is full of it. Who has heard the Chautauqua bells? Is there anything very wonderful about them? I think I must have heard it remarked at least a dozen times today that they were going to ring tonight." It chanced that Mr. Masters was present when this question was asked. He had come in to see Robert Fenton about some scheme dear to that young fellow's heart, and now turned from him laughing. Yes, he said, they are wonderful bells. There are none like them, I think, in all this country. What is there peculiar about them? Their power. They can be heard so far. I am not quite certain, but I think they sound now in every state of the Union, and their volume is increasing all the time. Oh, Mr. Masters, how can that possibly be? And while the others could not help laughing at her puzzled face, she said with pretty indignation, I believe you are making sport of me. You needn't think I believe a story is that. This was too much for Mr. Masters' gravity, and he went away laughing, leaving the puzzled Effie wondering over what he could possibly mean. And the bustle of preparation went on. Boats came and went all day, landing their burdens quietly, with less parade and music than on other days, because in more haste. The evening drew on. The early teas in tent and cottage were disposed of. Everywhere people were making ready to go to the opening of the assembly. When, just as clocks and watches pointed to 7, the Chautauqua bells pealed forth on the quiet air, old Chautauquans, and indeed many new Chautauquans who had heard their echo from afar, paused for a moment in their hurried preparations and exchanged delighted glances, or clasped hands in token of their joy in hearing the glad sounds. Still, there were those who, like Effie Butler, wondered what in the world people could mean. There was certainly nothing extraordinary about those bells. In the Fenton cottage it was Caroline, strange to say, who was tardy. Mrs. Fenton nearly lost patience. Do hurry, Caroline, she said from the foot of the stairs. We are the last ones. Even Amy has gone. I can't think why you are in such haste, Caroline said, appearing at last with composed face. The first bell rang only a few minutes ago. There is nearly half an hour yet. Yes, but we wanted to get near the platform, you know, and the meeting is away down at the auditorium. At this point Mr. Masters passed the door. What, not gone yet? He said, halting and lifting his hat. I thought I was the last one. Then, Miss Raynor, I'll carry your camp chair. Shall we take camp chairs? Asked Mrs. Fenton, halting doubtfully, while her husband folded the evening paper. Why, there will be plenty of room. What is the use in carrying chairs such a long distance? More comfortable, said Mr. Masters with a mischievous gleam in his eyes, as he shouldered the article in question and took rapid strides forward. The avenues were nearly deserted. The night was somewhat cloudy, and a slight rain had been falling. What a pity it seems that the night is not clear, said Caroline as they hurried on. A first meeting always starts off so much better with a good attendance. I suppose people will be afraid of rain tonight. Possibly, was her companion's brief reply, and Caroline looked at him inquiringly, wondering why his answers were so brief and his tone so peculiar tonight. On they hurried, striking at last into Simpson Avenue. Caroline came to a sudden halt and gave an exclamation of delight. Away down the avenue as far as her eye could reach, on either side, was one blaze of light. Illuminated mottos, flags, Chinese lanterns, flowers, ribbons, anything that could lend a glow of color to the bright scene had been displayed, and the whole effect was such as she will remember all her life. Her taciturn companion stopped but a moment, however, for her to enjoy the scene, then hurried her on. They had lost sight of the Fentons, Mr. Masters having followed his own fancy in the way that he was leading Caroline, and Mr. Fenton having gone sturdily forward by the path he had first chosen. The result was that when they had reached the point from whence the great glowing auditorium was visible, they were quite alone. Here they stopped again, Caroline involuntarily, with an exclamation almost like dismay. Stretching before them away down the long line of seats that had always before been empty when she looked at them, were heads, 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 a perfect sea of heads. Chairs in the aisles, chairs at the sides, chairs even away back behind the last row of seats. People, people! Caroline had never in her life seen such a gathering. For a full minute she stood transfixed, looking down that hill on the throng. Then suddenly she said, It is full. The auditorium is actually full." "Rather," said Mr. Masters. "That is a fact." Then the comical side of the whole matter rushed over him. Her composed and assured manner, her certainty that there was no need for haste, her pity bestowed on account of the weather and the supposed spareness of the company, her amazed eyes as she gazed on the people, all were too much for one who was continually tempted toward the merry side of things. He threw back his head and indulged in a ringing laugh. It was suddenly hushed, however, for Caroline did not smile, and when he looked closely he discovered that her eyes were full of tears. "You are used to crowds, I suppose," she said apologetically, smiling now through her tears. "But I never saw so many people together before, and I can hardly tell you how strangely this moves me. I know it will sound like a strange mixture of thoughts to your mind, but I can only think of these words: 'After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number.'" "A great company of people is a wonderful sight," he said gently. If he did not understand, at least he respected her tears. They made their way now as rapidly and silently as possible down the hill on the outskirts of the great throng. "I am so sorry to have delayed Mrs. Fenton," Caroline said remorsefully. "I did not dream of such a scene as this. Where can we go? We might as well stand still as advance. There is no room anywhere." "Yes, there is," he said, pushing forward. "Come around to the back of the platform. I have some choir tickets. They will admit us to the stand, and we can crowd this chair into some knothole in the trees." The first part of this plan at least, by dint of systematic and persistent crowding, was carried out, and at last Caroline was seated on the right wing of the great platform, with leisure to look over the wonderful sea of heads stretching before her. Not long to look either, for the moment of commencing had arrived, and directly those bells, whose sweetness had stolen into her heart, ceased pealing, Dr. Vincent appeared at the front of the platform and announced the formal opening of the Seventh Sunday School Assembly. "I could appreciate your tears now," Mr. Masters said, leaning towards her suddenly, and his eyes were moist. It was during the rendering of the Vesper service, that wonderful Vesper service, so dear it is to the hearts of Chautauquans, that, as the majestic verses roll out from thousands of voices like the sound of many waters, there are those who cannot keep back the rush of tears. Think of the perfected twilight, the brightly lighted grove, the inspiration that is always found in the sound of many voices, and then in imagination listen to words like these. Leader: "The day goeth away." Congregation: "The shadows of the evening are stretched out." Leader: "Praise waiteth for thee, O God, in Zion." Congregation: "And unto thee shall the vow be performed." Leader: "Thou makest the outgoings of the morning and evening to rejoice." Congregation: "Evening and morning and at noon will I pray and cry aloud." Then there steals, like a benediction, the united voice of song, hushed to a melody that fits the words. Softly now the light of day fades upon our side away, free from care, from labor free, Lord, we would commune with thee. "I heard it first in '74, murmured Mr. Masters during one of the organ interludes, "and I have joined in it each year since. The verses grow on me. They stretch out their powerful arms in every direction as I join this multitude of voices." At that moment the leader's grand voice rang out. "The Lord bless thee and keep thee." Then the congregation with full hearts responded, "The Lord make his face shine upon thee, and be gracious unto thee." And the beautiful answer came, "The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee, and give thee peace." By this time the great assembly were ready to sing with heart and voice, "Thus, when life's toilsome day is o'er, may its departing ray be calm in this impressive hour, and lead to endless day." Mr. Masters had no need to apologize to Caroline for his peculiar and tender interest in the vesper service. He needed not to apologize to Caroline for his emotion. She was a new Chautauquan, it is true, but the place had already been so much to her, and promised so much in the future, and was so dear, that she felt her heart thrill strangely, almost wildly, with every mention of the name and every reference to those connected with it. "It is different with you," she had said to Mrs. Fenton once, in talking about her enthusiastic love for the circle. "Your heart has a great many homes. You are rich. Chautauqua to you is only something to take its appropriate place and receive its share of interest. But I feel like a little beggar girl who has just been adopted." Stronger and stronger grew this feeling on the evening of the seventh opening assembly, until it was a relief to her excited nerves to join with the crowd in laughter over the speaker who had just said, "Last night Frank Beard told me if I spoke tonight I must begin by saying what he said last year here. He began, 'Another year has rolled away.' Said he, 'If you will only say that, you get the confidence of your audience at the outset, by telling facts.' But I more than half suspect that I have stolen that dear brother's thunder, for I know he meant to begin that way himself." "Isn't that Professor Holmes?" whispered Caroline, amid the outbursts of laughter. "Yes. Did you think teaching Latin was the extent of his abilities?" said her companion, answering her look as well as her words. "The fact is, a man who can teach Latin as well as he can do most anything else well. I'll tell you another thing that he can teach. When normal classes open, you must join his. If he doesn't make Bible history, chronology, or anything else that he undertakes to teach, clearer than it ever was before, I shall be disappointed." "Isn't he a very unusual Latin teacher?" whispered Caroline again, going back to the subject during the musical interlude. "He is a very unusual teacher," Mr. Masters said, with a strong emphasis on the last word. "He has the rare faculty of being able to make clear to others what he understands himself, and I believe he has in a high degree the still rarer virtue of not attempting to teach anything that he does not thoroughly understand." Then the whispering ceased, for the magnificent choir on the platform was leading off in the Chautauqua song for 1877, and neither Caroline nor Mr. Masters could hold their voices from joining. "When the day is high and clear, labor for the night is near. When the evening shadows fall, rest God watcheth over all. When the mornings on thee shine, bend to hear the voice divine. Hear thy Lord with heart of praise. I am with you all the days. All the days thy strength to be, all the days to comfort thee. Lead thee on and lift thee up. Bear thy burden, share thy cup. All the days to bless thine eyes with some glad and sweet surprise. All the days from morn till even, all the days of earth and heaven." "This is the man we heard preach yesterday," said Mr. Masters as Dr. Potts was introduced, and Caroline bobbed her head this way and that to try to get glimpses of the man whose words of the Sabbath before still rang in her heart. But Dr. Potts in the pulpit on Sabbath and Dr. Potts at a social reunion in the woods of a weekday evening were two different persons. His address provoked bursts of laughter at every sentence. "What was that he said about examinations which set everybody into a roar?" Mr. Masters asked when there was a moment's breathing space and a chance for another whisper. That fellow behind me had the ill grace just then to whisper to me to reach a singing book for him, and I lost it all. Why, said Caroline, he said he had an idea that Chautauqua was such an alarmingly intellectual spot that for a long time he was afraid to come. He thought that when he sat down at a hotel table and ordered his breakfast, the waiter would say, "I cannot serve you, sir, unless you can show me a certificate that you passed a good examination in philosophy this morning." Then they had the laugh over again between themselves. "That is a hit at the 8 o'clock lecture lessons on philosophy," said Mr. Masters, "but they are grand, and for a man like me, who is accustomed to beginning a day's work at 6 o'clock, they are not too early. But wasn't his closing sentence a grand one? That is like Dr. Potts. I've heard him before, heard him last summer at the Thousand Island Park in the St. Lawrence. It is characteristic of him that however witty and sparkling he may be, and you see he can sparkle well, he never forgets to put in a touch of the one great thing. That is grand." "What was his closing sentence?" asked Caroline. "I cannot recall it." "Why, that about the flags. Wait, I copied it in shorthand." And he read from his notebook. "And while you, as Americans, rejoice in your flag of stars and stripes, and while with a loyalty that knows no faltering, I rejoice in the flag that has braved for more than 100 years the battle in the breeze, there is another flag, better than England's flag, better than America's flag, and that is the banner of our Lord Jesus Christ." "I remember," said Caroline, her eyes shining with appreciation of the sentiment. "Oh, look!" Well she might exclaim. To one like her who had never seen it before, the sight was simply glorious, and to one who has never seen it at all the effect is indescribable. Yet the cause was simple enough, a flutter of what looked like millions and millions of white handkerchiefs. "The Chautauqua salute," said Mr. Masters composedly, his eyes shining with satisfaction. "Isn't it a singular scene?" "A summer snowstorm down among the flowers and the grasses and the full-leaved forest trees," said Caroline. "Look for whom it is an honor," said Mr. Masters. "Chautauqua salutes the nations that sit in darkness through their representative. Ask of me, and I will give thee the heathen for thine inheritance." Caroline looked, and someway the tears that seemed so strangely near the surface tonight were ready to overflow again. It was so wonderful and so good a sight to see Ramchandra Bose, once a heathen, now a cultured Christian gentleman, standing before that cultured audience bowing his thanks to their salutation, and addressing them in smooth flowing English. It needed his last sentence, about there being but one place on earth better than Chautauqua, and that place Lucknow, India, where he hoped to see the assembly convened next year, to let some of his hearers down from their high pitch of excitement to the common ground of laughter and applause. When the Chautauqua salute to greet Bishop Warren was called for, it fitted the call which Dr. Vincent had made, that it should be of the whitest, purest, intensest kind. "It looks as though 10,000,000 more handkerchiefs had been made and added since the last salute," said Caroline, laughing, and brushing the tears away with hers. "They were ready for him this time," said Mr. Masters. "He took them by surprise when he called before. Hark, what is Bishop Warren saying? Oh, it makes me think of the place where they all walk in white." Those were the words he said, and Mr. Masters leaning forward to catch them, turned suddenly to Caroline and quoted the old proverb about great minds thinking alike. As the bishop proceeded to refer to the rain of the early morning, and to his fear that it would keep people at home, so that the unusual assembly crowd would be missed, Mr. Masters's significant look was too much for Caroline's gravity. But there was little opportunity for aside whispers during the address that followed. How grand it was! Almost every sentence in it rang with the spirit of religious fervour. Bishop Warren was something more than a bishop, something more than an astronomer, something more than an eloquent speaker, something more than a preacher. He was an intense lover of the gospel of Jesus Christ. "When we have that," said he, speaking of the love of Christ shed abroad in the heart, "then we shall have but one, and the blessed banner, whether English or American, the real stain of the blood of Christ. The actual colour by which we conquer. This Chautauqua, if I understand it, simply means a glorification of love, so that it takes the ordinary workman in the ordinary range of life, and instead of leaving us to be busy-handed only, lifts us up into the highest thoughts, and lets us walk through the world, reading all that God's pen has ever written. I wonder how many hearts there were in that great audience to thrill in response to such a sentiment. Little Mrs. Fenton, wedged in among the crowding heads so that she could scarcely breathe, only by continual bobbing of her head being able to secure transient glimpses of the speaker, yet let pass at that moment a good opportunity for a full view of his face, and stretched her neck in the other direction to get a sympathetic nod and smile from young Robert's father. Busy-handed people they too were, with what reachings out after an uplifting that would enable them to keep their boy in sight, you will perhaps remember. And Chautauqua and the helps that were the outgrowth of the Chautauqua idea had come to them in their time of need, and would be remembered as no other help in the future ever could be, with a sort of tremulous tenderness as the hand that had been outheld to aid their first steppings and then had beckoned them on. Mr. Masters shaded his eyes from the brilliancy of platform lights and let his thoughts wander with his glances over the audience, in wonderment as to how many of them, like himself, represented the busy-handed people. Their faces told, earnest faces seamed with lines of care, hands hinting at daily toil, brows bent as those habituated to hard thought and harder action. Middle-aged men and women, many of them, whose faces at this moment, showing clear-cut in the weird electric light that made each line as distinct as if it were in sunlight, told how entirely their hearts said Amen to the words of the speaker. Scholarly faces there were too, plenty of them, whose eager eyes smiled assent to whatever Bishop Warren might say in honor of Chautauqua. But Mr. Masters did not care so much for them. "It is only one of their many helps," he said to Caroline afterwards. "Of course I am glad that they like it and appreciate it, but I don't feel so grateful in their behalf. They were well on the way to what they needed without Chautauqua, and I dare say they would have found their helps, all they needed perhaps, without it. But to us it is everything." Something of this feeling he had while sitting there, listening to every word that the bishop said, yet carrying on this train of thought and watching the ever-changing expressions in the sea of upturned faces before him. Suddenly he turned to Caroline. She was not looking at him, but at the speaker, her lips slightly parted, her cheeks aglow, her eyes bright with the light of appreciation. As he watched her, Mr. Masters became distinctly conscious that he was glad, oh, very glad indeed, that Chautauqua had been a help to Caroline Raynor. Meantime the eager, eloquent words were being poured forth. "I rejoice," said Bishop Warren, "that we bring together at Chautauqua all things. One said to me, coming to Chautauqua for the first time, 'I don't like, in a Christian place, to see them teaching the Sunday school lessons, and the old heathen god Mercury kicking up his heels on the point the first thing we see on our arrival.' 'Why,' said I, 'that is significant simply of the astronomy we study. Like him, we ride through the heavens, and visit all the strange worlds, and we put Mercury just where it will be suggestive of our long flight when we are using the telescope.'" "A wonderful meeting!" These were the words in which Caroline was wont to characterize it in after months, and with that sentence she stopped. Who can describe such meetings? Could she put the wonderful play of light and shadow among those grand old trees into words? Could she describe the hundreds and hundreds of eager faces shining clear in that beautiful electric light? Could she repeat the ever-changing play of expression, and describe the telling gestures that had so much to do in fixing the thoughts of the different speakers on her mind? Several times she essayed to describe to those who had only heard of Chautauqua some of the glories of that first meeting, and realized, by the well-bred stares which they bestowed on her, that her enthusiasm was unaccountable to them. After that she contented herself with the expression, "It was a wonderful meeting." It closed in a blaze of glory. the most remarkable display of fireworks that ever delighted the eyes of thousands of children, to say nothing of the grown people, who, as Mrs. Fenton said, liked them just exactly as well, only they didn't want to own it. Among the wonders was a brilliantly illumined fountain, which blazed and glowed and shimmered now with green, now with blue, and then with the loveliest blending of crimson and purple and gold. It was when they had ascended the hill, supposing the beauties of the evening were entirely over, that they turned for a last look, and saw displayed in letters of fire the word "Good night." "Oh, good night," repeated Caroline with a regretful little laugh. "I hate to say it. I want this evening to go on and on." "Fine things," said one man to another as they passed our friends. "Yes, very. Some capital speeches made there. That presentation one to Dr. Vincent was about as neat a thing as the bishop ever did." "It wasn't any better than his reply," stoutly affirmed the other. "Oh, no, of course not. The doctor always does a good thing." And the enthusiasm in the tone was so marked that the listeners laughed. "I don't know about such a display of fireworks," continued the first speaker. "Never could understand why they want to bring such nonsense to Chautauqua. Great expense and parade, and nothing but smoke to show for it. Why don't they use the money to some better purpose?" "Wasn't it splendid?" lisped a pretty young lady belonging to another party just at their left. "Yes, indeed. I went to see the fireworks. Wouldn't have gone out at all tonight if I hadn't heard that there was going to be such a fine display. But I'm real glad I went. I liked the speeches, and one hymn they sang seems to keep singing itself over." And she hummed in undertone a strain of the Chautauqua hymn, "When the evening shadows fall, rest God watcheth over all." "It is a pity those two parties couldn't converse together," said Mr. Masters, laughing. "Their remarks would answer each other. The young lady has advanced a good argument for the use of that which the man thought was nothing but smoke. It drew her out tonight, it seems, and no one knows how many more. And she, at least, has taken the melody of those grand words into her heart. Who shall say what they may do for her?" And he hummed the strain, "Hear thy Lord with heart of praise. I am with you all the days," breaking off in the midst to say, "We get according to our needs or moods or something, don't we? Now it isn't that hymn, nor yet the presentation speeches, which I take home tonight, but this sentence and the thoughts which hover around it. Chautauqua simply means a glorification of love, so that it takes the ordinary range of life, and instead of leaving it to the busy-handed only, lifts us up into the highest thoughts, and lets us walk through the world, reading all that God's pen has written. Now, what is your inspiration?" "The real stain of the blood of Christ, the actual color by which we conquer," she answered in undertone. "Amen," said Mr. Masters. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Magnificent Distances. There never was a more excited boy than Robert Fenton, as he sat in the doorway fanning his flushed cheeks with his hat and in full tide of talk with his mother, while she picked over a large dish of blackberries. "It was perfectly splendid, mother. Oh, grand! Everybody says so. And I can't tell you anything about it. I think it is just a shame that you didn't hear him." "Well, why did they put a grand lecture at such a heathenish hour? I thought we might better miss 8 o'clock in the morning than any other hour in the day." "That is just where you make a mistake. Some of the grandest lectures there will be on these whole grounds are to come at 8 o'clock in the morning. I heard ever so many say so. And they began this morning. Why, all the philosophy lectures come at 8 o'clock. I'm going to them, too. Chautauqua isn't like any other place in the world." "But people at Chautauqua eat just as they do in other places. In fact, I believe they eat a little more here than anywhere else, and somebody has got to prepare food for the body." "Oh, well, it's mean to have you, mother, missing things for the sake of getting folks something to eat. I just wouldn't do it. You and Caroline aren't the ones. Let the folks attend to those things who can't appreciate the lectures. Let—" He lowered his voice considerably, and bent his laughing eyes closer to his mother as he completed the sentence. "Let Effie Butler and Amy Allison and that set get the dinners. Only I wouldn't want to eat them. I don't believe they know how to get dinners. Do you?" A warning shake of the head was the only answer he received to this saucy speech, and he continued in louder tone. "Well, I would buy lots of bread and milk and blackberries, and let people live on them while the meetings lasted. That's what I would do." "And who would pick over the blackberries?" asked his mother significantly. "Give each one a saucerful, and let 'em pick 'em over as fast as they eat 'em," he answered quickly, helping himself to a generous handful of the unpicked ones. "Anyway, mother, I don't feel one bit reconciled to your losing things. I think it is just horrid." Mrs. Fenton gave that wistful little sigh as she said, "After all, Robert, I presume I did not miss much. You see, I know almost nothing at all about astronomy, and it is not likely that I should have understood much of it. Astronomical lectures are for those who have studied the science." "I beg your pardon, mother, but so far as this one lecture is concerned, you are mistaken. I don't know anything about astronomy either, at least I didn't before I heard this lecture. I know a little now. But I understood almost the whole of it. You see, Bishop Warren knows so much about the science that he can afford to talk so that people can understand him, and he made everything just as plain as sunlight. Father liked it, and he says he doesn't know anything about astronomy, but he said this lecture was the grandest thing he ever heard in his life. But then father is different from some people. He understands things. While we were walking home he explained something to me in that lecture that I didn't get at all. He made it just as clear." The mother looked up from her blackberries long enough to bestow a very bright and tender smile on her boy. There was nothing that her loyal heart liked better to hear from his lips than praise of his father. He was looking at her with thoughtful eyes. "There's a great difference in folks," he broke forth suddenly. "Some of the boys in our circle can't get their fathers and mothers to have anything to do with it. Ned Holcomb says his mother says it is just an excuse to have a good time. Just think how you and father have taken it up and pushed it all the time. I tell you what it is, I don't believe there are any more mothers and fathers like mine." "Foolish boy, trying to flatter his mother," she said, but her voice trembled, and her eyes shone with something besides a smile, and never was flattery more sweet to a human heart. "It is true," he said stoutly. "If you knew the mothers that some boys have, humph!" and the contemptuous sniff with which they were dismissed told volumes. "It was too mean not to have heard that lecture," he declared, returning to the subject of his thoughts. "Mother, there were some of the grandest things in it. I will tell you what he understands besides astronomy. He understands boys." "Then he is a wise man," said the mother, laughing. "Well, he talked about how boys like to manage things. They began, he said, by managing the cat and the dog. Mother, don't you remember how I used to make that old Caesar of mine go back and lie down in the stable when he wanted to follow me awfully? Think of making a Caesar, mind you! He said a boy tingled with power to his fingers' ends. I know that's true. There are some things that I'm sure I can do. When I get hold of a piece of work, if it is hard there is something inside of me that sort of makes me keep at it until I conquer it. Then just as soon as I can do it, I want to try something else." "What has all that to do with astronomy?" "Why, it is an illustration, you see, of the power that is in people, and of the fact that they were meant to be conquerors. Mother, do you know how particular they have to be with their astronomical clocks? If one of them gets out of order and goes to gaining 2 seconds a week, it has to be fixed. That is, each second must be made to take 1/300,000th part of a second more time. Doesn't that make you dizzy?" "Not at all," said Mrs. Fenton, laughing, "for I am sure I should never undertake to do it." "Everything about astronomy has to be so perfect," continued the young enthusiast. "Oh, I must tell you about the Cincinnati Observatory. You know what a dirty, smoky old city that is? They had to move the observatory way up on another hill somewhere to get rid of the smoke, and the man in charge of the great telescope discovered that the lens was perfect in the middle and wrong all around the edges. Now what do you suppose made that?" "I haven't the least idea," said Mrs. Fenton, reaching for another dish of berries. "Well, you never would imagine. The smoke gathered on the glass, of course, and it had to be wiped off. They used the softest leather and brushed it from the center, then the edges had to be rubbed a little, and though it was done so gently and carefully, that little bit of rubbing had worn the glass so it was not perfect enough for science. What do you think of that?" "I think it must be very hard work to keep everything up to such a state of perfection. I'm glad that my work doesn't require such precision." "Yes, but mother, only imagine what precision there must be up in the sky. Oh, I'll tell you all about one thing that you would have liked. Astronomy teaches people that things are often different from what they seem. Don't you know how often you tell me to look into a thing and see whether I don't change my mind about it after I have studied it carefully? Well, now, I never thought of it until this lecturer mentioned it today, but do you know the sun looks as though it rose in the morning and set at night, and the earth was sort of hemmed up inside of it, and we all inside of it. Suppose we knew nothing about astronomy, what queer notions we would have of things. Oh, mother, I wish you could have heard him talk about speed. He began with a horse, said the horse who could only go a mile in 2 minutes and 40 seconds was a very slow one. I'd be contented with a horse who could go as fast as that. Then he talked about the steamers, said we packed the strength of 6,000 horses into them, and they could go 20 miles an hour, and keep at it day and night. And the railroad train could go 60 miles an hour, and make us dizzy with the speed with which the telegraph poles whizzed by us. And then, mother, he said, think about the car in which you have been traveling ever since you were born, and imagine it going at the rate of 1,000 miles a minute. He said that if we could set up poles 2 miles apart, we fly so fast that they would seem as close together as our fingers. Mother, can you think of anything so fast as that? And oh, do you know how fast light travels? It goes 186,000 miles in a second. I knew that before, but I never realized how fast that meant until I heard it compared today. Some way, mother, he took the facts that all schoolboys have learned and spread them out and sort of did our thinking for us. Or no, that isn't it, set us to doing it for ourselves. I can't put the thought into words, but only think of the time it would take a streak of light to make a journey around the world. Do you suppose it could do it in a minute?" "In a minute?" said his unwary mother. "Why, no, of course not." Then did young Robert throw back his head and laugh merrily. "It can do it 8 times in 1 second. 8 times around the world while you are picking up a blackberry. Mother, we can't even think as fast as that, can we? That's what he said, that we could not appreciate it, and yet astronomy trained our minds so that we are able to grasp such great truths. Mother, you know we came almost 1,000 miles to Chautauqua, and don't you remember how tedious the journey seemed all that hot afternoon, and how tired you were?" "I should think I did," was the mother's hearty assent. "Yes, and the Stanfords and Burtons and some of those people told us it was too far to come for a few weeks. I do wonder what they would have thought if they had heard the lecture this morning. He illustrated the distance of the planets by imagining a little child starting from Chautauqua to take a journey to the sun. He put him on an express train, and away he went, miles and miles and miles, leaving the world behind. Time passed, and he grew to be a big boy, then a middle-aged man, then an old man, traveling all the time. By and by he was 70 years old and died, his journey not half done. Then he started another from that point. A child growing up to manhood to old age, flying along on that express train for 70 years. Then another, starting from the point that one would reach when he was 70, and then another, and 350 years after the train first started, that flying express train that never stopped for wood or water or to take on passengers, 350 years afterwards that train has not reached the sun. And yet he says that the distance from the earth to the sun is just a unit of measure. A unit of measure, repeated the bewildered little mother. Why, yes, like a foot rule, you know. If I had a foot rule, I could measure and say it was so many feet from this door to that corner cupboard. Well, they use the distance between the sun and the earth like a foot rule. Such a star is so many distances from the earth to the sun. Oh, she said, and she looked admiringly at her handsome boy. He was capable of explaining to his mother what he knew himself. Yes, and he says this express train might fly along on a smooth track for 6,000 years and reach Neptune, and there the sun would be, shining away. And yet we could travel on it so far as to lose sight of the sun altogether. Mother, what a little speck of an insignificant thing this world is. What a wonderful God to have made all the other worlds. This said Caroline as she dropped potatoes into the bubbling water and stooped to look after her roast in the oven. She had come from the little pantry at one side, where she had been listening to this second edition of the morning lecture. "Oh, Caroline," said the eager boy, "you heard it, didn't you? Wasn't it glorious? Yes, I was thinking a few minutes ago about that. How wonderful God, the planner of it all, must be. I don't know what Mr. Monteith would say to that lecture. I saw him taking notes. I should think he must suppose that God was capable of doing anything if he believed what the lecturer said." "Perhaps he doesn't believe there are any stars," said Caroline quietly. "Caroline," said the astonished Robert, "what do you mean?" "Why, there is no telling what heights of absurdity a man may reach who is as fond of saying 'I don't believe' as he is. He doubts the existence of facts which are just as clear to me as the stars, and I thought possibly he might be star blind also." "Is Mr. Monteith an infidel?" asked Mrs. Fenton in a voice of dismay. This inconsistent little mother, who wanted the best for her boy, who was so firm a believer in the existence and the power of the goodness of God that she shrank with horror from having her boy come in contact with one who doubted, yet did not in any way acknowledge her allegiance to him or obey his plain commands. "Oh, I don't know what he is," said Robert restlessly, shrinking from any condemnation of his friend, and yet feeling bound to be loyal to the truth. "He has some queer ideas. I don't understand them very well, and sometimes it seemed to me as though he didn't." "I wouldn't try to understand them, Robert," spoke his mother earnestly. "If he does not believe in God, he is not a good man, however much he may know. The God whom your grandfather followed all his life is one in whom you ought to trust." But Robert nestled uneasily, and let his mind rove over certain specious objections that Mr. Monteith had suggested, and among other things he thought to himself, "If mother believes in him, why doesn't she serve him?" If the mother had but known that such were her boy's thoughts! After a moment of grave silence, the boy seemed determined to throw off all troublesome thoughts, and returned to his present hobby. "Oh, mother, what Bishop Warren said about powerful things was so wonderful. He spoke of the power of an earthquake, how it could shake down a great city or a section of a continent, how it could bring the sea rushing over the land, and then throw it back into place again. But he said that all these million worlds that went flying through space were carried so steadily that not a baby was ever wakened in the night by the jar, nor a bird unnested from its bough by the trembling. Did you ever hear anything sweeter?" And yet some people are foolish enough to doubt whether the God who made them takes any care of the worlds now." It was Caroline's voice again, and it seemed to startle the boy and make him think, whether he would or not. She came now and sat down for a moment beside the two, her fork and cooking spoon in hand. "You have given your mother a capital synopsis of the lecture," she said. "Now let me read you some of the closing thoughts which I copied from Mr. Masters' shorthand notes. They are the grandest, I think, in the whole grand lecture. Yet there are powers within me to which worlds give no satisfaction. Can you lead me to a knowledge of the author of all these? Not only tell me there must be infinite wisdom and personality, but can you reveal him? Alas, no, said science. Man cannot, by searching, find out God. And then we cry aloud to religion, and say, can you bring me through the grandeur of the great and glowing temple to the individuality that made it all? And religion answers, yes, I can wake powers within you, at which new worlds shall rise, new orders of being shall appear, principalities and powers, rank on rank, and sights that eye hath not seen. Holding then to science with one hand, the left hand, we give the right to religion, and cry, open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things, more wonderful than the shining worlds can tell. Obedient to the promise, religion does waken faculties within us, does fit our eyes to the beholding of more wonderful things. These great worlds, blazing like suns, die like feeble stars in the glory of the morning, in the presence of this new light. The soul knows that an infinite sea of love is all about it, throbbing through it. Everlasting arms lift it, and it bathes itself in the clear consciousness of a Father's love. Then does the soul know that these bright stars, at infinite distances, are only the golden stairs by which thought climbs into the space where it may find God, and this wonderful intellectual being, and the thrill of its power, is only the infancy of that being that shall be perfect and eternal. She read the impassioned sentences well, and then went back to her cooking without comment. Listening to Robert as he gave his glowing description of the wonders of the morning, she believed that his brain was keen enough to grasp the thought she wanted him to hold fast without further pushing. But I think her cheeks would have glowed with indignation had she heard Kent Monteith's comment made to the boy Robert. He mars his otherwise matchless eloquence by putting in those platitudes at the close. Two forces were at work during these days in connection with Robert Fenton. Whatever spirit possessed Kent Monteith, whether he was fascinated with the boy's keen intellect and wanted to see how far it would reach, or whether he was merely thoughtless, certain it was that he was doing much to undermine the faith in which the boy had unthinkingly rested hitherto. Meantime, Robert Masters had apparently resolved on cultivating young Robert's acquaintance. He constantly sought him out, offered him books to read, discovered his favorite studies, and talked with him about them, not from away above him, as the boy recognized always that Kent Monteith stood, but more as a companion, and yet a helpful one, who had lived more years with wide open eyes, and was, therefore, in some respects ahead. Robert liked it, this meeting him on a certain equality, and Kent Monteith had a dangerous rival in his affections. The more so because he, though invariably good-natured, was also invariably selfish, giving attention to Robert when it pleased him to do so, and gracefully shaking him off when it suited his fancy to do that. On the contrary, Robert Masters studied opportunities for serving him and giving him pleasure. He loved the woods, and so did the boy. He was wise in woods lore. Knowing 100 things of which the boy knew nothing, it gave him pleasure to impart. He knew the lake, every foot of it. He was at home with the fish, and he planned certain fishing excursions, some of them by moonlight, in which they fished and talked. And the elder fisher did more than talk. He watched, aye, and prayed, for he was fishing for a soul. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. There's no end to it. Perhaps there was no one at Chautauqua who worked more industriously to resist the forces for good that were working around him than did Joseph Ward. He recognized even more forcibly than while at home the unmistakable and increasing change in his brother and in Paul Adams, and resented both almost as a personal grievance. He looked with lofty indifference on all the efforts made to interest or amuse him. He held aloof from every point where he would be likely to get help, and sneered at all suggestions hinting toward a deeper interest. Even the Jubilee singers failed to receive any praise from him. They were well enough, he affirmed, but after all they would not compare with the Negro minstrels whom he heard last winter. This attempt at comparison so vexed Mrs. Fenton that she declared her determination to have nothing more to do with the fellow. Since he was determined to be ruined, why, let him. Dr. Monteith worked away patiently in his efforts to reach the young man, utterly unconscious meanwhile, as many a good father is, how industriously his own son was working to undermine the faith of another. Still, so far, the doctor's efforts had been as unavailing as any others. So while he by no means gave up effort, he lost heart. There seemed to be nothing at Chautauqua to reach Joe Ward. "He is cast in a coarser mold," said the professor to himself with a sigh. "I don't believe we can reach him." One morning the subject of all this solicitude strolled quite away from familiar avenues, exploring a portion of the grounds which he had not seen before. He came upon an energetic young fellow of about his own age, engaged in flooring a tent. Stopping, hands in his pockets, and whistling slowly, he watched the operation for a few minutes, then asked, "What are you about?" As the actual work that he was about was clearly discernible to the naked eye, the young man thus addressed seemed to conclude that the question struck deeper, and answered accordingly. "Speculating." "Speculating? What with? Whose tent is that?" "Mine for the present. Do you want to rent it?" "Not much." "Know of anybody who does?" "Not a body." "Oh, well, there'll be people enough who do. No trouble about that. This is the place for people. Just lend a hand with this plank, will you? Then when you are raising your tent, I'll do as much for you." "My tent?" And Joe repeated the words in an amused tone. The pronoun seemed to strike him strangely. "That is an article along with most other things that I never expect to own." "Why don't you rent one and go into business?" "How?" "Easy enough. Rent a vacant lot, then rent a tent, put it up yourself, add all sorts of nice little fixings that will make it look tasty, then rent it for a good sum as the crowds come in, and you have quite a nice bit of money over and above expenses." For almost the first time in his life Joe was interested in a matter of business. There seemed to be something so independent and so free and easy about this sort of work that it took his fancy. For a full half minute he held his end of the plank aloft while he considered. "Come," said the brisk young man, "step spry. I want to get my house in order before the next boatload comes in. I expect a crowd." "Where do you get your money to rent your tent and lot and other things?" asked Joe, fixing his end of the plank with precision. "Well, I have an uncle here who lent me money enough to start with. It doesn't take much." "Oh," said Joe with emphasis. "Well, I haven't an uncle here or anywhere else who would lend me a red cent. Bring on your uncle, and I'll consider your plan." But he considered the plan almost in spite of himself. He hovered about that tent nearly all the morning, sometimes helping, oftener standing with hands in his pockets looking on, occasionally offering some advice. "That won't fit in there," he said, as the energetic young worker brought a board that was designed by him to occupy a certain niche. "That shall fit in there," he declared, as the board, as if to prove the statement of the looker on, ground on its edges and refused to take its place. The worker dealt it vigorous blows with his fist. "It won't go in," said the looker on. "It shall go in," said the worker, and he took his hatchet, and, adding the strength that was in it to the strength that was in the arm, and the greater strength of will which was behind the arm, the discomfited board yielded the point and slipped quietly into place. "That's power," said the young man composedly. "I guess you didn't hear the lecture this morning, or you wouldn't have been so sure about its not going in." "No," said Joe, with a slight sneer, "I didn't hear it. Did you?" "That I did, and a famous one it was. I wouldn't have missed it even for the sake of getting up this tent 2 hours earlier, and that is saying a great deal." "Seems to me you mix things." "'Course," said the other, dealing sturdy blows with his hatchet and making a wedge for his board. "You don't suppose I mean to stick to renting tents and putting them up all my life, do you? This is only a stepping stone, so to speak, towards the house I mean to have to rent. That's why I went to the lectures, to learn how." "To learn how to rent houses? Was the lecture about that?" "That and some other things, a good many other things, in fact. Bishop Warren, you know, he's the astronomy man. You wouldn't suppose that astronomy had anything to do with renting houses now, would you? But you see it was one of those lectures that made a man remember that he lived in a wonderful world, with wonderful worlds all around him, and wonderful things going on, and that he had a wonderful mind, and was meant to do wonderful things himself, and that he could accomplish almost anything that he set out with a determination that it should be done especially if he saw that it was the right thing to do, and had a reasonable belief that the one who managed all these amazing worlds would give attention to him too. At least that is what I got out of the lecture. I came home twice as determined to accomplish what I have undertaken." "What's that?" "What's that?" repeated the young man, and he stopped as if half puzzled for a minute, then laughed. "Hard to tell," he said briskly. "There's no end to it. There's a beginning, though. Pay my way at Chautauqua for the first thing, then pay my way at school this winter, and earn a good deal of money next summer, and go to college finally, and build my house, and rent it, and build another, and do 10,000 things in the world that ought to be done with the money I earn." "And join the C.L.S.C.," added Joe, those letters representing to him the height and depth of human ambition. "Oh, I've been a member of the C.L.S.C. for 2 years. That is what started me in this line. Are you a member?" "No," said Joe, in intensest scorn, and turned on his heel and walked away. Still the memory of the talk clung to him. The atmosphere about him was full of suppressed energy. He had been insensibly breathing it at the very time that he had been dodging it from day to day. It was a relief to him to discover it taking shape in this tangible form that he could understand. "Suppose I had an uncle and a tent and should earn $1, what would father think?" he asked himself, as he put his hands in his pockets and walked down Foster Avenue, kicking the pebbles from under his feet. Mrs. Fenton would have felt a trifle less discouraged with the worthless boy could she have known that the thought of giving a pleasant surprise to his father was a very agreeable one over which he lingered tenderly. On the whole, though none of those most interested knew it, an advance had been made with Joseph Ward. To get a young man to think steadily about anything not positively wrong is an advance. The result of his thinking appeared in the course of the day in an astounding request that he made to Mr. Fenton. "Borrow $25!" repeated that gentleman, so lost in wonder as to fail to find further words to express himself. "Yes, sir," said Joe, looking up with composed face and laughing eyes into Mr. Fenton's troubled ones. He had no more idea of getting the money than he had of being sent on a voyage of discovery to the moon, but it suited his idea of fun to ask for it. Now Mr. Fenton was a man who had made the little money that he had by slow and laborious steppings. He knew no royal road to fortune. Indeed, half a lifetime of hard work and patient small economies had brought him no fortune, only a very modest bank account, hardly sufficient for the rainy day for which most people look, and he had schemes and hopes for his one boy Robert sufficient to swallow the whole sum a dozen times. $25 was therefore no trifle to him. It represented hard work and self-denial. He was not one who spent 25 cents a year in mere self-indulgence. He was not one who had been able to cultivate his natural generosity to a very great extent. You are not surprised, then, that the audacious boy's petition nearly took his breath away. "What do you want of it?" he asked at last, too much astonished and disturbed to make his question less direct. "Want to go into business," and young Joe laughed pleasantly. The sentence had a pleasant sound. No harm in using it, though he never got any further. Into business! And it was clear to the young man that he would certainly have to explain himself. Mr. Fenton's astonishment and perplexity were too real to get away from. So he briefly detailed the plan of the tent. Mr. Fenton asked a good many questions, and, almost to his dismay, saw that to a person of energy and enterprise the scheme was feasible. But he by no means wanted to risk 25 of his hard-earned dollars in such precarious hands as Joseph Ward's. Still, it was a pity that if the young fellow really had an earnest thought it should not be cultivated. "Why don't you write to your father and ask him to lend you the money? He is better able to lose it than I am." The last part of the sentence was on Mr. Fenton's lips, but I rejoice to tell you it remained unspoken. Troubled as he was, he resolved not to hint to the young man that he distrusted his good intentions. "Father! He wouldn't trust me with 25 cents if it should save my life. He gave the passage money out here to my brother, for fear I should spend it in peanuts and candy." The boy did not speak scornfully. As a rule he was too good-natured to be scornful. But that he felt the trammels with which his own folly had bound him was evident. "Besides," he continued, "by the time I could write and get an answer, the time for making the money would be about half gone. Folks have to work fast down here." That was true, and Mr. Fenton felt the force of it. He was exceedingly troubled. He wished that he had never seen Joseph Ward or his brother. Wasn't one boy as much as he could be expected to think of and plan for? Let Mr. Ward do for his son. He was the one to assume risks in his behalf. Still, something held him from saying an immediate no, much to the waiting young man's astonishment. He had expected it in less time than had passed. "Well," said Mr. Fenton, at last, slowly, irresolutely, "I can't answer you just now. Money isn't very plenty with me, you know. But I'll think it over today and let you know in the morning. And meantime you think it all over again, and perhaps you will change your mind and conclude it's too much of a risk." And Joe Ward chuckled, hardly waiting until Mr. Fenton was at a respectful distance. "I won't change my mind," he said aloud, "and neither will you, old fellow. Your mind is that I won't get a cent of your money, if you know yourself, and you think you do. I agree with you. We are of the same mind for once. I don't expect it." Mrs. Fenton was washing the tea dishes. She had banished Caroline and asserted her right to command the kitchen into order herself. Meantime she was freely expressing her mind to her husband. "The idea! The impudent boy! That is all the thanks we get for the kindness we have shown him. He just wants to waste it and disgrace himself and us. I'm sorry he ever came with our party. There is no use in trying to do anything for him. $25, indeed!" It seems a good deal of a pity that the first notion the boy ever had toward doing anything for himself should be crushed, Mr. Fenton said, thoughtfully. "I don't suppose he would do anything with it, though. Still, he might. Paul Adams, if he had time for such an enterprise, would make a good thing out of it, but Joe is made of other stuff. I don't know as there would be any very great risk. I think likely his father would pay me back if I told him the whole story. Still, I don't know. He might say I deserved to lose it for trusting the boy. Joe told me frankly that his father wouldn't trust him with 25 cents. And John Ward, while he is honest, is cross-grained, and might take a position that he had no call to pay for the follies of his boy. Still, it is a hard case. I can't help thinking, what if it were our Robert?" "Small danger of it ever being our Robert," the mother said, pitching the dishwater with energy into the sink. "He is made of different stuff, at least." Still she winced under the reference. It made her mother heart go over all the arguments in favor of doing something for the Ward boys. She was disappointed in James. He still took too strong an interest in Amy Allison to please her. She was in a chronic state of disappointment over Joe, and yet she felt unwilling, almost unable, to give him up. Her sleep that night was disturbed by troubled dreams. She rented and set up and put in order many tents. Young Joseph Ward appeared and tore them down again, and swam away with them into the lake, her own boy Robert smuggled under one of them. In the middle of the night she wakened her husband with this question: "Have you the least idea that he means anything but nonsense and waste?" "Who? What?" asked Mr. Fenton, struggling to get awake enough to understand. "Why, that Joe Ward. Have you any faith in him?" "I don't know." Awake now and thoughtful. "I wish he meant it. If he doesn't mean anything soon, he will go to ruin. And the question is, how are we ever going to be sure that if we had helped him with this notion, it might not have been the turning point?" After that he went to sleep again, but his wife could not. She tossed and turned her pillow, and turned it back again, and thought, what if it were her Robert? But that was nonsense. Still, he might be out in the world sometime, and his father gone, and she gone, and he in need of friends. They were by no means rich, and the boy needed all they had. Could they bestow any on other boys, worthless ones? The longer she lay awake and thought about it, the more puzzled did she grow. If only she had been a Christian, and had known how to secure unerring counsel instead of wrestling blindly with the golden rule, not knowing it for a rule at all! The next morning Mr. Fenton had time to make the fire in the kitchen stove, and attend to various other duties connected with their peculiar style of housekeeping, before his usually wide-awake wife made her appearance. When she came, she seemed singularly absent-minded, opened dampers that ought to be shut, and closed the slide that must always be left open. "Look here," said her husband, after she had in this way created a fierce smoke. "What are you about?" "I don't believe I know," laughing a little. Then, while Caroline went to their bit of a cellar for milk and bread, "Robert, I've been thinking, and I don't know but we ought to do it." "I shouldn't wonder," he said, making no pretense of not understanding her. And so the question which had been to them a momentous one was settled. Now the fact was that by far the most bewildered party in the whole transaction was the prime mover, young Joseph himself. As I told you, he had not the remotest expectation of receiving the money, and, when he stood 2 hours afterwards beside Mr. Fenton with the $25 actually in his hand, he was as one dazed, and gazed first at it and then at the giver. He had never been a trustworthy boy, you will remember, and he had never been trusted. This was actually the first time in his life that he had ever held money in his hand that he was to do with as he chose. "I would go with the boy and buy the tent for him, and make sure that he was not deceiving you. If you don't, he will be as likely to buy cakes and lemonade for all the boys in the grove as anything else." This was Mrs. Fenton's parting advice, but her husband shook his head. "No, if we have made up our minds to trust him, let's trust him. I'll act as though I expected as a matter of course that he was going to do just what he said, and maybe it will astonish him into doing it." He was right about the astonishment. "About that little matter, Joe," Mr. Fenton had said, beckoning him from across the lawn, where he stood leaning listlessly against a tree, his hands in his pockets. Joe came willingly, roguishly. He expected fun. Mr. Fenton had cooked up a way of good-naturedly saying no. This was the way the boy put it to himself, and he was curious to see how he would do it. "About that little matter, Joe, I have decided that I ought not to let you have so much money without your father's consent. He might not like it, you know, and of course you would never pay me back, and I can't afford to lose it. Would he be likely to say it that way? Joe thought fast, but had only gotten thus far when the sentence was finished. "I've decided to invest with you. Here's the $25, and here is a note for you to sign that you will pay me the whole with interest at the end of 20 days, for I suppose you will be ready to pay by the time the assembly closes. Now if you will sign the note we'll be all shipshape, and I hope you'll succeed." Joe examined the note curiously, read it slowly, turned it over, and examined the smooth surface. "Whose security?" he asked at last. "Your word and your name. I'll risk it, my boy. I'm a poor man, as you know very well, and I can't afford to lose even $25. But I'll try it, and I believe if I lose it, it won't be your fault." A curious lump came into Joseph Ward's throat, a curious fluttering in his breath. He felt his pulses quicken. Somebody had trusted him, and that a man, a business man. Trusted him, Joe Ward, the spendthrift, the good for naught. And Mr. Fenton was a man not given to trusting everybody, a shrewd man, not easily deceived. Joe knew that. "Mr. Fenton, you won't repent this." It was every word the poor fellow could say, and he turned and walked rapidly away. "It's something in the atmosphere of this queer place," he muttered. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Center of the Circle. 5 o'clock of a lovely summer afternoon, an August afternoon, one of the sort that receives different descriptions according to different localities in which people happen to be. In the large cities it was sweltering. In central and inland towns it was a very warm day. And in Chautauqua it was perfectly charming. A brisk shower, lasting only long enough to subdue the dust, had strewn the leaves and grasses with pearls, and made fairyland of every wooded avenue. Some time before 5 o'clock many feet had trodden the avenues leading more directly to the hall. 10 minutes before the 5 o'clock bell rang, every chair in the hall was taken. It was to many of the audience a momentous occasion, the first "round table gathering" of the C.L.S.C. To a student of human nature this was an interesting audience. Not by any means young faces, all of them. On the contrary, almost the first thing that would have struck a looker on was the large numbers of middle-aged men and women sprinkled in among blooming girls and beardless youths. The next point of interest would have been the evident satisfaction of the groups in being just where they were. A look of pleased expectancy was apparent on nearly every face, and they exchanged smiles and bows and cordial greetings without regard to the rules of formality. "A large gathering," remarked one middle-aged man. "Decided increase on the first meeting of last year." "Do you suppose these people are all members of the circle?" "Well, perhaps not all, but I shouldn't wonder if a large number of them were. Some way they look like it." Then immediately he addressed the gentleman on his right. "Do you belong to the circle, sir?" Now the gentleman proved to be none other than our friend Mr. Fenton. He had strayed away from all the members of his party, and was at that moment indulging in the feeling, dismal to a man who is unaccustomed to being much away from home, that he was surrounded by a large company and was yet alone. He started suddenly on being addressed, and had some ado to bring his thoughts back to the present and answer in the affirmative. "Glad to see you then. We C.L.S.C. people are all friends, you know. I am Mr. Preston of New York, and this is Mr. Burns of Iowa." Thus pressed, Mr. Fenton succeeded in remembering his own name and place of residence. The three gentlemen shook hands cordially, and were soon in full tide of talk concerning the merits of the literary circle of which they were members, and the advantages on every side to be found at Chautauqua. "The whole scheme is worthy of its originator," said Mr. Preston heartily, "and I do not know that I could say anything more. I admire Dr. Vincent as one of the most far-seeing men of the age. this scheme of his is going to do more for the men and women of the present generation than anything outside of positive religious effort that has ever been attempted." "I think so," assented his friend heartily. "One reason why I like it is the fact that it is not confined to the young people. The two divisions of society are being welded together by this very scheme. Don't you know that society is at work divorcing young people from those in middle life? We have our separate social gatherings and our separate religious gatherings. I have sometimes been afraid that the passion for separateness would grow until we had our separate churches, one for the young people and one for their fathers and mothers. There is too much of it. Parents feel it, I think, keenly. Their sons and daughters are being educated to seek their pleasures and their pursuits away outside of the parents' line of influence. That is one great reason of my admiration of this scheme. Here the sons and their fathers, the daughters and their mothers, are invited and encouraged to work and talk and plan together. My daughter and I have been reading biology together this spring, and my son, in business about 100 miles away, has been reading the same. We have corresponded concerning our opinions, and talked the thing up when he came down home, and have had a good time. Being drawn together as no common interest outside of our Christian faith has drawn us since they were children. Haven't you experienced something of those advantages, Mr. Fenton?" "Yes," said Mr. Fenton with great heartiness, thinking of Robert, and of the talk they had had together that very morning about the lecture in astronomy. Just then strolled in Jack Butler, and took a seat nearly in front of them. Why Jack Butler, who still affected to despise the whole Chautauqua scheme as superficial, and destined not to last, should have come to the round table, is perhaps a mystery. He recognized Mr. Fenton by a careless nod, that gentleman not being of sufficient importance in his estimation to bestow much of his valuable notice upon. "I have observed that young man several times," said Mr. Preston, inclining his head toward Jack. "He seems to hover on the outside of things. Do you know him, Mr. Fenton?" On being informed who he was, and from what place, Mr. Preston expressed a desire to be introduced, on the plea that he had a general interest in young men. So Mr. Fenton, much doubting whether Jack would approve, still found courage to touch his august shoulder, and make the desired presentation. The two strangers were genial, and Jack was stiff. He was one of that unfortunate class who live in the belief that every person is inferior to them until he proves the contrary. "You do not belong to our circle, I think?" Mr. Preston said, and Jack shrugged his elegant shoulders and shook his head. "I have never found leisure for such an entertainment," he said superciliously. "I am a hard student, and am preparing to become a harder one, as I expect to take up law. The society you have here seems to afford a good deal of amusement to certain classes of people, but there are those, you know, who have no time for amusement." The shadow of a smile flitted for a moment over the gentleman's face, but he made courteous answer. "Still, some of the studies taken up in the CLSC act as a sort of intellectual pastime to a hard student, affording him recreation and mental stimulus at the same time, and giving him a rare opportunity to sharpen his intellect against those of others in a social way." "It may be a very good thing for self-made men, and for those who have had no other opportunity," said Jack condescendingly. "I have somewhat changed my mind in regard to it since I see that some who were supposed to be hopeless are really learning something. For the masses it may do very well, though even then it has defects that perhaps offset all the advantages. There is great danger of a little so-called learning, Mr. Preston. Still, we give them the benefit of all they can get. But of course, those who have had the superior advantages of the best schools and colleges can be only bored by the whole thing." After which lofty deliverance Jack considered his duty done toward those evidently self-made men, and turned from them and gave himself up to the thoughtful twisting of his mustache. At that moment appeared young Robert Fenton, his face full of suppressed satisfaction of some sort. Coming to his father's side, out of hearing of the two gentlemen, but in direct line with Jack Butler's ear, He spoke in a boy's poorly suppressed whisper. "Father, Mr. Bennet is 2 or 3 seats behind you, and he wants to know if you can't hunt up an excuse of some sort for introducing him to Judge Preston. He says he has wanted to know him for the last 3 years." "Judge Preston?" repeated Mr. Fenton in amaze. "Where is he? Who is he? How could I introduce him?" "Why, he is that gentleman right beside you, the one with glasses. You have been talking with him ever so long. Mr. Bennet says he is one of the most prominent lawyers in New York." Poor Jack Butler! He twisted his mustache until the ends were like fine cords. To have made such a mistake! To have talked his platitudes about self-made men, and advantages, and law studies, before Judge Preston! For he too recognized the eminent name as soon as the title was attached. To what depths of humiliation was this horrible Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle destined to sink him? Before he had time to compose his nerves, or decide upon a course of action that should restore his self-satisfaction, a little rustle through the circle announced the coming of its chief. He could not have been other than gratified by the sight of the many eager, smiling faces raised expectantly to him. His sense of gladness over the, even at this early day, grand result of his experiment showed in his voice and in his first hearty words. "It is good to be here. I greet you as members of the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle." When the members of classes belonging to the several years were called upon to rise, the 2 distinguished lawyers nodded their satisfaction to each other over the large number that responded. More than that, strangers sitting beside each other, thus made aware of their fraternity, as they resumed their seats, cordially held out hands of greeting which were as cordially clasped. These little aside scenes not announced on the program were going on all over the hall, making hearts that a few minutes before had felt lonely beat faster with a sense of companionship and mutual interest. Then the familiar talk went on. It was the circle's opportunity to find fault with its leaders, and they made good use of the occasion. "I like that church," said a man speaking of a certain denomination, "because they give folks a chance to talk back at the minister." Perhaps something of this spirit animated the good-natured grumblers in the hall that day. Now was their chance to "talk back" at those who had been directing them for the past year. There was the utmost freedom. "Have no undue modesty," urged Dr. Vincent, "or timidity about stating your difficulties. If they reflect upon the secretary or the publishers or the president, talk away. We are anxious to be right. Better to be right than to be president. And we want from your wisdom to grow wise." "I don't see what fault they can have to find," murmured Caroline. "It seems to me that the system is nearly perfect. I have nothing to say." "I have," declared her companion, and he shouted out his complaint. "There is an occasional lack of agreement between the large book and the Chautauqua text book, as for instance in Merivale's history." Dr. Vincent's instant and grave reply that he shall have to call Dr. Merivale's attention to that, and have him set it right, called forth bursts of laughter from those who knew that the speaker was himself the author of the little text book referred to. "It is easy enough to grumble," said Judge Preston. "If that is what he wants, I can help. I had to wait for 2 weeks for my copy of Merivale." And he called out, "A failure to have the books published as announced is one of our troubles." "Now," said Dr. Vincent, "let me tell you a story. Take Merivale's Rome to found it on. One morning the publishers of that book received an order after this fashion: 'We want you tomorrow to send up 1,000 copies of Merivale's Rome.' They look at each other. 'Why,' they say, 'we haven't 300 copies of that book in stock. Every press is busy getting out new books already promised. We can't possibly fill this order under 10 days.' But before the 10 days have passed, in comes an order for another 1,000. Then some Western publisher writes for 500, and another for 200 or 100, and the publishers wake up one morning to find orders for 7,000 copies of Merivale. What on earth is the matter?" Amid the outburst of applause and the laughter that greeted this explanation, Judge Preston said to Mr. Fenton, "I'm glad I grumbled, aren't you?" There is nothing like a chance to find fault to open people's mouths. There were plenty to talk, and the replies that they received were prompt, clear, and good-naturedly given. In utmost good humor, at the close of the half hour, the circle adjourned, most of their troubles swept away by being let behind the scenes and permitted to see the troubles surging over those who had been trying to serve them. "The fact is, it is easier to sit at home and growl over the mistakes that other people make than it is to correct your own," declared one gray-haired man as he passed down the aisle. "I guess they are doing the best they can for us. I won't fret if my next volume is 20 minutes behind time." A general greeting time followed the more formal meeting. People who had passed each other in the avenues as strangers now concluded to shake hands and be acquainted. "We ought to wear badges," said a cheery-faced old gentleman, shaking the hand of a pretty girl. "Here we young people all belong to the same circle, and there is no means of our knowing it until we stumble upon each other at the round table." "It is suggestive of another thought," said a third gentleman, holding out his hand. "I have been wondering how many of us are children of the same family traveling towards home and failing to recognize the kinship on the way. And they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. Sometimes I am in a hurry for the name to be put there, so that my brothers and sisters may all know me." "I belong to both circles," said a middle-aged woman, turning to the speaker. "I'm a C.L.S.C., reading up my Merivale and all that to keep company with my boy while he plows and I bake and churn. We always finish up the day with a chapter in the book, and a talk with the elder brother. That is the way to get the very best out of the circle." Just behind her stood Mrs. Fenton. She had reached forth her hand, desiring to grasp that of the plain-faced, gray-eyed woman, but instinctively she drew it back with a little sigh. She could not claim kinship in that higher sense. What if she and her boy Robert finished up the day with a chapter from the book and a talk with the elder brother? Young Robert, meantime, was hovering near his father, on his face an eager, pleased light. Other men, grand-looking, with massive brains and scholarly foreheads, were standing near, chatting familiarly, shaking hands with Judge Preston, who was saying to right and left of him, "Mr. Fenton, Dr. Howard," and "Mr. Fenton, Professor Burton, a member of Professor Monteith's local circle." And his father was bowing and smiling, returning the cordial greetings, and joining in the conversation. In every sense one with these men, while Jack Butler hovered on the outskirts and heard the names. Young Robert was but a boy, not advanced enough in real manhood to keep this last thought from affording him a dash of amusement. His father, turning just after some specially honored introduction, caught the light in the boy's eyes, and laid his hand caressingly on Robert's shoulder. It was a pleasant thing to the father to feel that his young son was unmistakably proud of him. "Is this your son?" asked Professor Burton, and behold, his hand was stretched to clasp young Robert's. "An embryo C.L.S.C., I suppose?" "Yes, and an enthusiast about the whole subject," laughed his father. "Good for you, my boy. See that you join us as soon as your special school days are over. The C.L.S.C. will almost have encircled the world by that time. Meantime, my young friend, I hope you remember that there is nothing to hinder you from belonging to the circle of Christian workers." So they were more than literary, more than scientific, many of these great men. Their splendid minds had bowed in lowliness before the cross of Christ, and they counted it an honor to be numbered among his followers. Be sure that this fact was not lost upon the keen-eyed boy who was watching every word they said with such eager admiration. "They are certainly greater men than Kent Monteith," he said to himself, as he hovered in the background and listened. And the unspoken comment of his mind was, that one or the other of them was certainly mistaken in regard to the Bible and the man, Christ Jesus. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. I mean it, and I mean it forever. It was a different scene that the white-pillared Hall of Philosophy viewed next. I wonder if the story of all the varying events which have transpired under that fair building will ever be written. It was the pretty Amy who was prominent in this one. Even Mrs. Fenton admitted that she grew prettier as the days went by. Her companion was not James Ward on this particular morning, but Mrs. Fenton herself. As that lady emerged with flushed cheeks from some domestic task in the little kitchen and brushed her hair, she expressed her mind to Caroline. "What do you suppose that little pink and white child wants of me this morning? She kidnapped me in the hall last night, and asked me if I wouldn't take a little bit of a walk with her all alone, just as early as I could." "Who, Amy?" "Yes, Amy, and I'll venture that pail of blackberries that she and James have made complete idiots of themselves, and she wants to confess the fact to me, and get me to negotiate with her mother. If these two simpletons have engaged themselves to each other, they ought to be drowned a little in the lake. A mere boy and girl. She away back in her teens, and he worse. A boy in his teens is 20 years younger than a girl of the same age, anyway. But I just expect it. What am I to do?" "I don't see how you can do anything," Caroline said with troubled face. "If I were her mother, I would try hard to bring her to a sense of the ridiculousness of it all. But I don't see how we are any of us to blame." "Yes, that's the trouble. Her father and mother will blame us, blame me at least, because she was put specially in my care. I wish I had been asleep when I said I would take care of her. But how was I to help her being a simpleton since she was born one? I hadn't the least idea that James Ward would be guilty of any such folly. Were they intimate before they came here, Caroline?" "He used occasionally to walk home with her from the circle," Caroline said thoughtfully. "But I never gave the matter any thought. Her mother knew all about it, for I met them one day walking together, Amy and her mother and James. They all seemed equally pleasant, so of course I didn't think of it twice. But here it is different. We feel in a sense responsible for one so young, and I've tried hard to have Amy realize that she ought not to be so much in company with James while away from her father and mother. She has been doing better for a few days, I think." "Well, she's going to do worse this morning, you may depend, and I'm sure I don't know what to say to the little dunce. I wish she were at home with her mother. I'm glad I haven't any girls to bring up. They are worse than boys, I believe, though James is quite as foolish as she. If my Robert ever gets to parading around in this fashion, I don't know what I shall do. The only young woman he cares about as yet is you, Caroline, and I feel comparatively safe about that." Saying which, half laughing, half vexed, and wholly troubled, the motherly woman set her sun hat in order, took her sun umbrella, and joined the small, fair creature in buff who stood outside waiting. "It is good in you," said the little Amy, "to leave all your cares and take a walk with me this morning. I hope it hasn't inconvenienced you." "Oh, no," said Mrs. Fenton, resolving on being as cordial and as gentle as she could, and try her powers of influence over the child to bring her back to common sense. "We have dinner all planned, and Caroline is managing it. She is worth half a dozen of me at any time. Caroline is a grand girl, Amy, and she will make a grand woman. She hasn't frittered away her girlhood on follies. She is fresh for whatever life can offer her womanhood. I don't like to see little girls play at being women. It not only spoils them for ever being true women, but spoils their enjoyment afterwards." She looked keenly at the foolish face beside her, and wondered, did Amy understand what she meant? There was a heightened color about the fair young face, but at the same time there was a calm in her eyes, and a sweetness about her mouth, that gave no sense of being consciously wrong, or even foolish. Mrs. Fenton did not know whether to be encouraged or the contrary. If Amy were so much a child that she could not reason, what was to be said to her? They turned down the broad and singularly pleasant avenue leading directly to the Hall. Amy seemed instinctively to bend her steps in that direction, and Mrs. Fenton, with curious surmisings, followed her lead. She knew that the child walked that way every morning, sometimes quite early. The hall was deserted now, the early lecture having been concluded and the crowds gone elsewhere. The cool lake breezes were playing through the building, and an air of summer calm rested on it. "Have you ever been here before this morning?" Mrs. Fenton asked as they helped themselves to chairs. "No'm, I didn't come to the 8 o'clock lecture. So many people say they are grand, but I don't know enough to enjoy them, so I save my strength. Oh, yes'm, I was here very early this morning, before most people were up. I like the hall then almost better than at any other hour of the day." She seemed in no haste to reach the special object of this walk, if it had a special object, but talked in a desultory manner of the lectures, the concerts, and what not, while Mrs. Fenton, restlessly eager to go to the auditorium for the morning meeting, heartily wished that the conference were over. "Did you hear the lecture yesterday afternoon?" questioned Amy, calling her companion back from inward fuming. "Of course I did," spoken with energy. "I would not have missed it for a great deal." "Wasn't it just splendid! I think I liked it better than anything yet except the children's meetings. You don't know how nice they are." "You don't attend them, do you? Well, Mrs. Fenton, you would be surprised to see how much the little things are learning, and not only the little things. I suppose I ought to have known long ago all those lessons about the Bible, but I didn't. When I went to Sabbath school I used to be very much mortified when the teacher gave me a reference to find in one of those little bits of books in the Old Testament, because I could never find the place. I have fumbled and grown red in the face over it many a time, but I never thought of learning them until I went to the children's meetings. They have such an interesting way of remembering their position that I learned it too." Now the truth is that Mrs. Fenton herself had been annoyed more than once in that very manner. Hosea and Joel, and Amos and Obadiah, and all the list of books with few leaves were mixed in inextricable confusion in her mind. It was only at the last meeting of their circle that some one asked her to refer to a prophecy in Micah, and she looked her Bible over before the Psalms and after the Psalms, unable to determine where Micah was located. So, while she laughed over Amy's story, she also blushed, and resolved to look in on that children's meeting the very next morning, and see if mayhap she might learn to locate Micah. Although a Chautauquan of several weeks' standing, she had not yet heard of Ho Jo Am, Ob Jo Mi Na. And even if she had, I much doubt whether she would have been able, without help, to discover its connection with the Minor Prophets. "Dr. Vincent is a splendid teacher for little children," continued Amy with enthusiasm. "Dr. Vincent?" with a start of surprise. "Does he lead the children's class? What is there that that man doesn't do, I wonder?" "Oh, it isn't our Dr. Vincent, the leader of everything, you know, but a brother of his. He looks like him and acts like him some. And when you don't see his face, the voices are so much alike that you would think that they were the same person." It was wonderful how eager was Amy's interest in children's meetings, and indeed any other meeting that she could think of this morning. Mrs. Fenton looked at her watch and declared it to be growing late. They must hasten back or they would lose the grand opening at the auditorium, which she wouldn't miss for anything. Thus called to order, Amy, with deeply flushed face and downcast eyes and sweet lips that quivered a little, and lowered tones, said, "I have something to tell you, Mrs. Fenton." "Have you?" Despite her good resolves, the lady's voice was dry and unsympathetic. How could she be tender and encouraging when she felt it her duty to apply harsh measures, to unhesitatingly explain to the child that she was a simpleton, and ought to be sent home to her mother by the next boat? I think Amy's sensitive nature felt the coldness of the tone, for her eyes drooped lower. She went on hurriedly. "Yes'm, I felt as though I ought to tell you, and indeed I wanted to, though I hardly knew how to do it. I need your help, I am so young and ignorant." There was a tender pleading note in the almost baby lips, but Mrs. Fenton in spite of herself felt severe. It was so silly. Why, the child wasn't so very much older than her Robert. I am not sure but the thought of Robert helped her to feel severe. Young people are expected to be ignorant of a good many things, and to remain so, she said coldly. Their time for knowledge will come fast enough. It is the height of folly to hurry one's life. The drooping blue eyes were raised a moment to her face in grave questioning. Then they fell again. "Yes," she said simply, "I don't expect to do great things, of course, nor to be of much importance in any way. Yet there are things that I ought to know, and to do, perhaps. You see, it isn't a passing fancy that I may forget to-morrow. I am not like that at all. It is a settled thing, settled for life." I am glad she was not looking up just then. She would have seen Mrs. Fenton's lip curl. A compassionate curl it was, though, after all. As if they didn't all talk so, silly girls. But she began to feel sorry for the child by her side, who was trying, before her time, to be a woman. How could she best speak so as to help her feel that this was probably not for life at all, but a schoolgirl whim that should be laid aside at least for years? "If I were you, Amy," she said suddenly and with vigor, "I would bring my good sense to bear in this matter. I would resolutely resolve to think no more about it until I was 20. Then if you are of the same mind, it will be time enough to think about such serious responsibilities." She was looking full at the pretty child now, anxious more than she could tell as to the result of her words. There was an unmistakable deepening of color in Amy's cheeks, but the voice was steady, steadier than it had been at all, and her wide open blue eyes, full of sweet gravity, were leveled at the matron. "I cannot," she said simply. "I have made a solemn pledge. On my knees, in this very hall, I promise to belong to the Lord Jesus Christ forever. Besides, Mrs. Fenton, I might not live to be 20. Then it would be all too late. And indeed, indeed, I would not take back my pledge if I could. It is very sweet to belong to him, body and soul. I mean it, and I mean it forever." Who shall describe to you Mrs. Fenton's state of mind? What an egregious blunder she had made! And when one came to think of it, what a stupendous blunder it was! Here had she actually been seeming to counsel a young girl to wait until she was 20 before she gave her heart to Christ. The blood rushed violently into her face. The first inclination to laugh passed suddenly and left an almost necessity for tears. "Amy, child," she cried, "I do not know what I have been talking about. Forget every word I have said. I did not understand you in the least. I mean, I thought you were talking about something else, something entirely different." "No, ma'am," said Amy in grave innocence. "I only mean that I belong to Christ now, and I thought I ought to tell some one older than I, who could advise me. There are things that I might do, if I knew how. And there are a great many things, I suppose, that I ought not to do, but I am so young and so ignorant about it all that I shall keep making mistakes. I felt the need of help. If you would be so good as to help me, Mrs. Fenton." Perhaps Mrs. Fenton will never feel so grieved and humiliated again as she did in that hour under that cry for help. She was womanly and motherly and tender in all her feelings and impulses, despite the irritation which she had suffered to creep over her concerning this little girl. It was but a surface irritability after all. Had the child been sick, no mother could have watched over her with more careful tenderness than Mrs. Fenton would have brought to the emergency. Skillful tenderness, too. She was a deft-handed woman. She knew both how and what and the best way of doing. Had Amy wanted to know how to fit her next pretty dress, or loop her skirt, or clear starch her laces, Mrs. Fenton could and would have given prompt and wise assistance. Had it been the question of preparing almost any article of food in a housekeeper's list, this matron would have brought skillful hands to the work. But to be called upon to direct a young Christian what to do for Christ, and what not to do that would be called against him, This indeed was work from which she shrank back appalled. There was a silence so complete and so long lasting that Amy looked up in timid inquiry, and found that her companion's eyes were full of tears. "You have come to the wrong person, dear child," she said, and her voice was tremulous. "I don't know anything about it. I do not belong to him myself. It is a shame to me to have to admit it. I am glad for you, Amy. I know it is a good way. My mother was a Christian, and she used to hope that I would become one while I was young, but I never did. I wish I could help you, dear child, but I don't know how. All I know is, to be very glad that you have made so early and so good a choice. If I were your mother, I should be more glad of that than of any news that could come to me from you." "Not one yourself?" said Amy, in wide-eyed wonder. "Why, Mrs. Fenton, I thought you were." Once more Mrs. Fenton felt humiliated. It was true that Amy had sought her out as the proper person with whom to talk, without giving a thought to the possibility of her not being in sympathy. She knew her as a woman who always occupied the fifth seat from the front in their church, who was nearly always in her seat, be the weather pleasant or forbidding. She knew her as one who superintended the making of delicious coffee at all the church festivals, as one who helped set tables and decorate rooms when anything for the church was being done. She knew her as one to whom the girls were always appealing in the sewing circle. "Mrs. Fenton, do you turn this up so, to hem? Mrs. Fenton, is this the way to put in this sleeve? Let's ask Mrs. Fenton, she will know. Mrs. Fenton, how does this little apron go together?" Amy herself never stayed to communion. How was she to know that the bread and wine were never offered to the Fentons? She did not go to prayer meeting herself. How could she be expected to know that the Fentons were strangers there? She knew of this woman only as the one who seemed to be prominent in every good work of the church, and on terms of intimacy with all such. Who so proper for Amy, with her new-found hopes and wishes, to confide in, as the woman under whose motherly care she had come to Chautauqua? "You should have chosen Caroline for a confidant," said Mrs. Fenton, with a great throb of sorrow at her heart, and a twinge almost like jealousy, as she thought, what if her boy Robert were looking for help in the same direction? She could not give it, nor could his father. The walk back to the cottage was a quiet one. About Mrs. Fenton there was a sense of embarrassment. The foolish little girl on whom she had hitherto looked down had suddenly soared above her world into realms of thought that she was unable to reach. She must actually look upon this dainty bit of flesh and blood with respect hereafter, for Mrs. Fenton respected a real Christian wherever found; and something about Amy, a sort of sweet dignity and quiet, such as she had never noticed in her before, stamped her at once in Mrs. Fenton's eyes as one of royal adoption. The matron had suddenly forgotten her anxiety to be off to the morning meeting, and walked slowly alongside the fair young girl, in great doubt as to what to say. Something ought to be said to her. "Have you talked with anyone about this?" she asked her, hesitating over the words as one painfully unacquainted with the dialect. "Only Mr. Ward," Amy said quietly. And indeed she could hardly say that she talked with him. It was rather that he talked with her. He pointed out the way for her, made it so plain that she could not but understand, and himself led the way. "He, too!" said Mrs. Fenton. She gave a little start, and there was a flush on her face. Was she glad? Yes, really and truly. Looking on, she knew enough of the power of the religion of Jesus Christ to be sure that an actually enlisted soldier, serving under his banner, was sure of victory. Then who should rejoice more heartily than she to hear that the boy whom she had mothered in her heart for these many months was safe? Then what about that twinge that was like pain? Oh me! The real mother could not but have a heart spasm over the thought that the boy to whom she had given just a small corner of her heart, a small fraction of her care, had strided ahead and reached the rock, leaving her Robert still behind among the breakers. Yet, remember, she had never in her life pointed out the rock to him, nor urged his feet to hasten to it. Inconsistent mother! It was a difficult story to tell Caroline. Remember, she had not understood the language. "You are late," said that young woman as Mrs. Fenton and Amy emerged from under the trees and came into sunlight, Amy passing the two with a bow and smile and going directly to her room. "All the world has gone to meeting. I waited for you and the bread. The last loaf is out of the oven, and Miss Butler says she will look out for the meat. She is not going out this morning. Are you ready now?" "I don't know," replied Mrs. Fenton in a slow, dazed tone, and Caroline, looking at her, was partly amused, partly troubled. Evidently the little Amy had left her in a peculiar state of mind. "Did you decide what to say to the child, and did all you could say do any good?" "No, or rather yes. Oh, I don't know!" And then Mrs. Fenton laughed a little. "I am a simpleton, Caroline. It is all right. The little thing is just as sweet as she can be, and wiser than the most of us. And as for James, I don't believe I will worry about him any more. I only wish my boy were as safe." Whereupon, to Caroline's utter dismay, the usually bright-eyed, cheery-faced woman lifted to her gaze eyes that were swimming in tears. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Them Christian Commission folks. The new houses, plans for which had been placed in Mr. Tucker's hands, were progressing finely, Paul Adams having proved so faithful a worker that his employer daily congratulated himself on having "brought the boy along." A very industrious man was Mr. Tucker. Few of the meetings beguiled either him or his workmen from saw and plane. But there came a day in which he announced at day dawn that he shouldn't do a stroke of work, neither need his hands. "It is a regular 4th of July day," he said triumphantly, "2 or 3 of 'em mixed in together. Them Christian Commission folks were the greatest fellows we had in the war. I used to read about them, and our folks used to send them things, and I thought then I'd go to hear them talk whenever I got a chance." By this you will understand that the Christian Commission folks were having a reunion at Chautauqua. To that meeting came Paul Adams, hovering on the outskirts. It was the first entire day that had been taken from the two houses for meetings, and Paul was not yet decided whether to devote it to the meeting or to the study of Latin. You will remember that he had "pitched into that," to use an expressive phrase borrowed from his friend Joe, and that he had brought to it all the energy and more skill than he gave to Merivale. Already Professor Holmes had singled him out as one determined to learn, and was giving him just the hints that he needed to make his progress very rapid. So Paul was jealous of a whole day, and had almost resolved on spending it over his book, without going to the auditorium at all. The extraordinary crowds that were pushing in that direction, however, had beguiled him into going down to look on for a minute. Then he fully meant to return to his Latin. He arrived at the big tree, against which he leaned just as a voice was saying, "Mr. Chairman, it is fitting that this reunion should take place at Chautauqua, which is another Christian commission." The words conveyed no special meaning to Paul Adams, who had no enthusiasm for anything Christian, but the voice he recognized as Dr. Vincent's, and the spell of Chautauqua was sufficiently upon him to make him wait to hear whatever that voice had to say. So he squared off against the tree for better support and listened, and by the time the closing sentence had been reached, "I take great pleasure in behalf of the officers of the Chautauqua Sunday School Assembly in bidding you welcome this morning to our lakeside, to our groves, to our temples, to our homes, to the ringing of our bells, the singing of our songs, the breathing of our prayers, the clasping of hands, the union of hearts, and the furtherance in every possible way of an intelligent Christian unity among all those who live under our flag, and who believe in our Lord Jesus Christ." No hands rang together more heartily, or held to the cheering longer than did those of Paul Adams, albeit he had never, in the sense that the speaker meant, believed in the Lord Jesus Christ. He intended fully to return to his Latin as soon as Dr. Vincent sat down, but of course he waited for the Chautauqua salute with which General Fisk was greeted. He even fumbled in each pocket for a handkerchief, and drew it forth, somewhat soiled, indeed, but loyal to the occasion. How could he help adding another to the white wings? He had no special knowledge of the name, General Fisk, and I think would have turned away directly the salute was over, had not a young man at his left questioned another after this fashion. "Who is General Fisk, anyhow?" Whereupon young Bennet, who stood with Jack Fenton just back of Paul, commented thus: "Shouldn't you suppose that any person who laid claim to the very slightest amount of general information would know General Fisk by name?" The half sneer which accompanied the words made Paul Adams resolve to stay and see if he could discover who General Fisk was. Not that he "laid claim" to a large amount of general information, but he had resolved some time before this that his stock should be increased whenever opportunity afforded. Much to his disappointment, the General, whom everybody seemed so eager to honour, was not the next speaker, but young Bennet again held him by saying, "Ah, now we shall hear something grand. George H. Stuart always does a fine thing." "Then it is my business to hear him do it," said Paul, squaring himself against the tree. "A fellow who always does a fine thing ought to be worth hearing." But Paul Adams, although he was passably well posted in Merivale, was studying Latin with all his might, and had managed in the past few months to acquire considerable general information, had yet neglected his early opportunities, such as they were, too entirely to be deeply interested in a speech that did not touch in some way the little knowledge that he possessed. Therefore, after standing first on one foot and then the other for a time, he was again on the point of leaving, when Mr. Stuart suddenly held aloft a sheet of paper and said, "None of you have money enough to buy this letter." "My!" said Paul, and he looked about him on the vast audience. Unmistakably there were those, many of them, who had plenty of money. What did the man mean? "It is an autograph letter," continued the speaker. Paul actually did not know what an autograph letter was. Let me tell you the immense difference between him and many another ignorant fellow of his age, and give you at the same time an incontrovertible proof that his mind had awakened, and would not be likely to sleep again. He instantly determined to know, as soon as he came in contact with a dictionary, exactly what the word meant, and to that end he wrote it on a bit of chip with which he had been playing. Meantime he was listening. "When I am dead and gone," said the speaker, "I hope it will sell for $100,000 to some man to send the gospel of Christ to the heathen. It was written in the handwriting of a man you have heard of. The letter reads as follows: Executive Mansion, Washington, December 12, 1861. Rev. George H. Stuart, Chairman of Christian Commission. My dear Sir, your letter of the 11th instant and accompanying plan, both of which are returned as a convenient mode of connecting this with them, have just been received. Your Christian and benevolent undertaking for the benefit of the soldiers is too obviously proper and praiseworthy to admit of any difference of opinion. I sincerely hope that the plan may be as successful in execution as it is just and general in conception. Your obedient servant, A. Lincoln. Now Paul Adams was by no means so lamentably ignorant as not to have heard of that name. You perhaps will remember that his weak and feeble little mother was a hero worshipper, and one of her heroes had been Abraham Lincoln. There was scarcely a detail of his homely early life, his wonderful career as a patriot and a president, and his tragic death, that she had not told over and over again to her boy. So no hands were more ready than the boy's to cheer, and he needed nothing more to hold him to that tree. George H. Stuart had won his heart. Moreover, from that point in the address, As if some subtle instinct had told the speaker what a power his words were to be to one soul, he changed his manner of address and confined himself closely to incidents, thrilling, earnest, eager, such as the boy Paul could understand. He held up a 5-pound note which he said the Bank of England tried to buy, but they had not money enough. It was the gift of a poor woman who sent it to Mr. Lincoln with the request that he would use it in buying Bibles for the soldiers. He sent it to Mr. Stuart, who told its story here and there until it had earned for the soldiers over $100,000. Paul's eyes grew large and thoughtful, but there was something besides the immense sum of money that astonished him. It was the fact that so much importance was evidently attached to the giving of Bibles to the soldiers. Why should there be considered a connection between soldiers and Bibles? His thoughts went off on a side track reviewing this question. The speaker came into line again. "Here is a Testament," he said, holding up a little bruised and battered volume, "that has been in Exeter Hall, and Rome, Florence, Italy, and Paris, and has been examined by many, up to the Pope's very door. He did not get hold of it. I was afraid to trust him with it. It was before the days when Italy was free, and I was told it was dangerous to carry a Bible in there. But I said I would risk that book, for I know its history. Do you see that little hole there? The bullet went in at the last chapter of Revelation, and it passed through every chapter of the New Testament until it reached the first chapter of Matthew, and all there was between the soldier and eternity was that lid. That was in the breast pocket of a Confederate soldier in Tennessee, and it was sent to me as one of the treasures of the war." "Bible again," muttered Paul. It began to be apparent that there was much in common between soldiers and the Bible. The magnitude of the figures presented next amazed him. "The first year," said Mr. Stuart, "our whole value in stores and cash came to $356,000, and we thought the millennium had come. The last 4 months gave us $2,260,000. Immediately the newly awakened brains of the boy went to calculating, not only how much that would be in a year, but what he would do if he had, say, half as much money as that. He came back to give attention to the speaker just as he was explaining the method that the Christian Commission employed for recognizing soldiers who fell in battle. A piece of parchment called an identifier was given to each, on which, for instance, was printed the following: "I am John Smith, Company I, Regiment 34, 3rd Brigade, 2nd Division, 4th Army Corps." And as John Smith is putting that around his neck, he reads on it these words: "God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life." Paul knew that verse. It was one of his mother's. It had been one of his in childhood. Again and again had his mother called for it in the twilight of a Sabbath evening, and talked to him about the wonderful gift of a son, until he well remembered that, because it made him feel so dreadful to see her cry. He gruffly told her one evening that he was sick and tired of that verse, and never meant to recite it again. In his secret heart he had carried about the conviction that his mother stood alone in the fuss that she made about those things, and that it was not the sort of talk for boys. Looking about on this immense audience, and observing the tearful interest which it gave to these details, it became evident to Paul that he had reached mistaken conclusions. He walked slowly away from the meeting, kicking pebbles before him in a meditative way, and presently ran against James Ward. That young man had seen little of his old associate since the special meetings commenced, so little that at times his conscience reproached him for making no effort to interest Paul in that which had become to him the most important of all topics. "Well?" he said interrogatively, changing his quick step to accommodate Paul's slower mood. "Been to the meeting? What do you think?" "It's all Bible," said Paul, still speaking in that meditative tone. "All what?" a little startled. That phase of the meeting had not impressed young Ward. He had asked the question that he did merely to start conversation, not intending to introduce abruptly the subject about which he felt that he ought sometime to talk with Paul. All Bible. I supposed it would be about the war, but every single speaker had something to say about the Bible, as though it was the most important book in the world. As of course it is, said James. Why is it? All people don't think so. There are plenty of men, scholars too, who don't believe in it at all. Don't you go to believing any such stuff as that, declared James, with a wise shake of his head. How many of the crowd gathered here this summer belong to that class, do you suppose? It is plain to be seen that a great many of them are scholars, understanding the languages in which the book was written, and so able to judge for themselves. Now how many of these do you suppose you could find who don't believe every word there is in the Bible? How do you know they believe in it? Well, that isn't so easy to answer, unless I do it by asking the same question. How do you know it? They show it somehow in their looks and actions, and you are just as sure of it as though you heard them say so. But I don't believe you can explain how you know. This argument Paul turned over in his mind in grave silence, and was somewhat surprised, after careful consideration, to discover that it was correct. Supposing that is so, he said after a pause, what does it prove? Proves a good deal to me. Look here, Paul, here is a book that ever so many men and women have read, folks who know very little, but they have got enough out of it to make them over into new people. Then ever so many other men and women who know about all there is to learn out of books have read the same book and believed in it, and say that it has made them over too. Shows that it is a rather wonderful book now, doesn't it? Where did you get that? Questioned Paul. Got it from the normal class partly, and part of it I made up out of the talk I heard there. It is a good argument, you see. The normal class? What is that? Haven't you been to any of the meetings? Why, it is a class where they study up these questions, and a good many others. There is a teacher who is well posted, and there is a good deal of general talk. I find them about as interesting as anything that is going on. Belong to the CLSC? No, not exactly. That is, you can be a member of both societies, or either. No, it is a separate thing, but a great many who belong to the circle have joined the normal. When does it meet? Questioned Paul, resolved then and there to look in on this new circle, and get light on certain new ideas, if he could. Have you seen anything of Joe? The brother presently asked him. Why, yes, said Paul, a gleam of fun lighting up a pair of eyes that, now that they had ceased to be sleepy, were handsome. I saw him at the door of his tent, trying to contrive a plan for setting up another cot. He has more tenants than he can accommodate, and he talks of renting another tent. Joe has got into business, and he'll make money as sure as you live. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. What's in a name? The young student in Latin had fully resolved while at dinner that he would waste no more time on meetings, but would go at once to his den in the attic and give himself up to Latin for the entire afternoon. But he was beguiled therefrom by a chance remark to the effect that General Fisk would be the special speaker of the afternoon. This at once reminded him that he had not yet discovered who General Fisk was, and he determined to sacrifice so much of the hour as would be necessary to add this item to his general information. It happened, however, that all the rest of the world had also resolved on hearing General Fisk, and when Paul reached the auditorium there was not even a vacant tree for him to lean against. He was perhaps 20 minutes in edging his way from seat to seat and from aisle to aisle, trying to get near enough to hear what the ringing voice was saying. At last fortune favored him. One of the numerous badged errand boys, who had a singular faculty for slipping noiselessly into places where apparently was no space, summoned silently a man who occupied a corner of a seat near the side of the platform, into which vacated corner Paul instantly slipped, thus coming within range of voice and eye. This was what he heard. Near to the platform there sat one with open brow and searching eye and a calm and judicial mind, one of the most persevering wisdom, one who had gathered an enviable fame in the field of conflict, who shared largely in the glory of gathering victory from defeat at Chickamauga, one who had given all that he had to the country, and who was too poor for the world to buy, General James A. Garfield of Ohio. Now Paul, by reason of his education on street corners, knew well the sound of that name, but received, in the loud and long-continued and tumultuous applause that followed its mention, his first intimation of how it was regarded by the cultured Christian world. He received also another lesson. "It must be a big thing," he told himself, "to be the kind of man that will set a whole world to cheering just as soon as your name is spoken." Isn't honest ambition to occupy as high a place in the estimation of a Christian public as you can climb to a good thing? Certain new ambitions sprang to life that summer afternoon. You have by this time discovered that Paul Adams had not been educated as a listener. His untutored mind had a habit of going off on the slightest provocation into byways of its own, only coming back to the present as an unusually vigorous sentence or a familiar name recalled him. It was from one of these rovings that he came back to hear the words, "I said I will go and bid Mr. Lincoln good bye before going back to my command. I went to the White House on Tuesday morning and passed into the great room where the throng met on those days who wanted to see the President. There sat foreign ministers and senators and members of Congress and contractors and judges all waiting for an audience. No one could get in. Mr. O'Leary, who used to attend the door and get some of you in for $10 apiece, came out and said that no one could see Mr. Lincoln that morning. Among the disappointed ones I saw a little old man, and I had met him there 2 or 3 evenings before trying to seek an audience with the President. This old man staggered away and sat down on the window sill, the very picture of despair. I said, 'You seem to be in great sorrow. What is the matter?' And he raised his eyes and said, 'Oh, I am in such trouble, sir.' I asked him what it was, and he said, 'Look at that package of papers.' I saw that they were worn and torn and greasy. They had passed through ever so many headquarters and were covered with endorsements. This was his story. When the war broke out, he lived in East Tennessee. He had 2 boys, 16 and 18. They both went into the Federal Army. One of them was wounded in battle and taken to the hospital, and his youngest brother detailed to nurse him. The boy died, and the younger one, homesick and lonesome, had deserted and gone home to see his mother. It was at the time when death was the penalty for desertion, and no one could mitigate the sentence but the President. The old man had been to that greatest of soldiers, who never made a mistake or lost a battle, General George H. Thomas, the commander of the Army of the Cumberland. He had written for the old father a letter to the President, begging him to interfere and save the boy. 'And,' said the father, 'this is Tuesday, and my boy is to be shot on Friday. What shall I do?' It was one of those sad stories, one of 100 sad stories that had made my heart sore, and I went into the private room of the President's secretary. I knew him very well, and I said, 'John, I want to see the President.' 'Why,' said he, 'you cannot see him.' I asked why not. 'Let me tell you,' he said, 'but don't breathe it in Washington. We are going to start for Annapolis in 20 minutes. The engine has been ordered. Stevens, Cameron, and Hunter are waiting for us at Fortress Monroe, and we are going to have peace.' Said I, 'You don't say so! But Mr. Lincoln must not go down there until he has seen this old man. I'll write him a letter.' And I wrote as follows, and the secretary took it in. 'My dear President, there is an old man out here. He has a sorrowful story, and I know you will hear it. Will you see him a moment and oblige me?' And I signed my name. In less time than it takes me to tell it, there came a message from Lincoln to let the old man in, and he turned his back on plenipotentiaries and senators and judges, and walked into the presence of Mr. Lincoln. Perhaps there was nothing at Chautauqua that Paul enjoyed more, on the whole, than he did joining in the applause which instantly followed this sentence. There was that in the manner in which the story had been told that brought the boy into keenest sympathy with the old man, and made him half wild with joy over the thought that the father was actually admitted to the presence of the President. "I'd like to have been him," he said aloud in glee and without regard to grammar. Without doubt there was a member of the circle within hearing to report this slip of the tongue at the next round table. "Who, the old man?" This question from Joe, who had left his tent long enough to come and see what all this crowd was about, and had elbowed his way to Paul's side a few moments before. "No," half in disgust, "the President." "Oh, you aim high. I'd be contented now with being the fellow whose name on a piece of paper had power enough to open the closed doors and let the old man in." "Yes," said Paul, thoughtfully, "that would do." "I say, Paul, what gives these old fellows power to do such things?" "Brains," said Paul, gravely. "Money," said Joe, emphatically, "and I mean to have some of it." "Maybe so. Keep still now and listen," for the story was being continued. "I said to myself, I will see how this thing comes out, and I drew open the door just about an inch. That would have been curiosity in woman, but in man it was simply a spirit of inquiry, you know. There stood the great President, pale and sad, his great hands spread out on the table. The old man got very close before he saw him. Then he said, 'Are you the man that General Fisk sent in here?' 'I don't know who sent me,' said the old man. 'Some one did.' 'Now,' said the President, 'tell me your story very quickly.' So he told him the story, and Lincoln took the papers and said, 'I will send them to Judge Holt, and you can come to night and see what the answer is.' Ah, then the old man's heart sank within him. He just threw himself on the breast of the President and said, 'My God, Mr. President, this must be attended to now. My boy is to be shot on Friday.'" How well I remember that wonderful look of the President. The wonderful look of sadness which mellowed away at once into such perfect humor as he said, "That reminds me of one of General Fisk's stories. Let me tell it to you." And he sat the old man down there by the table, and actually told him the story that I told you a few minutes ago, told it in as much detail as I did. At this point Joe gave his friend an emphatic nudge and said in a loud whisper, "What was the story? I wasn't here." "Keep still," was whispered back. "I'll tell you afterwards." And the speaker continued, "He took 3 times as long to tell that story as it would have taken to read the old man's papers, and then he took an old quill pen that I would give $100 for this minute, and wrote across that paper, 'Let this boy be pardoned. A. Lincoln.'" Paul Adams, utterly unaccustomed as he was to being moved by the power of simple eloquence, had not the least idea what was the matter with him. There was a curious choking sensation in his throat, and a tremulousness about his eyelids that made him think of his mother and of her ever ready tears. Strangely enough, too, as his thoughts went off to that mother, all the tenderness of feeling that had been rising higher and higher within him since this story commenced, poured itself out just then in a strong mental resolution to do for that mother, he hardly knew what, he had no idea how. But in some way he would be to her as grand a helper as ever Abraham Lincoln was to the old man. There was no use in thinking about Latin for the rest of this afternoon. Every word that this man had to say he intended to hear. And now he was proceeding to embalm another name in the heart of Paul Adams, for at that moment whoever General Fisk should glorify would be forever haloed by the boy, Paul. "I felt," said General Fisk, referring to his invitation to Chautauqua, "that I would go a long way to clasp again the hand of the man who gave head and heart and fortune to the United States Christian Commission, the man who this day greets you as the presiding officer of this meeting, George H. Stuart of Philadelphia. It was by his inspiration that the Young Men's Christian Associations of this country became the color bearers in the army of the Lord, and hung the banner of the cross in every encampment and hospital. We had a legion of soldiers who marched forth with their Bibles in their knapsacks, praying as did Cromwell's legion pray, and singing as the Swedes sung at Lutzen, when Gustavus Adolphus led them by his grand, powerful voice. By this man's attention and fortune were all those millions raised of which he told you so little this morning. We owe him more than to all others beside, and every soldier in the field who knew anything about it will bear me testimony that I speak the truth. It was my good fortune to see much and be with much of the work of the Christian Commission, to receive its messages and its messengers. I heard their voices in entreaty and exhortation as they broke upon us on the picket line and by the campfires, and especially around the graves of that multitude of known and unknown who died that this government of the people, by the people, and for the people might not perish from the earth. On Fame's eternal camping ground their silent tents are spread, and glory chants with solemn sound this bivouac of the dead. Ne'er shall their glory be forgot while Fame her record keeps, and Honor points the hallowed spot where Valor's glory sleeps. Nor racks, nor chains, nor Time's remorseless doom shall dim one ray of holy light that gilds their glorious tomb. I do not think that Paul Adams had read a poem since the days in which he had spelled out for his mother's comfort, "Let dogs delight to bark and bite, for 'tis their nature to." It may have been a dim memory of this trying time that made him sneer at all poetry as stuff unworthy the notice of a fellow with an ounce of sense. But as he listened to the earnest voice and earnest words, there came to him the feeling that these smooth flowing lines were different from anything he had ever heard before, and that from this time forth he would become a lover of poetry. Altogether it had been a remarkable day to Paul Adams. Forces, the power of which he by no means realized, had been stirred within him, and would not be likely to sleep again. What a thing it would be to understand all about such a speech as that! This was what he said as he walked away with James Ward, in whose company he again found himself. "What do you mean?" questioned James, wonderingly. "Why, what I said. I'd like to understand all about it." Young Ward did not know whether to feel annoyed or to be patronizing. Was it to be presumed that he did not understand all that had been said? "I don't know that it took a great deal of wisdom to understand what we heard today," he said at last. "I did not find any difficulty." "You didn't?" There was just the suspicion of a sneer in Paul's voice. He did not believe that. "Well, then," he said, "you are just the one to help a fellow. What's Lutzen? And who are the Swedes? And what did they sing? And who was Gustavus Adolphus?" Then was James Ward embarrassed. "I don't know that I can answer such an army of questions as that," he said, flushing. "In fact, I didn't hear half of those names. It was a reference to history, I suppose." "Exactly. I suppose so too. The question is, what history? Where? What was there about it to make folks remember? Those are the things I want to know. I say it would be fine if a fellow knew about them. Between you and me, Jim, if I'd had your chances I believe I should know more about them now." "I believe you would," said James Ward, gravely, all the sense of superiority gone out of him. "I believe you would. I abused my chances, Paul, wasted them and my whole life besides. So did you waste yours. The thing for us to rejoice over is, that we are both so young we can in a sense catch up with the people who have gone ahead. I mean to try it, and I have begun by taking Jesus Christ for my pattern. I believe that is the only sensible way. Will you try it?" Paul, ready-tongued usually, had no sort of answer to make. He was utterly dumbfounded. He had been much too busy over his own plans and pursuits to notice, as others had, the change in his old associate. So this sudden rising of a new flag had all the force of a wonderful surprise about it. he did not half understand the sentence. He did not know whether James Ward actually professed to be what his mother called converted or not. Even if he meant that, Paul had no clear idea of what such a term conveyed, but it meant something, and something new and strange. It was the added force to this wonderful day. It gave to Paul Adams the first gleam of respect that he had ever felt for James Ward. For the first time in his life he recognized a dividing line between them, superiority being on the other's side. And speaking of forces, there came immediately another clearly defined one into his life. "He shan't get ahead of me." That was the way in which he expressed it to himself. Exactly what it might mean the future must define. It is a curious study to find how intersecting lives, all unknown to themselves, influence each other. James, after he left his companion and walked on alone, thought the interview over, paused over Paul's numerous questions, realized that the boy had caught at the strange names and yearned over them as he had not. "He was born to be a scholar," he said emphatically. "I believe he will be one. How strange that no one ever thought of such a thing! I suppose nobody helped him. I might have helped him if I had taken the trouble to help myself. How many things I might have done that I haven't." He quickened his steps as one who had wasted time to make up. As for Paul, before he slept that night he discovered where Lützen was, and who Gustavus Adolphus was, and why they sang that day. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Commissioned to shine. If you have, up to this time, been even a careless reader of this volume, you have doubtless discovered that the center of Chautauqua life was the Hall in the Grove. A beautiful grove, with trees old enough and grand enough to be worthy of their baptismal name, St. Paul's Grove. About the Hall you have heard. White-pillared, simple, plain, yet suggestive of such a brilliant past and hinting of such a glorified future. I don't know how to describe it to you. The effect that this bit of green and white, with a glimmer of lake between, had on all the genuine Chautauquans. The simple truth is that their hearts were there. They loved every green leaf that gently waved a welcome to them as the passing breeze stirred its emotions. There were those among them who could not so much as pass one of the white columns of the hall without a caressing movement such as one would give to a treasure. The very chairs with which it was seated, common enough objects as they were, seemed each to have individuality, and in some subtle, inexpressible sense to be a friend. What spell possessed them? I don't know. Pleasant memories? Yes. Glorious intentions? Yes. Yet these to some do not explain it. Well, don't you know there are things, legions of things, that you cannot explain to some people? You may lay bare your heart, though it quivers over the intrusion, and they will step on it and ask, "Why is this?" and "Of what use is that?" and "What does the other mean?" until, unless you are a saint, you flee from them in dismay. Do you expect me to explain any further to you why the deluded Chautauquans loved their hall? On a certain August afternoon it was in gala attire. Every column was festooned with twining vines. The platform was aglow with flowers and mosses and bright berries. The treasures of the woods had emptied themselves into this favorite spot to add to its glory. The occasion was a special one. Something in the air would have told you that, almost before you caught a glimpse of the special adornings, and of the speed with which the hall was filling. "Humph!" said James Ward to himself in a somewhat discontented tone, as he surveyed the crowded building, and then took his seat on the stump of a tree that had been left near the entrance for ornament. It did not improve the vines growing thereon, to call on the stump so often to assist in seating the audience, but people must have seats. James Ward continued his mental grumbling. If this lecture was prepared expressly for the members of the C.L.S.C. according to program, I should think the crowd might wait until they are seated. especially as it is not yet time for the lecture." There was not much comfort, however, in grumbling to one's self, so the occupant of the stump presently sought in his pockets for something with which to beguile the waiting, and drew therefrom a little book which had been given him the day before, the attraction of which was those fascinating letters C.L.S.C. A letter written by William Cullen Bryant about the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle. James Ward was not sufficiently posted in the literary world to have a very clear idea as to who William Cullen Bryant was. Still he knew that the name was an honored one, and that it was esteemed by members of the circle a rare tribute to have a letter bearing that signature. So the young man settled himself as comfortably as possible on the stump and prepared to study it. My dear Sir, I cannot be present at the meeting called to organize the Chautauqua Literary and Scientific Circle, but I am glad that such a movement is on foot, and wish it the fullest success. There is an attempt to make science, or a knowledge of the laws of the material universe, an ally of the school which denies a separate spiritual existence and a future life. In short, to borrow of science weapons to be used against Christianity. At this juncture appeared Robert Fenton, and, leaning over the reader's shoulder, demanded to know what interested him so deeply. "I'm reading Bryant's letter," said James. "Have you seen it?" "Bryant's letter? Who, the poet? Oh, that letter about the circle. I remember. No, I haven't seen it, but I want to." And he leaned forward and joined in the reading. "Ho!" he said after a minute's silence. "I didn't think he was one of them." "One of whom?" "Why, a Christian man. That sounds like it." And he read aloud. "The friends of religion, therefore, confident that one truth never contradicts another, are doing wisely when they seek to accustom the people at large to think, and to weigh evidence, as well as believe. By giving a portion of their time to a vigorous training of the intellect, and a study of the best books, men gain the power to deal satisfactorily with questions with which the mind might otherwise become bewildered." "I don't think that is true of all men," declared Robert. "Do you?" "I should suppose it would be." "Well, it isn't, or else some men that I know haven't given a vigorous training to their intellects, for they have about as unsatisfactory ways of dealing with puzzling questions as they could have. Look at young Mr. Monteith. He mixes a fellow up on all sorts of questions until he doesn't know what he believes, and feels a little like thinking that nobody believes anything anyhow." "I should never pick him out as a man who had trained his intellect vigorously," replied James Ward with a slightly curling lip. He did not admire Kent Monteith. "He has studied painting and a few nice, delicate things, and knows a little about most anything. But apply that sentence to his father and see the difference." Whatever Robert thought of this he kept to himself, merely saying, "Hear this. It is true that there is no branch of human knowledge so important as that which teaches the duties we owe to God and to each other, and that there is no law of the universe, sublime and wonderful as it may be, so worthy of being fully known as the law of love, which makes him who obeys it a blessing to his species, and the universal observance of which would put an end to a large proportion of the evils which affect mankind." I say, Ward, Bryant must have been a Christian man, because you see, an honest man who thought all that would have to live up to it, wouldn't he? Then he read on from the letter. "Yet it is a knowledge of the results of science and such of its processes as lie most open to the popular mind, important for the purpose of showing the different spheres occupied by science and religion, and preventing the inquirer from mistaking their divergence from each other for opposition." That is what Mr. Monteith says. He's always hinting that science contradicts the Bible. "Perhaps he hasn't knowledge enough of science to distinguish between divergence and opposition," quoted young Ward significantly. Then he took up the story of the letter aloud. "I perceive this important advantage in the proposed organization, namely, that those who engage in it will mutually encourage each other. It will give the members a common pursuit, which always begets a feeling of brotherhood. They will have a common topic of conversation and discussion, and the consequences will be that many who, if they stood alone, might grow weary of the studies which are recommended to them, will be induced to perseverance by the interest which they see others taking in them." "That is a decided compliment for our circle, isn't it, Robert?" "Yes," said Robert, "and listen to this, it is a prophecy. It may happen in rare instances that a person of eminent mental endowments, which might otherwise have remained uncultivated and unknown, will be stimulated in this matter to diligence, and put forth unexpected powers, and, passing rapidly beyond the rest, become greatly distinguished, and take a place among the luminaries of the age. Ward, as sure as you live, I believe that applies to Paul Adams. I'm just as sure that he is going to be a luminary as I am that you are sitting on this stump." Young Ward had no answer, for the reason that he was springing from the stump and making ready to give place to a lady who was moving towards them, none other than little Amy herself. "Am I so late?" she said breathless. "I hurried. What, isn't the lecture commenced? And the seats all taken! How nice of you to save this stump for me! What are you reading?" "We are just finishing an important letter," explained Robert. "This is the last sentence. 'I shall be interested to watch, during the little space of life which may yet remain to me, the progress and good results of the plan which has drawn from me this letter. I am, sir, very truly yours, W.C. Bryant. To Rev. Dr. John H. Vincent.'" Robert read the signature with a flourish, then said, "He didn't have very long to watch for the good results, did he? 'Dead he lay among his books, the peace of God was in his looks.'" "I have read Bryant some," remarked little Amy in a dreamy tone. "Aunt Annie reads him ever so much. Oh, we will be at home for his Memorial Day, won't we? I mean to recite Thanatopsis in the circle. Don't you suppose we will have a special meeting on Memorial Day? I used to recite Thanatopsis when I was in school. I thought it was doleful then, and yet I liked it. But I knew almost nothing about the author. I think it is so nice to know things." Over that sentence James Ward smiled thoughtfully. He was still listening to the ring of Robert's words about Paul Adams. "I'm just as sure that he will be a luminary as I am that you are sitting on that stump." Was that the division? Must he sit on the stump and let Paul shine? Was not there room also for his shining? He was not satisfied with merely sitting and looking on. He would never be satisfied with it any more. "I am the light of the world." He thought of the verse just then. It had been quoted by Professor Holmes in the normal class that morning, and he had immediately followed it with the words, "Ye are the light of the world," placing a peculiar and solemn emphasis on the pronoun. It came to James Ward at that moment like an inspiration, the thought that he had been commissioned to shine. The glorious light had shone down into his heart, the life-giving voice had sent him the message, "Ye are the light of the world." Yes, he would shine from henceforth, a reflected light that should help to light the nation's home. "Hark!" said Amy, "it has begun," and the voices around the stump were hushed. Dr. Meredith was the speaker, and the C.L.S.C. people knew enough of him to have been on the eager watch for this lecture, which had been prepared expressly for them. The stump proved no mean sitting after all, for the ringing voice of the speaker penetrated through the trees and reached them clear and strong. Those golden sentences poured out so rapidly were none of them lost. Leisure hours was the topic, and as the doctor proceeded to unfold to his listeners the wonderful things that could be accomplished if moments usually wasted were carefully guarded, one person at least felt his cheeks glow with something very like shame. Perhaps it would have been difficult to find a younger man who had wasted more leisure hours than had James Ward. In fact, his hours might almost have been said to have been all leisure, for the reason that he had not chosen to keep them filled. Be sure, as he listened, he made some strong and stern resolves as to what should be done with time in the future. There were many points in that lecture which seemed specially suited to his needs. Amy turned toward him with a meaning smile, as the speaker told of having overheard a young man on those grounds say that he had "an awful memory," and after expressing in very strong terms his opinion of the ignorance and folly evidenced by such an admission, added, "I tell you, young man, you can secure just as good a memory as you choose to have." James Ward returned the smile, laughed outright indeed, but at the same time blushed. Not 24 hours before he had said in somewhat dreary tone to this same Amy, "You see there is this against me, I have a very poor memory. For some things my memory is simply awful. Now Paul Adams is a real genius in that line. He has only to read a thing over once or twice that he really wants to remember, and the very language of it belongs to him." No wonder he blushed, but he gave even more careful heed to what followed. In reality it was a guidebook of instruction on the acquisition of memory, and more people than James Ward, listening, made resolutions to acquire. "There," said Robert Fenton, "listen. He is describing Ollie Chester for all the world. The boys are always telling how she goes on. Do you know her, Ward? She is one of those girls who know all the people living in the big houses, and who they married, and when they married, and how they dressed, and what relation they are to Mr. So-and-so of Boston, or that lovely Mrs. Somebody of New York, and all that sort of thing. She thinks she has a good memory because she can get off loads of trash of that kind. But she is a dead failure in history. It is just as he says, her mind is all lumbered up with that sort of thing." An impatient nudge from young Ward reminded Robert that Dr. Meredith and not himself was the speaker. But the tongues outside could not be kept still. Amy laughed outright over the description of the man who would sit of a winter evening by a glowing fire in dressing gown and slippers, and let his thoughts float off on a sea of reverie propelled by the laws of association, and when interrogated as to what he was doing, would reply that he was thinking. "That's exactly like Uncle Ned," said Amy. "He will sit by the hour staring into the grate, his eyes full of wisdom, and think. And I don't believe any one has ever seen any results." "I've done a good deal of that sort of thinking myself," said young Ward meaningly. "At least I have never been able to discover any results." Then did Amy's bright cheeks flame. "What sort of thinking have you been doing?" said her conscience to her. "Don't you live in a house that is made of glass, and wouldn't it be well not to sit here on this pretty stump and throw stones at your Uncle Ned?" From that moment Amy gave earnest and undivided attention to Dr. Meredith, and learned how to think not only, but on what topics to expend much thought. When I carefully consider all the grounds gone over at Chautauqua during that eventful summer, I find that I return again to what was before my deliberate conclusion, that nothing more helpful to the circle occurred during the 6 weeks than the lecture that they heard, some of them under difficulties, that summer afternoon. "Who is Dr. Meredith?" Amy asked, as, the lecture over, they moved away. Robert Fenton was prompt with his answer. The boy had a talent for discovering who all Chautauqua celebrities were. "He is a Boston pastor among other things, and a Bible class teacher. Fred Stewart says he has a perfectly wonderful Bible class. They meet week day afternoons. There are as many as 2,000 members. So Fred says, but it doesn't seem possible. It is awful large anyway, and as interesting, Fred says, as any of these lectures that we get here. He's going to preach tomorrow evening. Not Fred Stewart, you understand, but Dr. Meredith." "I shall go and hear him," said Amy with emphasis. "Don't you think this lecture will be published?" "It ought to be. Of course it will be, in the Chautauquan. They will not let the finest thing we have had here slip away from us. What about the Chautauquan, Fenton? Have you subscribed for it?" "Father has. Oh, of course we must have it. A great many of the circle readings will be printed in it. Besides, only think of having Cook's lectures, and Professor Brown's, and Dr. Meredith's, and all the wonderful sermons and lectures that will be put in it. Everybody ought to take the Chautauquan. A library for $1 a year." The afternoon's work was over. Speaker and listeners went their ways. It may be that the speaker felt depressed. He may have fancied in the reaction that followed the excitement of effort that the effort was vain and the hour wasted. Such things have been. It may be that not one of those who lined the avenues and sped their various ways said a word to him about the help they had received from him that afternoon. Not a word of the light he had thrown on hitherto bewildering subjects, not a word of the mountains in their way that he had reduced to molehills, not a word of the resolves taken and the great draughts of courage infused through his eloquence. Such things have happened. I do not know that Dr. Meredith will ever meet, on this side, any of those whose souls he uplifted that day. But I cannot help hoping that he will, and that they will tell him frankly all about it. I can but feel that men, even great men, need sometimes to know, even here, something of what they have accomplished. Would it not be well for this one to know that on that summer afternoon he touched and widened circles that shall continue to widen through all time, and then in eternity just begin to grow? End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Book. The great amphitheater was filled to its utmost. There is really no more attractive spot to be found than that amphitheater when it is lighted up of an evening. At least, so all Chautauquans think. There is something very fascinating in those rows and rows of circling seats, rising high and higher, filled every one of them with people. If you love to study faces, a seat on the platform of the Chautauquan amphitheater is the place for you. There are so many people, so many different types of character represented. Then there is the view of the platform itself, filled, crowded with eminent men, doctors of divinity, lawyers, judges, statesmen, orators. That platform is really a grand sight when it is brilliantly lighted and every seat is taken. Back of it is the great choir platform, crowded also. Rows and rows of young, bright, interested faces. It is a charming sight enough even before they burst into song, adding their trained voices to complete the effect. It is of no use to attempt to describe the amphitheater of an evening. Dear old Chautauquans, just shut your eyes and see it for yourselves. Isn't it beautiful? Well, it was full. The people good-naturedly crowded closely and made room for one more. There is always, at Chautauqua, an effort to make room for one more. The preacher on this particular Sabbath evening was Dr. Meredith. All the people who had heard him the afternoon before in the C.L.S.C. wanted to hear him again. All the people having friends who had heard him wanted to be numbered among the hearers. This class contributed largely to the gathering numbers. Besides, the education of Chautauqua is to go to church. When the bells ring, there is a sort of fascination about it. An old Chautauquan cannot help looking for her hat and hurrying towards the center. "I hope he will take a magnificent text," said young Monteith as he settled himself to be a listener. Jack Butler chanced to be his companion, and at this point regarded him with surprise. "I did not know you thought there was any magnificence in his present text-book to select from," he said inquiringly. "Certainly I do," and one well acquainted with Kent Monteith would have seen that he was annoyed. He was much too scholarly to like such a wholesale way of putting his peculiar views. "Certainly I do. I am not such a fool, I trust, as to be unable to see the matchless imagery of language, the display of rhetoric and logic and intellectual power generally, as they appear in the Bible. One need not necessarily subscribe to all the dogmas taught in a book in order to admire it." "That is true," Jack said meekly, feeling himself quenched, and then both waited for the text. Simply 4 words. "Thy testimonies are wonderful." Something very like a sneer marred the handsome face of Kent Monteith. His hope of listening to successive flights of eloquence, with some of the grand passages of the Bible for starting points, faded, and he resigned himself to listen instead to a series of platitudes about the excellency of a book in which he did not believe. Still, sit back though he did, with folded arms and indifferent look, it was impossible not to give thought to what followed. "It may be well for us," said the speaker, "to pause for a moment on the threshold, and consider the marvellous antiquity and vitality of this book." Straightway a scholar, as in some lines at least Kent Monteith certainly was, took up the thought and admitted to himself what he might not have mentioned to another, that the Bible really was a very old book. Then he listened. "Begun in the Arabian desert, ages before Homer sang, and finished 1500 years after on an island in the Aegean Sea, this book has come down to us from that remote antiquity unscathed and entire, and is as fresh and as full of life today as when the prophets and apostles first indited its burning words, and its power and influence were never more so great in the world as they are now. This is a wonderful fact. It is a unique thing. Let us turn aside and see this great sight. I need not remind you that many a book that once bid fair for immortality has long since gone down to oblivion. Of all the millions of books which have been written since the dawn of literature, how few, even of the very best of them, have escaped the ravages of time and the forgetfulness of men. Though the shelves of mighty libraries groan with the learned labours of the past, it is true of most of the volumes therein contained, that, like the bodies of the Egyptian kings in their pyramids, they retain only the grim semblance of life, amid dust and darkness and decay. Among the pages of the sacred record alone has the lapse of ages gathered no rust." Now no one in that great audience knew better than Kent Monteith that this statement, and other kindred ones which followed it, were true. Actually, the knowledge came home to him so forcefully at this time that he wondered curiously how it was that doubt and unbelief first crept into his mind concerning this old and wonderfully preserved book. There was nothing in the manner of the speaker, and in the rush of his burning words, which held the handsome-faced young skeptic and obliged him to listen. Yes, compelled him to walk, step by step, through the logical path which the lecturer pursued, and constantly admit its truth. When he lifted the massive Bible to the view of the audience and said, "The fact that I hold this grand old Bible in my hand tonight is one of the most stupendous miracles ever wrought by God Almighty," there was something so convincing in the very act, and in the lightning-like train of thought which it suggested, that Kent Monteith felt simply annoyed at the sarcastic smile which played over Jack Butler's face as the latter turned to him for sympathy. He moved impatiently, almost turning his back to Jack, and, all the time, lost not a word of the rush of eager sentences from the stand. "No book has ever been so persecuted and trampled upon. If I could bring to this platform tonight a man concerning whom you were certain that he had outlived the centuries, who had been flung into the sea and not drowned, who had been cast into the fire and not burned, who had been made to drink a deadly poison and was still alive and well, would you not say that the broad shield of omnipotence had been over him, and he had lived and moved and had his being in the heart of a perpetual miracle? This Bible is that man. It has been flung into the sea and yet not overwhelmed. It has been cast into the fire and has refused to burn." At this point Kent Monteith met the gaze of young Robert Fenton's astonished, searching eyes. Despite the man of the world's habitual self-control, a slight flush appeared on his face as he recognized the fact that this statement, though incapable of contradiction, had but the day before been treated by him in such a manner that Robert was left at liberty to draw an exactly contrary conclusion. The questioning in those earnest young eyes was so apparent that Mr. Monteith found cause for thankfulness in the fact that half a dozen seats divided them. He was not prepared just then for a question from the lips. When the speaker reached the sentence, "The Bible is not a book of science," Jack Butler nodded and smiled triumphantly, then leaned forward and whispered, He has to admit its weakness after all. I thought he was going to make it wonderful throughout." This whisper grated terribly on Kent Monteith's more scholarly mind. He felt sure that even Jack Butler, exceedingly superficial scientist though he was, would be made to see plainly the folly of his positions before the sermon was concluded. The very next sentence proved the truth of this. "It never was designed to teach men any other science than the science of salvation through Jesus Christ our Lord. But there are in the Bible, in illustration of this essential truth, scientific allusions, allusions to the facts of the physical universe, to facts that were not known to men when the Bible was written, and these allusions of the Bible are found to be in the strictest harmony with the well ascertained facts of the latest science. Here again the superiority of the Bible appears, for in this harmony with the discoveries of science it stands in striking contrast to all the sacred books of the heathen nations. All the ancient systems of religion, and all the philosophers and wise men of old, so far as they are known, maintained notions in science as absurd as their theology. In Greek and Latin philosophy, for instance, the heaven was a solid vault. Aristotle called it a sphere, studded with stars. According to the Egyptian sages, this world was formed by the motion of air and the upward course of flame. In the Hindu philosophy, the world was a flat triangular structure, 7 stories high, resting on the backs of high elephants, who, when they shook themselves, caused earthquakes. The ancient astronomers concluded that there were about 1,000 stars. Hipparchus believed that there were 1,022. Ptolemy differed from him and made the number 1,026. Mahomet said the mountains were put on this earth by God to keep it still. Now it is a striking fact that not one of the 40 different writers of the Bible, most of whom lived in the vicinity of one or other of the nations that held these views, has written a line that shows favor to one of them. The harmony of the Bible with the discoveries of science in our day is a wonderful thing, and a strong proof of its divinity. For instance, it speaks of the world as a globe, and as suspended on nothing. It tells us that the heavens are not a solid sphere, but a boundless expanse; that light is antecedent of the sun, and independent of it, thus anticipating the generally received theory of science today. When it speaks of the stars, it does not talk of 1,000, but says they are an innumerable host, which the telescope shows to be not even a figure of speech. Then followed certain specially pertinent illustrations of the same fact, and Kent Monteith again found himself embarrassed by the close proximity and searching eyes of Robert Fenton. He had an uncomfortable consciousness of having listened in the boy's company to certain statements of Jack Butler's, which these illustrations by Dr. Meredith directly controverted. He had listened in silence, equally amused by the display of Jack's ignorance and the boy's earnestness in trying to meet him. He wished now that he had helped young Robert. Then at least the eyes would not have been reproachful as well as questioning. "Now," said Dr. Meredith, "we need a caution at this point." And Mr. Monteith squared around in his seat with a triumphant air, and even whispered to Jack that it was quite time they heard the other side of the question, and then was ashamed of himself immediately, because that was an insinuation that he thought the speaker had been one-sided and unfair in his statements, which he knew he did not and could not think. Now for the caution. We must be careful lest we confound two things that are perfectly distinct. The Bible is one thing, and human interpretations of the Bible are altogether another thing. These two things must be kept clearly apart, because the human interpretation has been modified and will be modified a great deal more probably. As the light of science on God's works enables us to see more deeply into the meaning of God's word, many of our old theories will go by the board. For instance, there was a time when the Christian Church believed and taught that this world was made in 6 days of 24 hours each, about 6,000 years ago. I was taught that when I was a child. After a while the science of geology was born. Men broke through the crust of the earth and went down to see how it was made, and they came up and said that according to the testimony of the rocks the world was hundreds of thousands of years old. They jumped to and proclaimed the conclusion that Moses was contradicted, and that Genesis was false because it was contrary to the facts of the case. Then superficial but devout theologians grew frightened, and said geology is of the devil. So the matter stood for a time, till more careful men took it up, and the theologians went down to the study of the rocks, while the geologists took up the study of the Bible, and they very soon concluded that the testimony of the rocks must stand, but that the contradiction was not between the testimony of the rocks and Genesis, but between that testimony and human interpretation of Genesis. We had been reading the Bible without minding our stops. In the first verse of Genesis we read, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void," without making a pause. Now we read, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth." Then we stop and let all the geological ages that the rocks call for roll away. Then we read the second verse. That is only one illustration. Let us keep in our minds perfectly clear the distinction between these two things. Human theories will go, probably, as human theories have gone. But it is small matter what becomes of the human, if only the grand old Bible shall stand triumphant as it stands tonight. Was it Kent Monteith who had told the boy Robert that the Bible contradicted facts in geology? Had he not instanced this very point? Had he not been entirely silent as to the explanation that Dr. Meredith had just made? Didn't he know of the explanation, or had he chosen to deceive? The expression on the boy's face told as plainly as words could have done that he was revolving these questions, and Kent Monteith found it to his comfort to shade his eyes with one hand so that his face could not be studied. But the speaker was not done with these two. "Let me call your attention," he said, "to the unity of this book, and perhaps the first view of the Bible would lead us to the conclusion that we would be less likely to find there a true interior positive unity than in any other book that we know of in the world, for it is not, after all, one book. It is made up of 66 different tracts or pamphlets, and these are the work of 40 different writers, and these separated by 1,500 years. They lived in different circumstances. Some of them were cultured, some were ignorant. Some were in kings' houses, some were fishermen on the Lake of Galilee. And under all these varieties of circumstance and of intellectual constitution, they sat down and wrote a book in 3 different languages. Surely we cannot expect to find unity in that book more than the mechanical unity given to it by the workman who binds it up in one set of covers. Surely we must expect that there will be no more unity in these pamphlets than in books carelessly set on library shelves. And yet the very moment we begin to study it, we are impressed with the positive oneness of the doctrine that runs through it from beginning to end. It is a great unity, as it must be to correspond with the mind of God. The unity of a cathedral, not of a hut. The unity of a great piece of mechanism, not of a walking stick. There is a grand central truth that runs through the book from beginning to end. Man lost may be saved by the blood of sacrifice. That is the Bible from one end of it to the other. What a strange sermon it was! Kent Monteith actually lost portions of it by taking time to wonder how it happened that so much of the ground gone over between young Robert and himself should be touched upon. If it were not absurd, he might almost fancy that the boy had been detailing to the orator the doubts which had been suggested to him. It certainly was no wonder that the young artist's face burned a little. He felt so conscious that the hints which he had thrown out, viewed in the light derived from this lecture, would appear worse than shallow to the keen-brained boy. I think that Kent Monteith felt his position the more because he was not even an honest doubter, the very difficulties which he presented to others being less troublesome to him than he professed. Presently this brilliant young man sought refuge from his questioning conscience by getting into a fume with the speaker. What right had he to take this brilliant opportunity before such an audience to assail all the theories which happened to be contrary to his own? "What a fool he is," said this elegant young man to himself. "Here is a chance to immortalize himself before this magnificent assembly. If he would take a subject worthy of him and show them the power of his matchless eloquence, he would literally lift them to their feet in applause." Whereupon his better sense said to him, "What a fool are you! Don't you see how he holds this assembly? Will they ever forget what he has said to them to-night? Will you ever forget it yourself? Don't you know this moment that what he has said is true? Don't you believe in your soul that you will have to meet it again at the judgment and admit that you felt its truth? And is not this what angers you now?" As if to press home the solemnity of these questionings, the speaker grew more personal and practical. "Above all things," said he, "it is important for you to study the Bible as spiritual beings, because it answers questions that you can find answered nowhere else. The profoundest questions and largest needs of humanity are spiritual. How can a man be just with God? Who will deliver my soul from going down to the pit, saying I have found a ransom? Who will bring peace to the weary, tempest-tossed heart? Give me answers to these questions and I am satisfied. O ye mighty sons of science and philosophy! I sit at your feet. I open my ears to listen to your words. My anxious soul awaits your answer to these tremendous problems. Leave me in darkness concerning these, and no matter what else you tell me, life is a riddle, death is a terror, and the mysterious afterwards a horror and a woe. Let us prize the book that meets these deeper questions and larger needs of our humanity. If you are ever tempted to speak lightly or think lightly of the Bible, just sit down and imagine what the world would be without it. No Bible! A wound and no cure! A storm and no covert! A lost eternity and no ransom! Alas for us if this were all! If the ladder of science were the only stair to lead us up to God! But where science at its highest leaves us, where philosophy in its purest forms abandons us, there revealed religion takes us up." Of what use to try to make of such a sermon as this nothing but food for the intellect? Kent Monteith sat back with folded arms and gave himself up to annoyance. He must not even grumble aloud, for this was Sabbath evening, and he was one of an audience gathered for the avowed purpose of worshipping God. That which he had been looking forward to as a lecture had been boldly advertised as a sermon. What man in his senses could grumble because it was exactly what had been promised? He must not even complain of that last sentence, clear-cut though it was. May God grant you the blessings promised in his word to them that love his truth, and ever save you from the blasting mildew of infidel folly and falsehood. At that moment Kent Monteith would have given much had he not spoken folly and falsehood to the clear-eyed boy looking over at him. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. All mixed up. Other faces besides Robert Fenton's had been objects of study on the evening of Dr. Meredith's sermon. Dr. Monteith, sitting too far away from his son to watch the effect of the argument on him, albeit he thought much of him, gave special attention to Paul Adams. The play of feeling on that young man's face was marked. To Dr. Monteith it was puzzling. There was more than keen interest, more even than astonishment, though that was evident. There seemed also to be a feeling of incredulous dismay. The doctor, studying the changes, astonished at the display of feeling, became deeply interested, and at last resolved as soon as possible to have a talk with the boy. "There is certainly more depth of character than any of us have given him credit for," he said to himself musingly. "How his face changes! I wonder what line of thought he can be carrying out. I declare I believe the boy is a genius in disguise." It was an interest, born of this watching, that made the doctor suddenly desert his company at the close of the service, and wedge his way through crowds to reach at last Paul Adams' side. "Well," he said, after they had walked a few steps in silence, "you were interested, I saw, this evening. What do you think of such a sermon as that?" "I don't know what I think." The answer was prompt enough, but was, I might almost say, moody in its tone. Dr. Monteith was bewildered. "Didn't you like it?" he asked at length, seeing that Paul, beyond that short answer, seemed bent on silence. "Like it?" There was no mistaking the energy in the tone, and yet, strangely enough, there was not only energy, but a sort of pent-up indignation. Dr. Monteith found himself utterly at fault in trying to discover the boy's mood, and so was of necessity silent in return. "Look here," burst forth Paul at last, "I'm all mixed up. Do you and folks like you believe all that that preacher said tonight?" "I can speak for myself, Paul, well, yes, I can speak for a great company of Christian men and women, that we believe with heart and soul all that he said tonight." "Then I'm just dreadfully mixed up, that's all." And there was a curious note of dismay in Paul's voice. The doctor's reply was full of questioning sympathy. "I don't quite understand, my friend. What has so mixed you up? Perhaps I can help you." "Why," said Paul, speaking rapidly, eagerly, "I didn't know it. I knew about mother, of course, how she was always reading the Bible, and thought it was a wonderful book, and I knew they took texts out of it, and had the Sunday school children learn out of it, but I didn't know that great scholars thought it was grand and wonderful, and all that." "Why, certainly," said the good doctor with alacrity. "It is generally accepted as the most wonderful book that the world has ever known, or will know. How could it be otherwise, my friend, since it is the only book that we have from God?" But Paul ignored the question, and burst forth with his dismayed astonishment. "Then why in the name of common sense didn't we study it? I made up my mind back there that first night at the circle that I would know all there was in one book anyhow. I never had known anything about books, and I somehow decided that I wanted to. And I thought by the way you talked that that book about Rome was the most important one there was, and I went at it. It wasn't long before I found out that other books had to be studied too, and when I came down here it seemed to me from all the talk I heard that Latin was about as important as anything, and so I plunged in and gave every bit of time I could spare. And it seems after all that the most important book there is in the world mother has had all the time, and I never read a page of it in my life. Now what I don't understand is why people who knew it was the book didn't tell us about it and set us at it as we went at Merivale, you know. I should know a good deal about the book by this time if I'd gone into it with all my might." Utter dismayed astonishment kept Dr. Monteith silent for a few minutes. Then he said, "But, Paul, didn't you know we studied the plan of salvation? That tells all about the Bible, and we gave as much and as careful attention to it as we did to Merivale." "Oh, yes," said Paul, and the doctor wondered afterwards whether there could have been almost a sneer in his voice. "I know we studied a book about the Bible, but it wasn't the Bible, you see. How was I to know that the book we were reading about in another book was the most wonderful book in the world? Fact is, I suppose it is because I am an ignorant fellow, but I thought likely that that book was ahead of the Bible, or you wouldn't have taken it up instead of that. Don't you see how it is, Professor? I never read any at all in the Bible. Nobody ever talked to me about it except mother. It is the only book she ever reads, and I thought that was the reason she liked it. And I didn't know it was a grand book." The dismay in the tones was distinctly marked, and there was also a suggestion of feeling, as one who had somehow been defrauded of his rights. Dr. Monteith had never been so bewildered in his life. How was he to answer this ignorant boy who jumped at such strange conclusions, utterly unwarranted by facts? At least the doctor earnestly hoped they were unwarranted. By this time they had reached the latter's cottage, but he laid a detaining hand on Paul's shoulder. He could not let the boy slip away until his questionings had been in some manner answered. "Come in," he said earnestly. "Come up to my study. I want to talk with you. This is a new phase of the question to me, I must confess." Seated in the beautiful little study, by the green-covered table, under the shaded light, the doctor looked full into the earnest, troubled face of his visitor. "Now, my friend, do I understand you to mean that the experiences which you have had with the circle led you to think that we gave the most important place to other books and shoved the Bible out?" "Well, I didn't put it that way, but I'll leave it to you to know what a fellow is going to think. For most a year I heard talk about all the things we've been studying, and I never heard a word about the Bible, only as we would look into it once in a while when Walker copied from it a verse or two. I didn't think anything about the book, you see, forgot there was such a one. And when I came here, as I told you, I pitched into Latin because everybody talked about its being the foundation. I thought likely enough that the reason why I didn't know anything was because I hadn't got any foundation, so I thought I'd set to work and get one, and I've worked hard at it. But if what that man said to night is true, seems to me I've begun on the wrong end, and haven't got the foundation after all. I'm all mixed up, as I told you. I don't know what I think." You would have been sorry for Dr. Monteith could you have seen his distressed face. He arose and began to walk back and forth in the little study, pondering how he could best undo what his heart told him had been grave mischief. Actually, he had helped to start this soul from the sandy foundation of human learning without so much as a visible attempt to set his feet on the rock. As for Paul, he was astonished at the doctor's distress. He had not expected that more than a passing kindly thought would be given to his perplexities. He had not imagined for a moment that anything which he could say would have power to trouble Professor Monteith. He watched the grave, anxious face with a kind of awe. For fully 5 minutes the silence lasted, the boy meditating meanwhile how he could best express his apology and slip away, when the doctor drew a chair close to his side and laid a quiet hand on his shoulder. "My friend," he said, "I have made a grave mistake, loving the Bible as I do, making it the guide of my life and my daily study as I do. Think what it is to me to have made upon you the impression that it is even second in importance. In my eagerness to help you upward, in my fear lest I should hurry you and so set you against the highest way, I have been almost silent about the book. Too much have we left it out of our circle. We have, as you say, studied about it, instead of studying at the fountainhead. But, my friend, while I have made this serious mistake, and so seemed to put aside the first interests, it has only been seeming. Paul, I have prayed for you by name on my knees every day since I first invited you to join our circle. I have asked the author of the Bible to lead you, through it, to himself. Now, what I ought to do next is to ask your pardon, and the pardon of every member of the circle, for misleading you and them. The Bible is first, best, purest, highest, incomparably above any and all other books, God's own message to us. Paul, if you would give yourself to its study long enough to find in it your Saviour, you would love it with all your soul. Your mother is right. Good mothers, my boy, are almost always right. She is a good mother, wiser in the true wisdom today than some of those who stand high. Do you forgive me for misleading you?" Now it was Paul Adams almost beside himself. Coldness, haughtiness, lofty superiority always amused him and made him impudent. No one had ever asked his forgiveness before. "Dr. Monteith," he said, and his voice was low and husky, I didn't think, I wasn't finding fault with you. I never had anybody like you, and well, there's no use in trying to tell it, but I kept on with Merivale often and often when it seemed all bosh to me, just because I thought I would like to please you, but this talk to-night about the Bible kind of took me by surprise, and I said right out what I thought. I didn't mean to blame you." "I know it, my friend. I know everything you would say. There is no need for apologies on your part. You have shown me a mistake that I have certainly made. What I want to know is, do you forgive me, and will you give me a token that you do?" "I'll do anything under the sun that you want me to," declared Paul with a sort of reckless earnestness. Very few people had influence with him, but it may have been because very few had cared to win the chance of exerting influence. The doctor, who had studied his somewhat singular nature carefully, took prompt advantage of the seemingly reckless promise. "Then I am going to ask you to promise to study this wonderful book with the greatest daily care, looking all the time to find in it the history of your own heart and the Saviour which that heart needs." "I'll do it," said Paul, with strong emphasis in his voice. "I'll do it, sir. I made up my mind to-night that it ought to be read if it is the kind of book he said, and I'll be glad to be told just how to read it." "There's another thing, Paul. Are you willing to kneel down with me and ask God to forgive me for leading you astray?" Can you credit the fact that in this Christian country, surrounded always by Christian people, Paul Adams knelt and, for the first time since his early childhood, heard himself prayed for? End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. An Early Tribute. The Sabbath which closed so eventfully to one of our party was followed by an eventful Monday morning. Unusually early, Chautauqua was astir, and as many as could get away from household cares sped early down the hill toward the old music stand, bent on getting another glimpse of a distinguished face, and if possible a word from the great soldier. I have not told you that General Garfield was among the guests at Chautauqua during Sabbath. Neither have I said a word of the strong and silent homage that was paid him when Chautauqua, too reverent to cheer, too glad to see the honored guest to make no demonstration, Sabbath though it was, with one consent brought forth handkerchiefs and fluttered them high and long. You will readily imagine that no more enthusiastic follower than Robert Fenton could have been found among those Monday morning crowds hurrying down the hill to say good-bye to the General. He had beguiled his mother into taking the trip with him. An easy thing to accomplish, for the mother, being a patriot, was scarcely less proud of the gallant soldier than was her hero-loving boy. They discussed him as they hurried down the avenue together, or rather the boy talked and the mother listened. "He looks as if he might have been just the kind of boy that they say he was. Don't you think so, mother?" "I don't know. What kind of boy do they say he was?" "Oh, wide awake and brave and generous and strong. He got a testament in the first school that he ever went to for being the best scholar." When Robert was in haste, he allowed sentences to tumble out without regard to grammatical arrangement. "And you saw all that in his face, my boy? Then I think it must be a grand face." "It is grand," said the boy vehemently. "I stood close to him yesterday and I saw grandeur all over it. I wish he had spoken just a few words. Why do you suppose he wouldn't, when everybody wanted him to so much?" "I suppose he was too wise. Don't you know his enemies are watching, and if in an unguarded moment he said a sentence that they could twist against him, they would be only too glad to do it?" "Isn't it mean that because a man is wanted for our president some people should become his enemies? He needn't care. He will be president as sure as election day comes, and they can't help themselves. Don't you believe it, mother? Oh, there he is! Hasn't he a grand face? Only see what a crowd there is to meet him, and it wasn't announced on the program for fear of a crowd. I guess Dr. Vincent will find we can get up crowds without the help of the program. There is Mr. Masters." At this point the almost breathless boy stopped his eager tongue, for he had come within hearing distance, and Senator Kirkwood of Iowa was speaking. This is what they heard. Let me say to every young man who hears me, and who is endeavoring in a manly way to work himself up to an honorable manhood, that General Garfield has been just where you are. He has felt just as you feel. He knows your wants, he knows your feelings, he knows your needs, he knows your aspirations, and he sympathizes with them all. What curiously insignificant things sometimes weigh in forming human character. Just because at that moment Dr. Monteith, looking among the sea of heads, espied Joseph Ward and bowed and smiled, the young man accepted it as Dr. Monteith's recognition that he was making that very endeavor, and the half recognized feeling of his own heart that he would like to be somebody after all, took definite shape and decision for the first time that morning. Following General Garfield's introduction by General Fisk came that wonderful white-winged salute which Chautauqua reserved for its special occasions, and which it never seemed to give in such utter abandon as now. Then at last Robert, perching himself on the stump of an old monarch of a long-past forest, listened with eager eyes and deeply flushing cheeks to the hero's words. Fellow citizens, you have done so much for me since I arrived on this shore that I am quite unable to tell what sort of a man I am this morning. I had never been here. I really did not know just what you meant here, and I went around to Dr. Vincent last night and asked him rather bluntly to sit down and tell me what he means, what Chautauqua means, what your work here means, and he filled me so full of your idea that I have not yet assimilated it as to be quite sure what manner of man I am since I got hold of it. But this I say, you are struggling with one of the two great problems of civilization. The first one is a very old struggle. It is, how shall we get any leisure? That is the problem of every hammer stroke, of every blow that labor has struck since the foundation of the world. The fight for bread is the great first primal fight, and it is so absorbing a struggle that, until one conquers it somewhat, he can have no leisure whatever. So that we may divide the whole struggle of the human race into two chapters. First, the fight to get leisure, and then comes the second fight of civilization, what shall we do with our leisure when we get it? And I take it that Chautauqua has assailed this second problem. Now leisure is a dreadfully bad thing unless it is well used. A man with a fortune ready made, and with leisure on his hands, is likely to get sick of the world, sick of himself, tired of life, and become a useless, wasted man. What shall you do with your leisure? I understand that Chautauqua is trying to answer that question, and to open out fields of thought, to open out energies, a largeness of mind, a culture in the better sense, with the varnish scratched off. We are getting over the business of varnishing our native woods and painting them. We are getting down to the real grain, and finding whatever is best in it, and truest in it. And if Chautauqua is helping garnish our people with the native stuff that is in them, rather than with the paint and varnish and gewgaws of culture, it is doing well. Now, therefore, Chautauqua has filled me with thought. And, in addition to that, you have filled me with gratitude for your kindness. Gratitude for this great spontaneous greeting in the early morning. You are an audience of mixed citizens here, and I will not offend the proprieties of the occasion by discussing controverted questions. I look in the faces of men of all shades of opinion, but above our opinions, I hope, and below our opinions, I believe, deeper down than our party affiliations, I trust, is to be found in all this audience that love of our beneficent institutions which makes it possible for labor, and free labor, to earn leisure, and then for our free institutions to make our leisure worth something when we have it. Our Union, and our institutions, under the light of our equal laws, equal to all colors, equal for all occupations, Open a career for every man, however humble, to rise to whatever place the power of a strong arm, the strength of a clear head, and the aspirations of a pure heart can lift him. And that is a career that ought to inspire every young man who hears me this morning. I heard last night and yesterday the songs of those who were lately redeemed, and I felt that there too was one of the triumphs of our great republic. I have some belief in the effects of forces that come down away from the ages behind us, and I wondered if the tropical sun had not distilled its sweetness, and if the sorrow of centuries of slavery had not distilled its sadness into the voices which were unutterably sweet, and voices fit to sing the songs of freedom, as they sing them, wherever they go. I thank that choir for the lessons they have taught me since I have been here. And now, fellow citizens, thanking you all, I bid you good bye. Even if you are bringing into view all the many little kindly acts that Robert Masters had done and is doing for the boy Robert Fenton, I doubt if any of them will ever rise into higher importance in his mind, or give him a happier heart than he had when Robert the elder touched his arm on that eventful morning, and showed him a small paper covered with hieroglyphics of which the only readable sentence was this, "To be copied for young Fenton to keep." His face was radiant. "Thank you," he said. "Wasn't it grand? Oh, hurrah!" The last word shouted as loudly as even he in his eager boyhood wanted to shout, for amid the peal of the bells and the waving of handkerchiefs, were not the many voices giving 3 cheers for General Garfield? And when, as they died into echoes, a prophetic voice shouted, "3 cheers for our next president!" the enthusiasm knew no bounds. In the midst of it all came a hush, for the unutterably sweet voices were singing, "This is the year of Jubilee, you shall gain the victory. The Lord has set his people free, you shall gain the day." As the departing guests neared the landing and boarded the steamer, the crowd surging closely after, and the singing rising like a shout of triumph from the wonderful voices of the Jubilees, and the morning sun made a path of gold for the boat to slip away in, and the white wings of salute fluttered aloft, the music changed, and the great company of people joined the Jubilees in their farewell chorus, "Oh, glory, hallelujah!" and the steamer slipped swiftly and silently away from shore. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Evading the Point. The hall was nearly filled when Caroline came. She had been beguiled into walking there by the most circuitous route that Kent Monteith in his great familiarity with Chautauqua grounds could plan. "We shall be late," she had said to him several times, speaking anxiously, and, with that polite disregard for truth which is a habit with some people, her companion had answered, "Oh no, I think not." So the first of the conference was lost to Caroline. This was a trial. The informal meetings of the C.L.S.C. had been to her quite as helpful as any other exercise. "We shall not lose much if we are late," Kent Monteith had said. "It is simply talk that they are having today all about things which people have known for a lifetime." "Some people," she had answered, smiling, in no wise annoyed. She realized her own ignorance as much, possibly more, than ever. But since she was learning, every day it had ceased to be so sad a thing to her. When they entered the hall, the thing which annoyed her was the one that the young man had meant should give her pleasure, the walking down the length of that hall with many eyes on her, and with some, at least, knowing that she was accompanied by Kent Monteith, the young artist, who, the wise ones said, was destined to be famous. Notoriety of that sort would never be pleasant to Caroline Raynor. It was one of several mistakes which her companion made in his judgment of her character. Only second to this was her annoyance over the undertone conversation in which he persisted, though he must have seen that she wanted to listen. "I admire Vincent for his patience with this sort of thing," was one of his comments. "It is a mark of genius, I suppose, for a scholar to be so good-natured over what must bore him immensely. Imagine a man's having to stop in the midst of a flow of thought to explain to somebody how to pronounce mustache." "Yet, if somebody doesn't know, why shouldn't Dr. Vincent tell him?" persisted Caroline. "This isn't the time for a flow of thought. It is the time to ask questions and have them answered." "Why doesn't somebody go to the dictionary and discover for himself if he considers the pronunciation of the word an important question? It is the triviality of the interruptions with which I am quarreling. This is a time for important questions and careful answers, in my opinion." Caroline gave her head an emphatic shake. "No," she said earnestly. "That is what has been the fault of all literary societies everywhere. They confined themselves to what a few of the cultured leaders were pleased to consider important questions, and left out all talk about that which they might have known for years, it is true, but of which some of their less fortunate listeners were in utter ignorance." "Such as the pronunciation of mustache, for instance," he said, stroking his own silken one in good-humored sarcasm. "Yes, even that. If there is a right and a wrong way to pronounce it, why should I not be taught the right?" "I insist that you could go to the dictionary and learn, without taking Dr. Vincent's valuable time to tell you." "But the trouble is, I should not discover myself in the wrong unless in some way my attention was called to it. For instance, Mr. Monteith, I notice you say 'precedence.' Now I should never have known that the word should be pronounced 'precedence,' had I not heard a member of the circle refer to it as an error." "Are you sure?" he asked her, his face flushing a little. Yes, she told him, she was quite sure, because his own father had spoken of it one evening, and a discussion had arisen which sent them to their dictionaries to learn that they were wrong and he was right. "I stand corrected," he said, laughing. It was one of young Monteith's charms that he could laugh gaily over his own defeats, thus stamping the actual unimportance of them. Then, much to Caroline's satisfaction, he gave undivided attention for a few minutes to the talk. Presently he leaned toward her and said, "There's another argument for you. I have always said luxurious, and I really believe I shall continue to do so. Luxurious is horrid." "I don't think I need another argument to convince you," Caroline said. "I think you like the whole Chautauqua movement very much, only you have such a habit of talking at random, of saying things that at most you only half mean, just to see what reply people will make, or for some other reason that I do not understand. I wish you oftener talked just as you thought, or that we were always sure what you thought." Her tone, which had been light at first, grew serious. Something in it touched the listener, apparently more than he wished her to see. "Why do you care?" He asked the question almost tenderly, and waited with marked eagerness for her answer. "I care on his account." There was no mistaking the earnestness in Caroline's voice now. She inclined her head as she spoke toward young Robert Fenton. The boy sat just in front of them, ignorant of their presence, wholly absorbed in the enjoyment of the hour. "Robert is at the age when he believes in his friends." There might have been some sarcasm in Caroline's voice now, though her manner did not indicate it. "And he is so unfortunate as to believe all you say, possibly more than you say. He draws inferences, perhaps, which you may not intend. It is injuring him, undoing much good that he might, and I believe would, otherwise get from Chautauqua. I can't think what your object is." He was disappointed in her reason for caring. He showed it instantly by the manner in which he settled back, with a slight frown on his face, but he spoke lightly enough. "The boy is fortunate in having such an interested friend. I half envy him." Then, seeing that she made no sort of answer, after a moment of silence he leaned toward her again. "You mistake," he said. "I do not like the whole Chautauqua movement. I am as deeply interested in its literary intentions as ever, but there is a prominent element in it that I am entirely out of sympathy with. I presume I may have showed my distaste in talking with your young friend." A pair of very grave eyes were raised to his, and the directness of the question demanded a direct answer. "Just what do you mean?" "Why, I mean—" Some way direct questions always embarrassed him. "What should I mean?" "I don't know," said Caroline very quietly. "Well, surely you have noticed that every lecture, or at least nearly every lecture, we have had here this season, scientific, philosophical, or otherwise, has partaken very largely of the character of a sermon." "I have not discovered it. What is the peculiar characteristic of a sermon?" He laughed at this, and complimented her on being skilled in the Socratic method of argument; and Caroline, privately resolving that she would take occasion as soon as she could to learn what the Socratic method was, waited for his answer. "Well now, Miss Raynor, you surely know that there has been an alarming amount of religion chinked into the lectures, addresses, and what not, this summer." "Has it alarmed you? Did you expect irreligion at a Sabbath school assembly?" "Oh, Sabbath school assembly! That is only a pet name to catch a certain class. Chautauqua is a literary and scientific college. The talent gathered here would do honor to any institution of learning in this country or Europe. Yet, as I say, they have marred the whole by constantly forcing this question upon us." "Are literary and scientific people afraid of religion?" He could not help smiling at the keenness of the question. "Oh, no," he said in utmost good nature. "But you see we consider it irrelevant." "Oh, then the talent gathered here that would do credit to this country and Europe is not, after all, capable of judging when it uses irrelevant matter?" Whereupon he laughed outright, albeit he was a little annoyed; and Caroline, startled, looked up, relieved to discover that the round table had adjourned, and the talking that was going on was being done informally, by different groups. "Come," her companion said, observing this also and rising. "I am glad this boorous meeting is over. I beg your pardon. Everything bores me today outside of the actual conversation which I am anxious to carry on with you. Let us take a walk. There are some things that I want to say to you. There are too many people here." "There are some things that I want to say to you," Caroline said, trying to smile, and gathering her papers preparatory to carrying out his suggestion. "I am glad. Occasionally you make me feel that the last thing you have any desire to do is to bestow the slightest attention on my unworthy self." There was just enough of mock deference in the tone to enable Caroline to take this as trifling, so she answered it with a laugh, although the color of her cheeks deepened. "I want to talk to you about Robert," she said. "Mr. Monteith, I do you the honor to believe that you have no intention of doing him harm, and no idea that you are harming him. But I tell you in all earnestness that you certainly are. You are undermining the faith in which he was reared." She did him too much honor, and in the light of Dr. Meredith's sermon he realized it, but he answered evasively. "What is a faith worth that can be so readily undermined?" "Not much, it is true. Robert hasn't genuine faith. If he had, I should not fear for him. He has simply his early education, not founded as yet on solid rock. But what use is there in your pushing even the sand on which he stands from beneath his feet?" "I wish you cared a little for my welfare, Miss Raynor, instead of bestowing your entire interest on Robert." "Mr. Monteith, I do care." She spoke the words earnestly, and the color flushed deeply in her cheeks. He entirely mistook the cause. How could he know that she blushed over the thought that she had really given very little time or prayer to this young man? "Thank you," he said, and his voice was very gentle. Then, after a moment of silence, "I don't mean any harm to the boy, Miss Caroline. He is a bright young fellow, and I like to trip him up a little and see him scramble out. Honestly, I don't believe I have injured him. He is too quick-witted. I am not half so bad a fellow as I appear to be. I am more in earnest about a good many things than you have any idea of. I am sincere in thinking that we have had a little too much mixture of religion here this summer. I enjoy purely scientific lectures without any hint of that which does not strictly belong, and but anxious as Caroline was to hold him to the subject of Robert until she had secured what she wished, she by no means intended to let him slip away with that bit of sophistry still on his lips, so she interrupted at this point. Please tell me, Mr. Monteith, which of the scientific gentlemen here is so poorly prepared for his work that he has introduced into his lecture that which does not strictly belong there? Is Joseph Cook one? I shall not commit the folly of criticizing Joseph Cook, I assure you, he said, half laughing, half annoyed. I am not of the same caliber as our friend Jack Butler. Let us drop that part of the discussion. I will even admit that the hint about matter that did not strictly belong is in bad taste when one remembers the eminent scholars to whom I applied it. They are Christian men, firm believers in their theories of religion, and I am not. That makes all the difference in the world, I presume. But suppose the thing is not quite to my taste. I have never for a moment believed that the Chautauqua idea was originated in an attempt to please my taste. Now, will you talk of something else? Will you first promise me something? I could find it in my heart to promise you almost anything. Thank you. It is not a very startling promise that I ask for, nor one that will tax your generosity greatly. I simply want to know if you will not avoid a form of talk such as you have been indulging in with Robert, talk calculated to set him to doubting and speculating instead of resting. Why, I promise, he said, laughing again, though I warn you that I don't believe it will do any good. The boy is of an investigating turn of mind, and he will get at the root of things. He is not the sort of fellow to be put in a corner like a good boy to learn his Bible lesson and recite it to his teacher. He will want to know what it means, and also what it doesn't mean. To refuse to answer the questions that he asks me is not going to keep him from learning the truth sooner or later. By the time this sentence was concluded, Caroline's eyes were flashing. I hope with all my soul that he will learn the truth, she said. It is what I constantly pray for. Mr. Monteith, you mistake. I do not want to keep him in ignorance of anything. If, instead of answering his questions in your way, giving answers which I know you will admit, after thinking about them, are not worthy the name of answers, you will refer him to your father for information, it will be all that I can ask. He winced under that. How could he help it? But Caroline did not care. If he wished to stand well in her eyes, he had lost ground wonderfully during the last few minutes. She liked frankness. She detested sophistry. Now, to prove to you, he said with a great show of earnestness, how little I care for this whole thing, I will promise not to speak another word beyond a civil good morning to the boy while we are at Chautauqua. I mean nothing, I assure you. She by no means wished for this. She could readily see that a pointed neglect of Robert at this time might lead to more harm in the end than the present apparently warm friendship existing between them could do. Yet it hurt her to think that he had meant so little by his kindnesses that he could throw the boy off so easily. She would have liked him better if he had at least meant friendship. I exact no such promise as that, she answered coldly, and to his suggestion that they should drop the boy and talk about something else, she replied that she thought it quite time to go home. Oh, not yet, he answered eagerly. You are always in haste to go home if I chance to be with you. I have had no opportunity to show you the wonders of this place or to tell you anything, and I had promised myself so much pleasure in doing it. They had wandered by one of the many crossing avenues back to the hall by this time, and as it was being glorified by the setting sun, they stopped to admire it. This hall is of itself an actual inspiration, the young man said. Let us sit down. It would give me much pleasure to tell you about it, about the old hall after which it is modeled, or at least that suggested it. The wonders of the Parthenon, that grand old mass of marble, would have just delighted you. I can imagine how your eyes would glow over even a description of it. May I tell you about it? I fancy I have a passably clear conception of the ancient model, she said, still speaking coldly. At another time it would have given her delight to learn more, to hear him talk, but she could not so soon forget that he had wounded her, had shown himself to be selfish and indifferent to the mischief that he did. He was by no means willing to dismiss the Parthenon so soon. He had counted on it, on his description of its ancient glory to light up her face with one of those rare, eager smiles. He began to talk in the easy, half narrative, half conversational way in which he was so gifted, but at every point Caroline annoyed him by merely assenting to his statements as something that she had known before, and no glow came to her face. "Yes, I know," she said simply, when he told her about the statuary that graced the ancient temple, or described the view from the point on which he stood when he last visited the ruins. "I thought you told me you knew nothing about all these wonderful things," he said at last, a shade of annoyance plainly visible in his tones. "People can learn, you know," she said, speaking lightly. "I have learned a great deal at Chautauqua." And then she insisted on going immediately, and by the most direct route, to the cottage. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. That is a fact. Do you know anything about tent life? I wonder if you have really any idea of how pretty a spot its white wings can enclose? Had you known nothing of it, and been able to step inside of young Ward's when the finishing touches had been given to it, you could hardly have failed of being charmed. Wonders had been done with it. In the first place, the floor was covered with matting of a neat pattern and pretty coloring. Joseph Ward had not aspired to any such elegance, but a motherly neighbor who had 5 boys, gone from her out into the world of business, had watched the young man's enterprise with almost a mother's interest, had counseled matting by all means, and enforced her advice by dragging out from her capacious attic enough to cover the tent floor. Then every member of the Fenton cottage seemed to have become individually interested in tent number 25, which name Joe had given it as soon as the stakes were set. Only he knew the reason therefor. Caroline had washed and ironed and mended certain sheets, spreads, etc., rented from the association at a low figure because unlaundried, and then had spent parts of 2 days in putting into completest order the cots which occupied all available space, after which she was persistent in her statements that curtains were needed to divide the roomy tent into compartments. "Such nonsense!" declared Mrs. Fenton. "As if nobody ever set up a tent before, and as if it would ever come to anything. You are all growing wild over that boy's folly." Then she went down into the depths of her trunk and fished therefrom certain old-fashioned chintz curtains of delicate pattern, which she admitted she had "stuffed in," moved thereto by some dim notion that housekeeping in the woods might demand something of the sort. But the well-furnished cottage had not needed them. They were pronounced by a chorus of eager voices, "the very thing for Joe's tent," and Mrs. Fenton, still insisting that it was "all nonsense," sewed steadily away into midnight, shortening, turning, hemming, puckering, until she had the wherewith to convert the one large room into 5. People who go to Chautauqua and watch the crowds pouring in to demand abiding places, learn to economize space. Young Robert caught the spirit of the hour, and himself cut and trimmed and fashioned a lovely hat rack, composed of the natural branches of a brave young tree that had to be sacrificed to make room for a new house. This he skillfully set in one corner of the tent, near the entrance. Paul Adams looked in upon them one day while 2 or 3 of the helpers were at work, asked a few questions as to space and intentions, then, after a consultation or 2 with Mr. Tucker and the laying aside of certain pieces of lumber pronounced by that worthy of "no account," he left his Latin grammar unopened for the space of one evening, and sawed and hammered and planed, and brought around the next morning a table that exactly fitted into a certain spot in the tent. then forsooth it must have a spread. And who should become interested in that but Effie Butler herself, concocting out of a cast-off white muslin a ruffled and plaited garment that revolutionized the plain pine boards, making them into such a thing of beauty that Paul Adams stood and stared at it in amaze, and wondered in his heart if his mother knew how to make such a rig, and felt a dawning sense of respect for Miss Effie Butler, while Mrs. Fenton was elated and declared she should not regret any of the trouble now, for the enterprise had actually startled Effie Butler into doing something useful. So the tent furnishings grew. When the separating curtains went up, Caroline, finding more than enough, confiscated one and curtained off a corner by itself for toilet purposes. But it was left for the little Amy to add the finishing touches which, after all, glorified the whole. What were they? Oh, I can hardly tell. A few yards of cheesecloth, a yard or two of blue cambric, and lo, the toilet stand and the openings designed for windows and doors blossomed into beauty. Even the improvised hat rack came in for its share of burnishing, and when James Ward, directed all the bright, happy afternoon by Amy's skilled eyes and tongue, had finished his work with hammer and tacks, and stepped down from his perch, all the helpers stood back and exclaimed and admired. "Look at it," said Mrs. Fenton. "Here we have been at work for 2 days, and the child comes in with her bits of cambric and her needle, and in 2 hours transforms the place so that we don't recognize it." "I have just added the cake and the sweetmeats," declared Amy with her happy little laugh. "But what would they be worth without the more substantial dishes?" "The beds, for instance," said Joe dryly, but he was well pleased with it all. These days were bringing unusual experiences to Joe. It was the first time since his mother kissed him good bye that he ever remembered receiving kindly help from others. Much of the constant help that his father had given him had been rendered in such a fashion that the boy had not recognized it as help, and here were all these people at work for him with as much energy as though they expected to reap results. Part of the time Joe did not know whether he liked the new order of things or not. He felt in a constant state of embarrassment. There was another who was embarrassed somewhat. Accidentally, Dr. Monteith had discovered something of the history of the tent, discovered also that the loan of $25 had given Mr. Fenton an influence over young Ward that probably no other person possessed. The instant question became, how can that influence be turned to account for the boy? Seeking out Mr. Fenton during an hour of leisure, Dr. Monteith overwhelmed him by presenting the case to him. "I'm sure I don't know how to do anything for boys," he said in a tone that was almost pitiful in its pleading. "My own boy is more than I can understand. I've never felt that I was the proper guide for him in anything. It has worried me ever since he was born. I don't want to have influence over other boys. I don't know what to do for them." "Yes, but my friend, you have influence over them, you see. There is no possible way of escaping from it. This young fellow, because of your kindness to him, the world has not bestowed much of that article on him, I fancy, has concluded that you are the best friend he has, and he is almost ready to do anything you suggest. That is a heavy responsibility in connection with just such a young man as he." "I should think it was," said Mr. Fenton, wiping his forehead. "I tell you I don't know what to do with it. There is no reason for it either. I'm nothing to the boy. I only lent him a little money, a mere trifling business transaction, nothing to think of twice." "Look here, my friend. Did you lend the boy the money because you recognized in the matter an excellent business investment, or did you lend it because you wanted to hold out a helping hand to one who was very low down the hill and who seemed for the first time intended to climb?" "I suppose," said Mr. Fenton, dropping his eyes and blushing as though he had been caught in a meanness, "I suppose I was trying an experiment that I thought might help him a little. I hadn't much hopes that it would amount to anything." "Exactly. Don't you suppose the boy understands? He knows you did not do it for an investment. He is not used to kindly deeds. You have the boy's heart somewhere in your hands." "What can I do for him?" said Mr. Fenton, mopping his forehead again and looking actually frightened. He had felt the responsibility of his own boy so greatly, how could he have it added to? What does he need? What he needs, said Dr. Monteith with a gravely sweet smile, is to accept of the Lord Jesus Christ and serve him forever. It is the only way of safety and honor for him as for others. Yes, said Mr. Fenton, the nervous flush on his face rising to his forehead. I knew you would say something like that. Now you see I'm not the one. I don't know the first thing about helping a fellow in any such direction, or influencing him. May I ask, my friend, whose fault it is that you do not? It was a gently put question. The tone was tender and grave, yet it carried such weight with it that it seemed to Mr. Fenton's conscience almost like a blow. I suppose it is my own fault, he said slowly. But, Professor, tell me this. How can I direct anybody on a road that I know nothing at all about? I don't know. It was all the answer that this question received. Positively spoken, accompanied by the gravest of looks. There were no other words, but the look added nearly as plainly as words could have done, "Does that view of the case remove your responsibility?" Meantime, the white cots in the tent were not spread in vain. There were several reasons for this. In the first place, it had been made, as I have told you, most inviting. A few shillings, in New York parlance, a few hours of skilled labor, a careful expenditure of space, an unusual display of taste, had made fairyland out of the prosaic canvas walls. The pretty Amy was daily adding to these effects by bringing mosses and ferns and scarlet leaves and berries, wherewith, in lieu of pictures, to decorate the canvas walls. Who is so foolish as to suppose that men, most men, care for none of these things? Many of them have not the least idea that they care for such trifles. Yet the most obtuse specimen among them is well aware that one room which contains all the necessaries connected with brief living, he hates, and another, containing not another article that he is capable of mentioning, he likes. Why? He doesn't know. 10 chances to 1 it is the bit of blue or pink cambric, or cheap Nottingham lace, or bright mosses and berries that he has not seen at all, and might affect to despise if he did. Certain persons who had reared tents for renting at Chautauqua ignored this phase of human nature, and the consequence was that young Ward's cots were all rented before theirs. Another reason was, he had friends. Dr. Monteith, for instance. When the boats came in laden, and the question of importance was, where shall we lodge? As hotels and cottages filled with permanent guests became out of the question, it was easy to suggest a specially neat and well-managed tent on Lake Avenue. Still a third and all-important reason was the fact that crowds of people, unexpectedly immense crowds, poured into Chautauqua and filled every available space. Of course, the 5 white carefully made cots found pleased occupants. $5 a night for the privilege of occupying young Ward's tent. At that rate, how long would it take for the boy to secure $25 with which to pay his note? What an enormous price to pay for a night's lodging, groaned the uninitiated. Well, it is true there were cheaper cots than that. They could be had in some of the tents for 50 cents each. But there were some, many it transpired, who chose the exquisite neatness, the careful conveniences, the constant attention to comfort, the touches of refinement seen everywhere, and cheerfully paid the $1 a day. Of course you needn't sleep in them unless you want to, would Joe say innocently to any who hinted that his cots were high-priced. There's cheaper ones, but there's been 50 cents a day spent in extra work on these, and we calculate to keep them looking just so all the time. And whatever the just so covered, it took the fancy of the people. The sensation with which Joe Ward fingered over the first $25 he had ever earned may possibly by some be imagined, but it cannot be described. What to do with it was a question that kept him awake for half of one night. To give it to Mr. Fenton was his first thought. His second was to wait for that until the second 25 was earned. There was almost no risk about it. The first week of the assembly was hardly over, and here were the crisp bills representing 250. What did he want to do with it? Mrs. Fenton would surely have forgiven him could she have known that he just longed to enclose it in an envelope and send it to his father. The thought of the elder Ward's utter amazement and incredulity made Joe laugh aloud in the middle of the night, and caused his brother to wonder what in the world was the matter. "Dreaming aloud," said Joe, and he laughed again. What fun it would be! His father had told him dozens of times that there was no hope of his ever earning a cent. Joe liked to disappoint people. It was a great struggle. He argued the question for one mortal hour, told himself several times that he was a fool, and turned over and turned his pillow and answered his invisible opponent snappishly, to the effect that, of course, he would have another 25, and there wasn't the least danger of his making a slip, and of course he meant to take up his note, never meant anything more in his life. Then he lay still for a while, his eyes fixed on the strongly defined rafters, and at last, sure by the steady heavy breathing that James was asleep, he expressed his determination out loud. "No, sir, Joe Ward, you don't do it. He trusted you, and you were never trusted before in your life, not even by your father. He couldn't help it, to be sure. There was nothing to trust, but the other one did it. And he shall be paid tomorrow. Not 1 hour later will I wait. I'll earn the other 25, and maybe a trifle more. In fact, I know I shall. I see a way to do it, and this first one shall be in Mr. Fenton's pocket before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Then Joe went to sleep. It was owing to this resolution that he dressed himself with unusual care the next morning, even waiting to blacken his boots. The occasion was a peculiar one. He was to take up his first note. "Suppose it was 2500, he said, counting the bills over lingeringly once more. "I'd like to pay out money. As true as I live I would, always supposing I had it to pay. There is a kind of excitement about it. I just believe I shall pay out a 2500 yet. 25,000 maybe. Folks do." This wild flight of fancy made his eyes sparkle. A close student of human nature, watching him, would have been sure that Chautauqua had either created or awakened in this boy a spirit of enterprise. In the near future, the boy with his $25 will develop into the man with his 2500, and they will seem as nothing to him compared with these 5 crisp bills. You understand, I suppose, that during this time our young business man was an inmate of the Fenton cottage, his proportion of the expenses duly arranged for by his father. It was not, therefore, a rare thing to meet Mr. Fenton. Yet the boy's cheeks glowed with excitement. He put on an air as of complete indifference, as though this little business transaction were an everyday occurrence, and sauntered into the sitting room after Mr. Fenton. Once there, he talked about the weather, the meetings, the crowds that constantly gathered, and even the hopeful look of the peach crop, before he reached the grand object of the interview. "Well, sir," he said at last, laying down the book he had been opening and shutting for the last 5 minutes, "I've come to take up that note this morning." "What?" said Mr. Fenton in genuine astonishment. "My note, you know, that I gave you. I'm ready now to take it up." "Why," said Mr. Fenton, "it is only a few days since you borrowed the money. You can't be ready to pay it so soon." "I am ready," repeated the young business man, and he gravely and tenderly counted out the precious bills for the last time. Then he dived into his vest pocket and produced 4 shining coppers, laying the whole, with an air of great satisfaction, on the table in front of Mr. Fenton. "What is all this?" said that bewildered gentleman. When Joe gravely explained that that was, as nearly as he could calculate, the interest due on the loan, the face of the elder gentleman relaxed in a broad smile. The ludicrous side of the whole transaction presented itself to his mind, relieving the embarrassment. "It is the most satisfactory investment I ever made in my life," he said heartily. "I have been almost as much pleased with your success, and especially with the vim in which you went to work, as I would have been if you had been my own boy." Then, a memory of Dr. Monteith's hints coming forcibly to him, the embarrassment returned. How was he to say anything toward helping this boy to the place where, according to Professor Monteith, he ought to stand? I wonder to what extent the gracious Spirit of God hovers near to suggest and help those who never ask for his help. It would be, perhaps, a difficult question to answer, but it would certainly seem as though the tender Spirit, of whose very existence as a helper Mr. Fenton was lamentably ignorant, chose wise words for him to say at that moment. Nothing would have been easier than for him to have utterly disgusted the young man before him by the repetition of a few platitudes on a subject about which he himself was ignorant. To have talked with young Ward about religion from a platform which professed itself as above that on which the young man stood, would either have irritated or hopelessly amused him. What Mr. Fenton did say was, "Joe, they say that you and I are both working on the wrong road." "On the wrong road?" repeated Joe, surprised yet complacent. There was nothing offensive in being quoted as on the same road with the eminently respectable and thoroughly respected business man. Joe recognized it as a compliment. "Yes," said Mr. Fenton, fingering his bills in an embarrassed manner. Then suddenly he raised his eyes and looked full into the young fellow's face. Since he had undertaken this plain speaking, he meant to carry it out, new business though it was to him. And something of the great importance of the subject served to add gravity to his words and subdue his embarrassment. "They say, my boy, that we ought to be on the road with the Lord Jesus Christ, and I don't know but it is true. Anyway, it is worth our while to think about it." Said Joe, "That is a fact." He had not intended to answer thus. The words seemed almost forced from him by reason of his great surprise. He always answered all such appeals in a thoroughly amused, good-natured manner. But, for some reason, Mr. Fenton's singular way of putting it took hold of him. "That is a fact," he repeated, still in utmost gravity. And he put on his hat and went out, without saying another word. The thing had never impressed him as a fact before. He walked the length of the avenue, down toward the lake, still with the grave, preoccupied look on his face, and then he said aloud once more, "That is a fact." End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Cooperation. The next thing that our Chautauqua friends did was to absorb themselves utterly in a scheme of cottage building. It is not known in whose wise brain the first thought concerning their brilliant plan had birth, though Mrs. Fenton believes that it grew out of Joe Ward's earnestly expressed wish that they had a house of their own. Caroline took hold of the thought with vigor, and Robert Fenton may have been said to dash into the center of it on first mention. The scheme was a novel one. It grew by inches, but, when fully developed, was unlike anything that had been planned before, even in that most original of places. "People have cooperative all sorts of things nowadays," Mr. Masters had said. "I wonder why it wouldn't be a good idea to have cooperative house building?" Somebody repeated that sentence to young Ward, who said it was exactly in a line with what he had been thinking of. So, what was at first simply talk grew into a very short space of time into actual deeds. A cottage at Chautauqua, owned and controlled by the Centerville C.L.S.C. Such was their ambition. After diligent investigation it was discovered, and the discovery was reduced to actual figures, that $1,000 would not only buy a lot, but build and furnish a cottage. Notwithstanding the skepticism of some on this point, the enthusiastic young people succeeded in getting the signatures of responsible parties to the statement. The next thing in order was to raise the money. It was Mr. Fenton who proposed that the $1,000 should be divided into shares of $50 each, and that each person who chose to join them should take one or more shares. Then young Robert took up the matter with glee. prepared a paper and circulated it that very evening at the tea table to secure the names of stockholders, his eyes shining like stars over the fact that his father not only took a share for himself and one for his wife, but coolly forged his son's name and added another 50. Caroline surprised them all by giving her signature. Mrs. Fenton knew her as a careful economist, but even she did not understand how $50 could have been saved for this purpose. The pretty Amy unhesitatingly took a share, admitting that it would only need a little careful planning of her pin money to meet such a small amount. Of course the president of the circle took one, but carefully refrained from doing more than that, and counseled that each one's stock should be confined to that amount, in order to make an equal interest. This required some correspondence with members not present at Chautauqua, and bade fair to cause delay, until the president proposed to go security for certain absentees. So before the close of the second day the amount named was secured. It was a surprise to some that Joe Ward's name was among the stockholders, but sundry long talks with the president had been held before he finally signed it, and the wise ones hinted that he had given his note for part of the payment, and that the president of the circle had promptly discounted the note. The new scheme met with great favor, even Effie Butler rousing to the importance of it, and actually offering a suggestion or two as to the length of the front windows and the size of the parlor. A builder who could do wonders was the next requisite. Mr. Tucker was out of the question. He shook his head wistfully when the plan was explained to him, admitted that the whole thing just took his fancy, and he should like no better fun, but them two houses that he had promised for the professor were larger and finer and had more work on them than any on the grounds, and would take every single inch of his time while the meetings lasted. "You see," he explained, "his lots is so near the amphitheater there, as they call it, though I don't see no theater about it, and they wouldn't let a fellow saw a board or drive a nail while the meetings is on, and they are on most of the time, so we make slow work, and I can't go into it nohow. But I know a man who can. His name is Scott, and a likelier kind of a builder I ain't met very often. He is just finishing of a house down on Jane's Avenue. It went up like lightning. I'd never see anything like it. One morning no sign of a house on that lot, and the next there it stood. That fellow worked. I've seen a good deal of fast work in my day, but I'm free to confess I never saw anything to our state like the way that house went up. No sham work either. I watched it. Fact is, it kind of fascinated me, and I hung around there at all hours and watched. And neither that man nor the other, there's two of them, and they worked together, the other's name is Brooks, well, sir, neither of 'em shirked a hair. It is just downright honest hard work. You see, their word was at stake. They had promised the house at such a day and hour in good shape, and says Mr. Scott to me, "When I pass my word for a thing I calculate to do it if it is a possible thing to do. And if I have to go without my dinners and work all night, this house shall be done at the time." Well, sir, it was, and they moved in, and the owner himself told me that the house was every bit it promised to be. You might go and see it. It is right round there on Jane's Avenue near the corner. "We like men who can keep their word," said Dr. Monteith, to whom this explanation was made, and he wrote in his notebook the names of the builders in question. The result of this conference and several others was that Mr. Scott was engaged to build the cooperative cottage. Now, in addition to all their other pursuits, the excitement of watching a house of their own go swiftly up was added. What a delight it was to some who had never really expected to own a foot of land can be better imagined than described. Perhaps to none it was more of an inspiration than to Joseph Ward. He spent every moment that could be spared from his 2 tents on the ground watching the progress of the new building. Did you not know that he had 2 tents? Well, it chanced that a tenter living near to him, with whom he had exchanged certain neighborly kindnesses, was unexpectedly called home, and having become interested in the young man's enterprise, placed his well-furnished tent in Joe's hands, with full permission to rent at his discretion, with the understanding that when the assembly closed, the tent and all its belongings should be safely housed in a spot named. So a stranger of but a few days' acquaintance contributed his mite toward the young man's education. For that Chautauqua was educating him into a business man was evident. His first taste of enterprise had been so thoroughly relished that it had taken complete hold of his imagination. From that time Joseph Ward reveled in a world of his own, wherein houses and lots owned by himself abounded. Meantime he was no mean helper at the new house whose walls rose swiftly as he sawed and planed and hammered, guided by the skillful eye and cheery voice of the master builder. Almost he decided that he would be his own carpenter, building his own houses. There was one stockholder whose name I have neglected to mention. This was no other than Paul Adams. The fact astonished nobody more than himself. He was so amazed when Mr. Fenton showed him his name on the contract, and opposite it those magic figures, that beyond one short sharp whistle he made no sound. Yet the explanation was simple. I have told you that Mr. Tucker was deeply interested, had many questions to ask. So you don't let anybody in unless he belongs to your ABC, eh? Was one of them. No, said Dr. Monteith, smiling. It is connected with our own local circle. Well, after a meditative pause, during which he had whittled a chip, as he always did when in deep thought, I don't belong to no circle, don't expect to, not of a book-learning kind, but I know somebody who does, and I don't see his name here. I want to put it down in black and white. Never mind if the number is made up. Drop out one of the folks that ain't here to speak for themselves. If they'd wanted to be in, they ought to be here, and I'm bound he shall be in anyway. You are better at writing than I am, more used to it. You just write his name and the figures while I count out the 50. It isn't any more than I meant to add to his wages. He deserves it if a boy ever did. I hired him kind of low in the first place because I didn't more than 1/4 believe in him, and I ain't raised 'em because I was kind of afraid of setting him up more than would be good for him. Folks are uncommon afraid of that, you know, in this world, though I think myself people get set down a good deal oftener than they get set up. Here's the 50, good clean bills. Have you got the name ready? You haven't given me the name yet, Professor Monteith said, his Mackinnon pen unscrewed. His smiling mouth told the story of his satisfaction. Why, Paul Adams, of course, said Mr. Tucker, astonished that any one should presume to be so dull as not to know the boy in whom he was specially interested. So it transpired that Mr. Fenton showed Paul Adams his name that evening written in beautiful characters, with the remarkable sum of $50 set down opposite. After the first astonished whistle and the silence that followed, came a look of intense gravity. I don't know about that, he said, shaking his head. Fact is, I made up my mind to drive my own nails right straight through this world, and I kind of like to stick to it. I'm obliged to whoever did it, I'm sure, but I don't know about it, as true as you live. Every nail of it is your own, Dr. Monteith said with a pleased smile. He liked Paul none the worse for his strong ideas of independence. Your employer told me that the sum put down here was not a cent more than he owed you, above what he had already paid. He has been contemplating a rise of wages for some time, and he thought you would like to invest the money in this way. Did Mr. Tucker put it down? Said Paul, and his voice was eager and his eyes were bright. This made it certain that thus far in his business life he had been a success. Oh, the pretty house! If you are the fortunate owner of several houses, or even of only one, you will hardly be able to enter with complete success into the feelings of certain of these Chautauquans who had never possessed a foot of land before, as they watched from day to day the magic process of house building, realizing that these rooms were to belong to them. Little pieces of home, Caroline called the different rooms. And I, who never expected to have even a piece of a home, should enjoy it thoroughly. Mr. Masters looked down at her almost pityingly as she said it. "Did you never really expect to have a home?" he asked her, and Caroline, detecting the undertone of feeling in his voice, and remembering that he also had been one of the homeless ones, answered brightly: "Oh, yes. Indeed I did and do. I would not for a moment forget it. I look for a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens." This young man, who was himself a builder, you will remember, liked to watch the progress of the new house almost as well as did the stockholders. He was at this time engaged in directing the uprearing of 3 new and elegant cottages on one of the main avenues. They represented thousands, where the cooperative cottage did hundreds. Nevertheless, the heart of the builder was in this cottage which he was not building. He hovered about it, giving a wise suggestion now and then, keeping posted on all the improvements, and giving a careful eye to all the details. "I don't know how it is," he said, "but I feel as though I were somehow a piece of the enterprise. I wish I could have taken hold of it myself. The thing fascinates me, though I could not have done better work than is being done for you. Why, Mrs. Fenton, you have the corner cupboards." "Of course we have," said that lady briskly. "I do not believe Caroline would have invested in the enterprise if we had not included them in the plan. She thinks nothing in the housekeeping line is so important." "Oh, Mrs. Fenton," said Caroline with a deprecating laugh, but she did not stop the little woman's tongue. "I'll tell you what she said when she first regulated them, Mr. Masters. She assured me that some woman must have planned them, that no man would ever have thought of them in the world. And she was sure the builder's wife must have insisted on them." "I wonder where his wife is," was Mr. Masters' rejoinder as he laughed lightly. "He planned them carefully, expressly for her benefit, and she has never had the grace to thank him. She can take no credit to herself. I wanted to economize her time and her patience, so I studied it up. Do you really like them, Mrs. Fenton?" "Of course I do. I wouldn't be a housekeeper if I didn't. It is quite time your wife had the benefit of them, I think, Mr. Masters." "Sometimes I think so," he said quietly. "I wish I was sure that she approved." Caroline had moved entirely away, and was studying the view from one of the western windows. She was in no mood to hear these two frolic over her little dream of home. Perhaps the one whose absorbing interest in the building scheme astonished them the most was Effie Butler. She was not a stockholder, for the reason that she had never become a member of the C.L.S.C., for which Mrs. Fenton unhesitatingly expressed herself thankful. "She doesn't belong," would that emphatic lady say with energy. "She is off on a different strip. Don't you know that people are in strips? Whenever I see a new face I can calculate in a few minutes from which strip it came. Now Effie is a good enough little goose, but she isn't one of our strip, and I'm really glad she isn't connected with this thing." This was early in the house building. As it progressed, it became evident that if Effie's money was not in the enterprise, her heart was. She watched the progress of events with the deepest interest. She entered with zest into the discussions about furnishing, exhibiting such decided talent for originating pretty things, and offering to show them how to get them up at a trifling cost, that it became the custom to defer to her opinion. "She really hasn't gotten herself up like a wax doll all these years for nothing," Mrs. Fenton admitted. "She knows what is pretty and how to plan it. I wonder if everything about us, rightly managed, would become a talent." "And a power for good?" said Caroline. "That is an idea. I suppose it is so. All the pretty little plans that Effie and Amy and girls of their stamp seem to have, bubbling up continually, were intended to influence for good the people with whom they came in contact." "Dear me," said the matron, her cheeks flushing. "Don't speak of Effie Butler and our little Amy in the same breath, I beg. As if they belonged to the same strip. Why, Amy has more sense in her little finger than Effie has all over her." And Caroline, smiling quietly, was content to have it so, remembering as she did that it was hardly a week since Mrs. Fenton had expressed herself in equally plain and uncomplimentary terms about the pretty Amy. Others beside Caroline looked on with satisfaction over the fact that the sweet-faced little girl was taking such strides into the motherly woman's heart. She did not forget that Amy had come to her first for help in the new life that had opened before her, and though she had been unable to give advice, still she looked upon the child as in some sense belonging to her, and watched over her with a new and tender care. As for Amy, neither did she forget that Mrs. Fenton was the first to whom she had spoken of her new experience. Perhaps it was this that awakened in her heart an intense longing to bring this woman into personal acquaintance with the Lord; and perhaps, though the matron did not know it, it was the subtle powerful influence of answered prayer that daily twined her heart so closely around Amy's. In more ways than one was the new recruit working. Mrs. Fenton had refused to consider the two girls as from the same strip, yet it is true that heretofore they had been quite too much alike to have the slightest interest in, or patience with, each other. But new interests had developed at Chautauqua. A powerful charm held them both. Both were singers. Amy not by any means a remarkable one, but she had a sweet, clear voice and a reasonably correct ear, while Effie, as much to her own surprise as that of any other, under the cultivation which Chautauqua offered, suddenly blossomed into a soloist of no small power. It was Professor Case who detected the voice that was flute-like in its sweetness, and was yet not singing loud enough for a less watchful ear to hear distinctly. It was he who called her out, and encouraged her, and drilled her, and in short amazed her by his emphatic statements as to what she could do and ought to do. For a time she was bewildered. Who had ever told her that she ought to do anything, or expected her to do anything but dress well, and keep the parlor in order, and dance gracefully, and have as good a time as she could? She had even grown up, so far, with a sort of feeling that it was unladylike to be intensely interested in anything. Almost against her will, the choir rehearsals began to interest her. The class of music which was being studied was elevating, and without realizing its influence, she felt its power. The walks to and from the rehearsals were taken, nearly always, with Amy, as they too represented the most of the musical talent from the Fenton cottage. It would have astonished, and at one time it might even have offended Effie Butler, to have hinted that the society of little Amy Allison was elevating. Yet I wonder if you think that any one can daily walk and talk with Christ as closely as did this new disciple of his, without having an elevating influence on those around her. It was new companionship for Effie. New themes were discussed, new influences set at work. Partly unknown to herself, half shrinking from the spell, the silent steady weaving of the new life went on around her. She actually did not like to admit that Chautauqua charmed her, yet it is true that she ceased to talk about hops as though they were the aim and end of all existence. It is true that she retired each night at an unprecedentedly early hour in her hitherto dissipating life. It is true that she awoke each morning without the sense of weariness and ennui to which she had been a victim, and found herself listening to the birds and enjoying their song, and planning with some show of mental energy for the occupations of the day. But it was not until one eventful evening, when the amphitheater was crowded away to its remotest tier of seats with eager listeners, when the platform was seated with its grand chorus of 400 voices, when the jubilees had alternately hushed and thrilled the audience by their weird, grand eloquence of song, and when she, Effie Butler, in floating robes of purest white, with no other ornament than a few sprays of delicate natural flowers, had come out alone before that great audience and sung a sweet, bright song, and had been greeted by the delighted listeners with such deafening bursts of applause that she was obliged to appear again, that her foolish young heart went over entirely to the Chautauqua side. Henceforth no more extravagant devotee could be found throughout the length of the avenues than Effie Butler. I wonder if everything about us, rightly managed, would become a talent. That was the way Mrs. Fenton had expressed it, you will remember. And Caroline had finished the sentence in the way which she was sure the elder lady meant it. She thought of it again as she watched Effie Butler's voice, God given, lead her steadily into daily companionship with what was ennobling. Did God design that through the channel of song she should be led up to him? What a grand thing it would be to have that voice sing only his praise! And that idea from that time took hold of Caroline. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Fires of Genius. Mrs. Fenton's face wore an air, not only of perplexity, but anxiety. She sat in the low chair by the western window of her own room, but she was not looking out at the lovely sunset. In fact, she was not looking at anything but her own troubled thoughts. A shadow passed the window, causing her to look up, and she seemed relieved to discover that the substance was Caroline. "I'm glad you have come," she said, calling after her. "Come here, please, as soon as you can." And Caroline, wondering, washed her hands in haste, set aside the peaches she had been preparing for tea, and obeyed the summons. "I did not know you had returned from the hall," said Mrs. Fenton. "Sit down. How long have you been in the kitchen?" "I don't know. Half an hour, perhaps. Long enough to pare the peaches. Why?" "Have you heard anything peculiar? Any unusual sounds? Oh, I don't know that you could hear them from the kitchen. Well, Caroline, have you noticed anything strange about Irene Butler during the last few days?" "Nothing more strange than that she seems to have deserted sculpture," said Caroline, laughing. "There is an unfinished dog standing on her toilet shelf who has stood there with half a nose and not a suggestion of a tail for 3 days. I remember thinking it strange that she did not take pity on the poor creature and finish him." "That is one of the signs," exclaimed Mrs. Fenton, by no means laughing, but in real distress. "She has not been to the class for nearly a week, and you know how completely fascinated she was with it. Caroline, I am thoroughly alarmed about her." "For what possible reason?" asked Caroline, looking as though perhaps she ought to be thoroughly alarmed about the distressed little woman before her. "That a woman like Miss Butler abandons a new fancy suddenly is surely no cause for alarm. I suppose she has gone back to her first love, and means to devote herself to painting." Mrs. Fenton shook her head. "No, that is another strange symptom. Do you know only yesterday morning she brought brushes and a tube of paint, and threw the brushes into the fire, and the paint into the alley, as she said to me with a strange sort of half laugh, 'I have done with all that senseless folly. Henceforth my life is—' Listen!" "What do you fear?" said Caroline, changing color suddenly as there arose on the quiet air a sort of sullen murmur or mutter from the room above, rising higher and higher until it expended itself in a half yell, and silence followed. "Caroline," said Mrs. Fenton, leaning forward and speaking in a distressed whisper, "she has been going on in that fashion for half an hour. I came in here to write a letter, and I haven't been able to do a thing but listen to her. I've really become so frightened that the cold chills run over me. I never heard anything like it. I believe in my heart that she is insane." "Much painting has made her mad," said Caroline, hardly realizing what she said. Then she rallied. "Why, Mrs. Fenton, she surely has not given you ground for thinking that. She has seemed perfectly rational in the family." Mrs. Fenton shook her head. "How much ground do you need? How many brains has Irene Butler to be turned, anyway? She has appeared strange for several days. Didn't you notice her last evening stirring her tea with a knife? And when Robert passed her the butter, she tried to take it with a spoon. I tell you the poor girl's mind is giving way. Just listen." For the strange muttering sounds had commenced again, rising as before to what resembled maniac yells, then sinking away into silence. "She ought to be looked after," said Caroline, rising. "She may injure herself. What can we do, Mrs. Fenton? I am worth very little, for I frankly confess that the one thing of which I stand in mortal fear is insanity. Where is Mr. Fenton?" "Gone to the 5 o'clock meeting. So has every other mortal in the family. We are all alone. Suppose she should take a fancy to come downstairs. Shall we lock the door and run away?" "There is Robert," said Caroline with a relieved air. Startled as the nerves of the two women had been, the sight of the cheery-faced boy, whistling a strain from one of the grand bursts of triumphant song which the Jubilees sang, had a reassuring effect, boy though he was. "Robert," his mother called, "come here, and listen." The muttering had commenced again with renewed vigor. "What's up?" the boy asked wonderingly, for his mother's face was pale, and so was Caroline's. They told him briefly their fears, and bade him listen to the sounds. "I'm going up there," he said positively. "Just in the hall, mother, near enough to hear what she is saying. That will give us an idea as to what fancy she has, and we can know better what to do with her. I shall have to hunt up Jack, and I want something definite to tell him, though I don't believe he has brains enough to comprehend the very mildest forms of insanity. Oh, mother, of course I am not afraid. I will only stand in the hall. She need not see me, and if she did, I can quiet insane people by looking steadily at them. I can really, mother. Don't you know when I went with Dr. Pearson to the asylum, how the noisy ones would stop yelling and come towards me as quiet as mice? I'm going up as far as the head of the stairs this minute." And leaving his mother divided between her admiration for his bravery and her fears of the result, he darted away. Then the two left behind to listen did it breathlessly. They heard the boy's nimble steps up the stairs, pausing in the upper hall, and all was still again. Suddenly the mutter arose in the air, growing louder and louder, until it culminated in that yell which was growing so fearful to the listeners below that they shuddered. Then they heard the boy coming swiftly down the hall, down the stairs, almost flying, it seemed to their excited fancy. Had the insane woman caught sight of him, and was she in hot pursuit? The instinct of motherhood sent the frightened little mother toward the door to meet and help her boy. He rushed into the room, and instantly Caroline closed and bolted the door, and stood trembling to discover that Robert had thrown himself, face downward, on his mother's bed, and buried his face in her pillow, where he was shaking as if with an ague fit. "What is it, darling son?" entreated his mother. "What did you see? Oh, why did I let you go?" Then Caroline, in firm, low tones, "Robert, you are not the boy I think you, if you are not able to control yourself for your mother's sake." She knew her material, and felt sure that even though he had gone momentarily insane himself, a plea for his mother would reach his brain. Instantly the curly head was lifted from the pillow and showed a face convulsed, not with fright, but with uncontrollable merriment. "Oh, mother," he said, "don't you see I am dying to laugh? And I mustn't let her hear me. Oh, it is too funny!" And he went off into an outburst that was only controlled by a sudden retreat into the pillow. The two women looked at each other. "Is the boy gone daft?" said the mother, going back in her haste to the tincture of Scottish blood that was in her veins, and taking refuge in one of their expressive words. "Robert, sit up and stop laughing. Tell me what it all means. Remember, I have been thoroughly frightened. I don't feel in the least like laughing." He sat up instantly, but his eyes twinkled with merriment. "It is so funny," he giggled, trying to speak so that they could understand. "Why, mother, she is not insane. It is the fires of genius that you hear roaring. She has become an elocutionist, and the way she is getting off the maniac is enough to make Miss Boyce's hair stand erect." Then while he retired into his pillow again, the two women looked at each other and felt foolish. "Who is Miss Boyce?" said the mother, speaking irritably. She felt she had been sufficiently frightened to justify her in feeling cross at somebody. "Miss Boyce is the elocutionist," explained Robert, coming out of retirement. Why, mother, you have heard her recite that magnificent poem, the last hymn. She is the teacher here, a perfectly splendid teacher, and Miss Butler has been doing her class up brown for the last week. I wonder I didn't think of it before I went upstairs. I met her in the woods the other day, and she was going it tremendously. She does the effusive style in the woods. How often, oh, how often, in the days that had gone by, I had stood on that bridge at midnight and gazed on that wave and sky. How often, oh, how often, I had wished that the ebbing tide would bear me away on its bosom over the ocean wild and wide. This verse he rendered with all the italics which I have supplied, breaking down on the last line into a roar of laughter, rallying again to say, "Oh, but it is nothing to the way she is getting off the maniac. I'd have given something for a peep at her. She rolls her eyes, I know. I have seen her roll them in class. Mother, I beg your pardon for frightening you so. I didn't mean it. But if you would just go to the head of the stairs and listen a minute, you would know that I couldn't help it." There was no use in chiding him for laughter. He was off again, rolling over and over on the bed in his paroxysm, until at last Mrs. Fenton, feeling cross and foolish and amused all at once, let the latter get the ascendancy, and she sat down on the foot of the bed to laugh too. "We ought to be relieved enough to laugh," said Caroline, sitting down on a trunk at the bedside. "I thought it was serious business. I didn't know she had any taste in the direction of that study." "Oh, she has," burst forth Robert. "Amazing taste. You just go upstairs and listen 3 minutes, and you will never doubt it again." "Robert," said his mother severely, and then they all gave themselves up to a perfect uproar of laughter. This was the inauguration of Miss Irene's public career. At least, she did what she could to make herself as public as possible in the line she had chosen. The daubing and puttering had all been as nothing compared with her infatuation for the study, or rather the display, of elocution. It was not long before she made a confidante of Mrs. Fenton, assuring her that she felt she had mistaken her vocation; that now it was plain to her she had always been designed for a public recitationist of no common order. "It is not my place to move the masses," she said complacently, in trying to argue herself into the sphere which she had chosen. "It is like painting. You cannot move many people with paintings. The common mind is pitched on too low a key to respond. But when you do come in contact with a soul capable of understanding your idea, it is moved mightily. It is just so with elocution." "But Miss Boyce succeeds in moving the masses, I should think," dissented Mrs. Fenton. "At least, there are masses enough here who are perfectly carried away by her style, which you say is so quiet as to be unworthy of the name of elocution." "That is precisely an illustration of my meaning," said Miss Irene complacently. "Thank you for suggesting it. Miss Boyce has a sort of imitation of the real, like lace. Don't you know there are plenty of common people who wear imitation lace and are perfectly satisfied with it, even think it is real? I never could endure the stuff. Now this lady who presumes to teach is capable of reaching the masses by her imitation of the real thing. She is commonplace, and they are commonplace, and she and they suit. But there is nothing of the tragic about her. I could never be satisfied with any commonplace selections such as she makes. Nothing less than Shakespeare or some other mighty genius fits my needs. Oh, I shall never trouble her. She is on too low a plane to realize even this. I can see in class how absurdly jealous she is. She actually tries occasionally to repress me. She is foolish. Our paths will probably never cross again. I consider my range of talent as so different from hers that there is no more danger of our being rivals than there is that that evening star over your head will undertake to rival that bit of a dewdrop at your foot." It is distressing to be obliged to tell you that Miss Irene's small audience belonged so completely to the class of people described as on a lower plane that she impatiently brushed the dewdrop out of existence, and rudely said, "Oh, nonsense!" and abruptly went to the kitchen where, as she stirred vigorously at a meek looking mixture in a large yellow bowl, she said, "I wish some people didn't have to be either insane or idiots." The poor woman did not know that this was to be but the beginning of troubles. After that she spent wakeful nights sighing over the thought that she ever suggested Chautauqua to Miss Irene. That poor bewitched woman also spent wakeful nights rehearsing her poems. Indeed, the fires of genius seemed to roar loudest soon after midnight, and Mrs. Fenton, whose room you will remember was directly under that of the genius, used to have to lie and listen to the roll of words as the performer paced back and forth, interrupted only by occasional snappish appeals from the suffering Effie that she would "come to bed and behave herself." Neither did the family succeed in keeping their trials to themselves. One evening Mr. Masters confided to them the fact that Miss Irene had persistently sought and finally obtained audience with the authorities at Chautauqua, and besieged them to let her try her new-fledged wings on the Chautauqua platform. She had assured them that they were deceived in the elocution teacher. She was utterly unskilled in the higher branches of the divine art. She was calculated only for the masses, whereupon she was good-humoredly informed that the masses were the very ones they liked to move, that any one who spoke on a Chautauqua platform must speak for the masses, because, having been educated to expect something good, they would certainly come en masse to hear it. When to this was added the explanation that the committee listened with great delight to the teacher in question, and believed her to be mistress of her art, Miss Irene was so good as to assure them that such a conclusion was owing to the fact that nothing better had been presented. If she could but be allowed the opportunity which she craved, she would give them a contrast that would astonish the people. "It is so trying to be connected with the creature," sputtered Mrs. Fenton, fanning herself violently when she heard of this climax. "Though I believe I am glad after all. She will surely have sense enough to lay aside her new accomplishment for the present at least. After having utterly failed in her attempt to gain a hearing, mortification will keep her quiet." But Mrs. Fenton was mistaken. Miss Irene was by no means discouraged. A trifle indignant she was, it is true, and she rehearsed her trials to the boy Robert, who in great glee repeated the story to his mother. Miss Irene believed that it was simply jealousy on the part of the teacher of elocution which kept her back. "Mother," reported Robert, "she says the committee here is making a great mistake. They would find it immensely to their future advantage if they would give her a hearing now. No one can tell, she says, what it might do for Chautauqua for her to be able to look back and say that on these grounds she commenced her career." And then Robert went off into his merriest of laughs, checking himself to ask a question. "Mother, don't you think she really must be half-witted?" End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Decided. I want you to take a ride on Chautauqua Lake. You will never find a smoother, brighter, more fascinating lake on which to ride. Still, I admit that it does not always or often present the appearance that it did on the evening in question. Simply a blaze of glory. It was the evening of the illuminated fleet. The Mayville, the Shattuck, the Jamestown, and all those other boats whose names are so familiar to Chautauquans were on the scene aglow with beauty. White lights, red lights, green lights, blue lights. How they danced and sparkled and glowed. All these wonderful lights, shimmering over the water, changed the lake into a sheet of crimson and gold, over which the boats glided silently, like fairy forms, keeping time to the most entrancing strains of music from various bands on board. The special occasion of all this magnificence was the reunion, or the Chautauqua alumni. There had been an enthusiastic meeting at the auditorium, addresses by Dr. Vincent and Professor Sherwin, and the irrepressible Frank Beard. There had been music by the Jubilees and the choir, with its several prominent soloists, including Effie Butler, who was really taking rank among the most prominent ones, and then as many as could get passage on the several boats marched down to the shore and went gaily on, for the purpose of enjoying the illumination and the fireworks. The largest steamboat having been reserved for the use of the choir, was speedily filled with what must surely have been one of the merriest companies that ever trod its decks. Two of the party, soon after reaching the upper deck, secured seats that commanded a full view of the witchery going on around them, and enjoyed both the sight and their own conversation. I shall not undertake to tell you which interested them the most. "I thought Dr. Vincent gave us one of his best efforts tonight," the gentleman said, leaning forward to draw his companion's wrap more closely around her. "Yes," Caroline said, "though as to that, I have never heard him when I did not think the same. Isn't it curious what an eager crowd he draws, though the people must have heard him on these grounds so often?" "Not as often as they would like. There is much grumbling because he is so chary of his lectures here. I heard a man say last night that he would give $100 if he could hear him preach next Sabbath." "I liked his talking so much about the Sabbath school idea," Caroline said. "I know a great many people who are specially interested in that phase of the work here, and who are ready to fret a little over what they call outside issues." "Which is just where they are mistaken," was Mr. Masters's energetic answer. "One great fault in our Sabbath school teaching of the past has been that our teachers were not versed in these outside issues. In other words, hadn't general knowledge enough to illustrate their points. I don't at this moment recall a single lecture we have had here that could not be made of incalculable use to the average Sabbath school teacher. I was glad the doctor gave the importance of thorough general preparation such a prominent place in his address tonight. A man who would teach one thing well must know 10 or 20 things. Though he may keep the 9 or 19 things in the background, they will give impetus and force to what he does impart. Do you remember that sentence? It is one of Dr. Vincent's pet ideas." "Did you take a shorthand report of the lecture?" was Caroline's apparently irrelevant answer. "Only snatches of it. It will appear verbatim in the Chautauqua Herald, you know. There were some sentences, however, so fine that I could hardly help writing them. See that rocket! What a brilliant journey to take! I wonder how far this illumination shows. It ought to light the whole world. Chautauqua will soon reach as far as that." "Do you remember that first examination of the normal class to which Dr. Vincent referred tonight?" "In the tent on the hill? Indeed I do. No original Chautauquan will ever forget it. Dear me, how warm it was! One of the worst days we had in August. I remember just how we roared when that brother called for the singing of the hymn, 'Come on, my partners in distress.' We had a merry time after all. I was fully 5 hours before I got through. Caroline, look at that boat with its blazing triangle. I wonder how they arranged the lights to produce that effect." "Isn't this a perfect fairyland?" said Caroline with a sudden burst of enthusiasm. Then she went back to the meeting again. "What do you suppose Dr. Vincent means about the tomorrow of Chautauqua? What can he do that has not already been done here?" Mr. Masters laughed. "I fancy it is as he says. He hardly knows what he means." But was there ever anything more finely expressed than the touch of explanation that he gave us tonight? I have that written out. Let me read it to you by this wonderful many-hued light. I have a fancy that the scene fits the wording. We have a Chautauqua of tomorrow. It lies along the edge of a golden horizon. As he read these words, Mr. Masters looked up and inclined his head with a meaning smile toward the eastern sky, lighted at the moment with a glory from the uprising of many-colored balls of fire, which threw off showers of brilliant sparks as they ascended. "I see it rising up, shining in beauty. Far away extend its possibilities, and lo, its possibilities pass into certainties. Dream climbs on dream, and the climbing dreams are transformed to granite, and on the path there, formed up the cliffs, I see pilgrims marching, their faces heavenward, holy purposes animating their hearts, and the desire to live in this world for God's glory, and in the future to bring up those to God whom they have won by faithful service. I believe that is the finest passage in the address to-night, though I know by your eyes that you don't think so." Caroline laughed. "It is grand," she said, "but I linger over certain other sentences more." "As for instance—" "Well, what he said about Chautauqua sanctifying science. It points to the sun and says, 'On the face of the sun the Chautauqua student beholds the cross of Jesus Christ.' Don't you remember that?" "You always get the kernel," was the quiet answer. "Go on. What next?" "Oh, I don't know. There were a great many nexts. I liked that about the little fellow in the class, ragged, rough, uncouth, impertinent." "You liked him?" "Ah, yes, you understand what I mean. Our diplomas will be worth something when they reflect lustres from such faces. I shall remember that sentence. I want such a diploma." "So do I," he said with emphasis, and then they hushed their talk, for the bands were playing the most exquisite trains of "Oft in the Stilly Night." "I declare," said Mr. Masters at last, breaking the stillness, "I never saw so fine a display as this." "It sanctifies all legitimate things of life, and turns them to a holy purpose," quoted Caroline, and Mr. Masters laughed, and said that she would not need a copy of the Assembly Herald. She had evidently memorized that lecture. These two people, enjoying themselves, were either entirely unconscious of, or indifferent to, one of the boat's party who was standing near and observing them closely. The truth is, Kent Monteith occupied a good deal of his time, during these days, in watching one of the couple. A very strange experience was this elegant young man passing through. You will remember that it was because of what he called a whim of his father's that he first made Caroline's acquaintance. That he had continued that acquaintance had been at first the result of accident, and then of a sort of good-natured curiosity. He could not tell himself when, and in truth he could not understand how it happened, that his good-natured curiosity deepened into what, to say the least, was a very different feeling. This is by no means what is known as a love story, though I should really be very sorry to have to write the story of a life without love in it. But it is not my intention to chronicle much of this sort of history. Still, in order to explain certain things, I shall have to tell you that Kent Monteith was passing through a singular struggle. All his pride, and he had a great deal of it, rose up against his having more than a kindly passing interest in a girl without education not only, but who earned her living in a way chosen usually by only the lowest in the social and mental scale. That, you will understand, was his way of putting it, not mine. He chafed over the folly of it all. He called himself a brainless simpleton, and various other hard names as he tossed of nights on a pillow from which sleep had fled, or took long lonely tramps through the woods. Yet the fact remained that he was more interested in Caroline Raynor than in any other person living. On the evening in question, he alternately paced the steamer's deck, seeming to be one of the promenaders, yet alone with his thoughts, or leaned against the side in position to get a view of Caroline. He was going over again the problem which had troubled him during the last week. He was astonished over the conclusion at which he almost arrived. "I shall live in Florence in any event," he half muttered, his eyes fixed on the side face that was lighted up by the brilliant surroundings, as well by the pleasure of the owner's thoughts. "I don't know why I should care what certain upstarts would say. I am in a position to be above them if I choose. For that matter, who is going to know unless she or I tell it, that she had any other than the most respectable position? Her style of face would do credit to any society. Hang me if I understand how she comes by such refinement of feature and manner. They must be her legacy from some old German aristocrat. Royal blood in her veins possibly, who knows? That would account for a certain indescribable poise about her that is very marked. I don't know why I should care, really. As for that sleepy old town of Centerville, I should like to give it a sensation that would last for a 12-month, perhaps, until I brought her back from abroad, ablaze with jewels and all the rest of the gewgaws that make up the average woman. How exceedingly well they would become her! The style that she would affect, she will always be exquisitely simple in her tastes, and in that again she will show that curious, high-bred air. I wonder what she would say to Venice. She would be more interested, though, in Rome. Curious how thoroughly conversant the girl is with the ancient city. I should want to blush for almost any travelled scholar who undertook to talk with her about it. How shall I like to take her to the Sistine Chapel? Then I'll have a picture taken of her just as she looks when she stands studying one of those old masterpieces. You can see how this young man confused his tenses. What he would do if blank seemed inextricably mixed in his mind with what he intended to do as soon as possible. Perhaps it may seem a strange thing to you that the young man who was at this moment talking so socially with Caroline had never received from Mr. Monteith a second thought. He had inquired casually one day who that Mr. Masters was who seemed to be everywhere, and had been answered that he was a builder who had been associated with the improvements at Chautauqua from the first. A mere mechanic, had this elegant aristocrat said within himself, and thereafter dismissed the subject. Not that he really intended to be aristocratic in the disagreeable sense of the word, but it had been a habit of his life, and the education of his foreign experience. By what curious process of reasoning he was sometimes able to think of Caroline entirely apart from her surroundings and experiences of life, I do not pretend to explain. It cannot be said that the young man enjoyed the wonderful display of nature and art that was spread before him on lake and sky that evening. Indeed, he hardly saw it at all, while Caroline and her friend constantly interrupted their conversation with such exclamations as, "Oh, see that rocket! Look at those wonderful colored balls of fire! Isn't the music exquisite? How gorgeous the Jamestown looks!" and the like. He, busy with his thoughts, neither saw lights nor colors, and heard no music save as it all mingled in a confused and rather distracting way in his perplexities, for he saw perplexities in the way of his cherished wishes. It was Kent Monteith's misfortune to have had few perplexities in his path hitherto, almost no obstacles to overcome. Consequently, he chafed under these as they presented themselves. Still he grew more and more fixed in his resolution to have his own way, cost what it might. Presently the two, one of whom was holding his attention, espied him leaning against the railing of the boat, and bowed and smiled. Then they discussed him for a moment. "That young man looks almost out of place in this gay scene. Lonely, I mean," said Mr. Masters. "Isn't he singularly without special friends? I should expect so brilliant a man to be surrounded always by followers." "It is very hard to be friends with him," Caroline said quietly. "Why?" "He so constantly jars on one's sense of what is right. From a Christian standpoint, I mean." "I know. Hasn't he rather dropped Robert Fenton?" "Quite dropped him," Caroline said, her face taking an annoyed expression as she remembered the scene connected with the dropping. "That is an illustration of what I mean when I say it is hard to be friends with him." Then she told of the effort she had made to have Robert shielded, and the indifference he had manifested toward the boy. "It tried me," she said, "to think that he cared so little for Robert. It was not friendship at all, just the following up of a passing fancy. Mr. Monteith impresses me as though most of his friendships were no stronger than that, and as though his professions of regard, if he ever makes them, might be professions merely. What a lovely transparency on that boat! See the motto in letters of fire! Oh, how beautiful that is!" And thus Caroline dropped Kent Monteith quite as easily as he had dropped Robert Fenton. It was about that time that he turned from the deck and went downstairs into the saloon with resolute step, saying with firmly compressed lips and a look of decision on his handsome face, "I shall certainly do it." Chapter 39. Chapter 39 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Blind Gropings of Genius. Most unexpectedly, at least to the sufferers, the current of Miss Irene Butler's thoughts was changed. Before the change, however, came 2 eventful days. I do not mean the anniversary exercises of St. Paul's Grove, nor the organization of the class of '84, though these were events about which I design telling you, as they will always be remembered by many who joined in the exercises. I do not mean the lecture by Joseph Cook, a lecture in itself so wonderful that an attempt to describe it, or even quote from it, appalls me. I mean the grand temperance meeting inaugurated at Chautauqua on a certain Saturday evening, by a lecture from that remarkable woman, Mrs. Yeomans of Canada. It may be possible that she has spoken to even larger audiences than that which greeted her in the amphitheater that evening, but she certainly could never find a more enthusiastic one. Those who came to hear the lecture, expecting simply to be entertained, were entertained certainly, but they were also treated to clear-cut, directly put, incontrovertible logic on the liquor question, and especially on the license law. "The fact is," said Kent Monteith, "if there was a man in the audience tonight who advocated the license law, I feel rather sorry for him, on the principle that a degree of sympathy ought to be bestowed on the one who is down. They certainly were terribly scathed." Then Caroline, to whom he was speaking, went over in her mind certain sentences that she had heard in the lecture. For instance, this one: "Why, if the liquor seller's license had the superscription of the United States and of Old England, it would not avail, for there would still thunder from heaven's high throne, 'Woe to him that giveth his neighbor drink.' Or this: 'I find that the first prohibitory liquor law ever passed was passed in the Congress of Heaven. It was not submitted to the people, it never had to be remodeled, and it never will be repealed. I find in the Bible the awful iniquity of taking a revenue from the liquor traffic, and putting it into the till of the government. Listen: 'Woe unto him that buildeth a town with blood, and establisheth a city with iniquity.' Every phase of the subject is in the Bible, and the thought came to me whether there was an instance of legalized iniquity in the Bible, and I knew if there was, it was placed there for our reproof. As I turned over the sacred pages, the case of Haman came to my mind, and I thought, there is an instance of legalized wrong. He bought a government license to kill his fellow men, and paid the price into the revenue of the government." "Yes," said Caroline, having thought the matter over carefully. "She was almost severe enough to suit my feelings on that question." "You are intense in all your feelings, aren't you?" he said, regarding her with an interested smile. "You did not impress me in that way at first." If he wanted her to ask how she impressed him at first, he was disappointed, for she went on with the talk about the wonderful lecture. "I think it is a very remarkable effort," she said earnestly. "If almost any one but Joseph Cook had spoken this afternoon, it would not have been quite so hard for a woman to follow. But as it was, I trembled for her, despite the reputation which she has. I need not have trembled. It was a case of wasted sympathy." "Then you think her quite equal to Joseph Cook?" "What a sentence!" said Caroline, laughing. "No person in his senses would think of comparing the two for a moment. They will never be rivals, as poor Miss Butler says." "But you know I do not more than half approve of women occupying the place she takes before the public." "Don't you?" she said indifferently, and her companion could not determine whether it was indifference to the subject or to the person expressing the objection. "Do you?" he asked, resolved upon knowing what she meant. "Why, I approve of a woman's occupying any place that she can fill, and we shall certainly have to admit that she was able to fill it." "Well, but Miss Caroline, what would induce you to come before the public in that manner?" "The talent of Mrs. Yeomans," she said gaily, "and that I shall never possess, so my friends need not be troubled about me in that direction." If he hardly liked the Saturday evening lecture, I don't know how he endured the day following. With one exception, and that one Joseph Cook, the platform was filled all day with lady speakers. Mrs. Lathrop of Michigan, Mrs. Woodward of Ohio, Frances Willard of everywhere. What a day it was! Whether Kent Monteith approved or not, he was present all day, an attentive, even an eager listener. How was it possible for a man of sense to be other than attentive? For certainly if ever woman had silver, nay, golden tongues, and lifted their voices grandly for the cause of truth and right, it was on that day at Chautauqua. The different meetings followed each other all day in quick succession, and all day the crowds gathered, each gathering seeming larger if possible than the preceding one. Grand work for the cause was surely done that day. In some directions more was done than many dreamed of. For instance, the inhabitants of the Fenton cottage realized disastrous consequences. It was Miss Irene again, and this time she took for her confidant the pretty Amy, thereby so astonishing and embarrassing that young lady on whom she had hitherto looked down from a lofty height, that the fair-faced girl could hardly recover from her flutter enough to listen. "I want to talk to you," Miss Irene had said, "because you appear to me less selfish than the rest of the family. They are all so absorbed in their own pursuits that it is almost impossible to hold their attention. Don't you think they are intensely selfish?" But Amy, flushing hotly, declared that she did not think so at all. And this little episode served to bring back her self-control. She had no fondness for listening to criticism of any sort on these friends of hers. Still, Miss Irene insisted that they so impressed her, but magnanimously added that it was not strange, there were so many things going on calculated to absorb the common mind. "I have something of importance to tell you," continued the artist and elocutionist. "I talked with Mrs. Fenton before, but she is a very difficult person to talk with. She has so many ideas of her own, and like all persons set in her mold, is very hard to move. You know what has been interesting, I may say absorbing me for a few days? Well, I have given it up entirely. Not that I do not plainly see that I have talent in that direction, of a marked order, but, after thinking the whole matter over most carefully, it has become apparent to me that it is my duty to hold the masses. You get my meaning? I explained it carefully to Mrs. Fenton, but perhaps she did not make it clear to you that elocution, like painting, is extremely limited in its reaches, that comparatively few people are touched by either of these sublime arts, while one's own ideas, clothed in glowing language and accompanied by appropriate gestures, will hold an immense audience spellbound. We had an illustration of it last Sunday evening, and all day Sabbath. There are those who speak of Mrs. Yeomans and Miss Willard and the rest as rare geniuses set apart to a special work. I admit that they are rare, but after all they were commonplace, intensely commonplace, by the side of what I feel myself capable of doing. You see I speak plainly. I hold it to be mock modesty that restrains a person from recognizing and admitting her manifest talents. It is only an undue estimate of one's self that is to be deplored. I have quite determined to enter the lecture field. I don't want to appear in the light of a rival to these good ladies who have done what they could on this platform, and for that reason, among others, I don't intend to confine myself to the subject of temperance. In fact, I think it more in keeping with my range of talent to take a very wide sphere. I shall not ignore a single one of the topics which have been discussed on this platform. Joseph Cook's last lecture impressed me very favorably, and started a train of thought that I believe I can carry out in a way to startle the world." Little Amy was certainly a good listener. She sat as one spellbound under this avalanche of words. In truth, she no more knew what to say to this woman than did the pretty red and brown bird who just then stopped at the window and chirped a good evening to them. At last Miss Irene seemed to observe her silence, whether or not she did her dismay. "You are overwhelmed with the magnitude of the undertaking," she said kindly. I do not wonder. It takes a determined soul to grasp these lofty possibilities. My education in painting has been of great advantage to me here. I know my power in that direction, and therefore I am not afraid to trust it in another, toward which I feel the same mysterious yearnings. I tell you, my dear, when I sat there on Saturday evening, and saw that immense audience listening to that woman, and heard the outbursts of applause, and when I saw the throngs gather all day Sabbath, no less a crowd to hear those women in the afternoon than came to hear the giant cook in the morning, I tingled to my fingers' ends with conscious power. I find that I crave this recognition from the public, need it, indeed, to inspire me to greater efforts. I have been living a selfish life hitherto, absorbed in my own paintings, content to reach a very few who were far enough advanced to sympathize with me. It was just so with sculpture, or rather it would have been had I allowed myself to remain absorbed. In a less degree it would have been the same with elocution, only the comparatively few minds capable of appreciating the higher branches of that art being helped by me. But in this thing which I have at last chosen, don't you see I can reach the multitude? I think all these other efforts were the blind gropings of genius to reach its level of power. I suppose, my dear, you have no such intense aspirations after the grand heights of life. You hardly understand what I mean, do you? What was little Amy to say? She had not that keen sense of the ludicrous which was at once Mrs. Fenton's amusement and torment. She had not Caroline's clear-sightedness, which would have instantly labelled this whole entire flight of genius folly, yet she dimly perceived the folly in the fun, and was at the same time distressed by the intense earnestness which the woman before her threw into all these spasms of nonsense which took hold of her. Why cannot people be so intense in doing really grand things? Moralized this little girl, while the woman before her waited, looking patronizingly down on the fair bit of flesh and blood. I don't know, said Amy at last, feeling obliged to speak. Yes, I can understand ambition, I think, and earnestness, such as you seem to have, but I cannot understand the object quite. I know something that I would like to do, that I long to do, and that if I thought I could ever accomplish, I would be glad to give all my life to. If you had the same object, I could understand your eagerness. And what is the object, you dear little mouse? I did not know you had one intense aspiration. The soul has gleams of immortality, it seems, no matter what body it is hiding in. This last sentence in a sort of musing aside. Amy took little note of it. She was thinking just how to word what she wanted to say. I think, she said, speaking slowly and carefully, the pink flush meanwhile deepening on her cheek, I think if I could help to lead one person to understand and love the Lord Jesus Christ as much even as I understand him now, so that he would be that soul's eternal salvation, it would be ambition enough to fill a lifetime. If that were your motive, Miss Irene, I could understand you. Said Miss Irene, regarding her attentively for a full minute before she spoke, What a queer little thing you are! Then she stooped and kissed her. I have thus somewhat at length described the changed character of Miss Irene's aspirations, in order that you might fully understand their development. When you meet her on the woman's rights platform next winter, I trust you will recognize her and accord to her genius the tribute which it merits. Viewed in the light of a private member of society, or as one of a family party, she was a failure. Mrs. Fenton lost every atom of patience with her before the season at Chautauqua was over, even declaring after having learned that she was making steady efforts to be admitted on the Chautauqua program as one of the platform speakers, that it was really unendurable to be brought before the committee of instruction in this offensive manner, and that she should certainly tell Irene Butler if she couldn't act less like an idiot she must find some other boarding place. To be sure, out of pity for Effie, she never told her exactly that, though she did plainly speak her mind, and received as a reward the following. Mrs. Fenton, I forgive you, and I shall never bear the least malice towards you. In fact, I am encouraged by the view you take of it. I suppose there never was a genius yet who had not to suffer martyrdom at the hands of some well-meaning friends." "She is by no means alone in the world," said Mr. Masters, coming back to gravity from an outburst of laughter over Mrs. Fenton's irate description of some new suffering at the hands of the family genius. "The country is full of that class of would-be stars in the literary world, and just now more especially on the public platform. It is that which brings the whole field of woman's public work into disrepute, and lifts into martyrdom those few noble ones who, despite the sneers that their aping sisterhood have earned for them, bravely take up the work for some cause dear to their heart not only, but to God's heart, willing to bear the crosses if they may by any means save some. I'll tell you, Mrs. Fenton, let us earnestly hope that Miss Butler, so long as she is of this mind, will run off on some ridiculous tangent, women's rights, spiritualism, or some other folly, where she will do little harm save to herself. For, as surely as she goes platituding around the world, taking temperance or missions or some vital subject for her theme, she will just so surely work harm among that class of people who become prejudiced against the object because they see through the folly of the one who presents it." End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. A blaze. Now, although Kent Monteith had arrived at a momentous decision, it was some time before he acted on it. There were several reasons for this. In the first place, he was not one of those who settled questions once for all. They had to be settled many times over, and though he did not actually unsettle this one again, he went over all the pros and cons, and possibilities and annoyances, and blamed fate that it should have set him so hard a lot, yet felt that he must follow that path and no other. Another reason for delay was that the decision involved seeing Caroline Raynor alone. This was not an easy thing to accomplish. Not that she seemed in the least to avoid him, but she was, as he expressed it to himself, exasperatingly busy over some confounded scheme or rather, and had a train following her all the time. In company, Kent Monteith always used more elegant language than this, but when he talked to himself he seemed to feel no need for elegance. However, after watching her movements carefully all one day, he planned successfully to meet her in the avenue leading to the Hall in the Grove, just as the clock was striking 4 on the Saturday preceding the temperance meeting. He generally planned to waylay her on these pilgrimages to the Hall. His father's cottage was situated on an avenue which she had to cross, and he had discovered that she was more likely at this hour than any other to be alone. "I have been watching for you this half hour," he said, speaking with an injured air, as one who was somehow defrauded, and turning to walk with her without invitation. "I suppose you are going to the Hall, of course? I believe you would arise in the night to attend a service there." "Perhaps," she said brightly. "I like to go there." "I wish you would like to do something else better, just for once. There is a certain charming spot on the lake that I have a great desire to show you, and this is a perfect evening for the trip. Won't you come with me for a row and a visit to a small paradise, and omit just this one meeting?" "Thank you, but this is our C.L.S.C. anniversary. I could not miss that, you know." "There is always an anniversary of some sort," he said impatiently. "Miss Caroline, could you never do what I ask? Just call to mind the number of invitations that I have given you on these grounds, always declined, and the Hall nearly always in the way. Couldn't you be induced to lay aside your plans and try mine just for once? I presume the meeting will progress to a favorable issue if you are not present." I think it was because he saw not the slightest sign of wavering in her face that he was irritated into making this sarcastic close. The sarcasm did not ruffle her. "I don't doubt it," she said, still speaking gaily. But you see, I should not be able to progress so favorably without the help of the meeting. I need all the aid I can get. Besides, Dr. Vincent is to speak to us." "Well, you have heard him before." "Which is one of the reasons why I want to hear him again." "Then you positively will not go with me?" "Positively I cannot. There are special reasons why I wish to be at this anniversary." He walked beside her in an annoyed silence. He seemed not to know, and she did not enlighten him with the fact that the members of the circle were to form a procession at the hall and march to the amphitheater, but when the hall was reached and the preliminary exercises were concluded, he discovered the program and turned eagerly to her. "At least, I suppose I can walk with you to the auditorium, and then perhaps if the meeting proves less important than you suppose, you will be able to follow out my program?" She shook her head. "You are not a member of the circle. We are to walk in procession." "Then I will follow at a very respectful distance, and you will join me at a later hour." This also was negatived. "There are special reasons, you remember I told you, why I want to hear all that is said today." "Are there special reasons why you don't want to hear what I have to say?" "Certainly not," she said, regarding him with grave disapproval. "I beg your pardon," he answered, vexed at his own folly. "There is just this thing that I want you to do for me, Miss Caroline. I have something very special to say to you. If you will be so kind as to appoint a time when I may see and have 5 minutes of uninterrupted conversation, I will not intrude myself further on this circle." He could no more help speaking somewhat irritably than he could help being a proud man. He was so sensible of the great honor that he meant to confer on her, and the seas of trouble through which he had waded to reach a decision, and it seemed so annoying that she should appear utterly indifferent to it all. She regarded him with surprise, and took time to wonder what he could want with a private interview. Meantime he pressed his question. "Shall it be this evening?" "Oh, Mrs. Yeoman's lecture is this evening. We must neither of us miss that. She is said to be grand." "I hope she is, I am sure. I am not fully in sympathy with a platform orator from the feminine ranks, but don't let us get into controversy on that point. Madame Yeomans may lecture each hour in the day for all that I really care." This he said hastily, forestalling her evident intention to answer him, and added, "Then will you appoint an hour to-morrow, and take a walk or a ride with me?" "To-morrow will be Sabbath, Mr. Monteith. I neither walk nor ride for pleasure on that day." "I beg your pardon," he said, biting his lip. "I forgot your peculiar prejudices, though really it seems to me as though you never did anything for pleasure on any day. Well then, Monday. What objection is there to that?" Almost to her annoyance as well as amusement, Caroline, giving a rapid mental survey to the program, decided that the days were unusually full, and she did not know of a single hour during Monday or Tuesday that she could call her own. But her companion was persistent. He urged that the Tuesday evening meeting would close reasonably early, and that he would wait, if she said so, until its close, if she would promise him an uninterrupted hour then. It was with actual embarrassment that she reminded him of the CLSC camp fire which was immediately to follow Tuesday evening's sermon. What mental epithets he bestowed on the CLSC, Caroline never knew, but he caught eagerly at the suggestion of the camp fire. Would she walk with him to and from that unique entertainment? Doubtless that would secure for him as much privacy as Chautauqua ever afforded to any person. At least, he would be satisfied with that if she would positively promise. So what could she do but promise? Though she did it reluctantly, wondering meantime if she had not almost a tacit engagement with both Robert Fenton and Robert Masters. All the beautiful walk from the hall to the amphitheater she gave to wondering why Mr. Monteith should so persistently seek to see her alone. Could it be anything about Robert Fenton? Had he seen how wounded the boy was, and did he regret his promise and seek to be released? She had never wanted him to make so absurd a promise, and of course he was released from it. but surely there was no need for so much mystery. If he were Irene Butler's brother, she told herself with a mixture of amusement and vexation, I would think that the making of important mysteries out of nothings ran in the blood. As it is, I don't understand him. Then she fell to wondering sadly whether this gifted young man must really go away from all the blessed privileges of Chautauqua utterly unhelped in any way by his 3 or 4 weeks' sojourn there. Still, if one will not let himself be helped, who is to blame but himself? This method of reasoning did not, however, satisfy Caroline. She had that most probing of all questions to answer to her conscience. Had she done what she could to help him? She recognized his need. The realization and acceptance of a personal Saviour was what he above all things ought to have in order to save him from himself, even looking at it for this life only. Nothing was clearer than that Kent Monteith would wreck himself on the rock of his own pride unless his utter nothingness could be shown to him, and since he was so cultured a man, who could show him this save Jesus of Nazareth? It was not until the roll of the beautiful C.L.S.C. song filled the amphitheater that she roused from sad questionings and gave herself to the pleasure and profit of the hour. Wonderful words were those, put into song. Caroline, reading them over slowly and carefully, as one would read a poem for delight, after the singing was completed, looked again at the name of the author, Mary A. Lathbury, thought again of her pure, calm face and earnest eyes as she watched them many a time in hall or temple after the face of the poetess had been pointed out to her, and thought how grand it must be to be able to give voice in wonderful language to thoughts such as these. A sound is thrilling through the trees and vibrant in the air. 10,000 hearts turn hitherward and greet us from afar. And through the happy tide of song that blends our hearts in one, the voices of the absent flow in tender undertone. Chorus. Then bear along, O wings of song, our happy greeting glee, from centre to the golden verge, Chautauqua to the sea. Fair wisdom builds her temple here, her 7-pillared dome. Toward all lands she spreads her hands and greets her children home. Not all may gather at her shrine to sing of victories won. Their names are graven on her walls. God bless them every one. Chorus. Then bear along, etc. O happy circle, ever wide, and wider be thy sweep, till peace and knowledge fill the earth as waters fill the deep. And he who touched us into life, the circle's central sun, God bless him, say we all today. God bless us, every one. Chorus. Then bear along, etc. A very jubilant meeting was that, full of pleasant memories and prophetic hintings. Strong words were spoken, helpful words, drawing closer together the circle which was yet so rapidly enlarging. None listening could fail to get beautiful glimpses into the intention of the leader in projecting his scheme. He had meant to lift up, to enthuse, to energize those on whom the burdens of life fell heavily. He had meant to open doors for those who had supposed their opportunities were past. He had meant to beckon on those who were already started, but to whom the way looked lonely and rough. Ah, yes, he had meant much more than that. Caroline caught the ring of it in the few words spoken. He had meant, and still meant, that which was above and beyond all these. He had no idea that this great circle should find itself limited by time. To those who grasped the highest possibilities of the C.L.S.C. there was no time. The circle was meant to widen and widen through all the glorious eternity. "I am glad I came," said Caroline, drawing a long, rested breath as she listened. "I am glad for it all. I shall be glad for ever and ever. I have missed 6 years of it. I hope I shall never miss another." And she was ready to sing, Chautauqua, priestess of the old, evangel of the new, the sunlight crowns her head, her heart is made of fire and dew. She stands among her many shrines, beneath the open heaven, to clasp this golden year of years, the circle of the 7. Chorus. Ring out, Chautauqua bells, ring out the years of toil and quest. The week is done, ring in the Sabbath year of rest. Of nature's elemental forms her bread and wine are made. Among the ancient rocks and trees her altar stones are laid. Beneath her temple's leafy dome, among its isles of calm, Our songs of many chords and keys are blended in a psalm. Chorus. Ring out, Chautauqua bells, etc. Arise, O Lord, into thy rest, nor ever hence depart, nor mystic veil, nor holy place shall hide thee from the heart. Thy kingdom come, thy larger rest, till earth and heaven shall hear the bells that bring the nations home the grand sabbatic year. Chorus. Ring out, Chautauqua bells, etc. Yet all through the busy 3 days that followed, Caroline failed to get entirely away from a feeling of almost dismay over the engagement for Tuesday evening. I do not know what Kent Monteith would have thought of her, could he have known that her heart was troubled by a sense of the responsibility which she would have to assume in having another talk with him. I think he would have been dismayed as well as amazed, could he have known how earnestly she prayed during those days that the right words might be given her to influence his future for Christ; that at least she might be kept from putting a stumbling block in his way. He who looked upon prayer only as an amiable weakness, to be tolerated, especially in women, because it was rather becoming than otherwise. What such a young man can think of his praying father, I do not know. Unless you are a Chautauquan, you have never seen a campfire of just the sort that the members of the circle and their dear 500 friends indulged in that night. In looking back upon it all, afterwards, it really seemed as though the enthusiasm which had been growing all through the weeks reached its height that evening. Imagine a long, long line of faces, two abreast, defiling in regular order around the amphitheater, down the hill, then up the hill, led by bands of music playing gayest marching airs, they preceded by a company of boys, each bearing high in air a huge flaming torch, and above them all floating the stars and stripes carried aloft by eager hands. It is not an easy picture to describe. To have entered into the spirit of it, you should have been one of the triumphal procession; or possibly, like Robert Fenton, one of the torch bearers. Caroline had been much relieved to find that he was numbered among those honored persons. At least he would be saved the mortification of discovering that his favorite companion could give him no attention that evening. He had never been made to feel that he was an unnecessary third person, when in company with Caroline and Robert Masters. It was not so easy to avoid an embarrassing explanation with the latter. He had adopted a fashion of taking things for granted. For instance, he said to Caroline, on their way from the afternoon conference, "Shall you attend the first service tonight, or would you like me to call for you in time for the campfire?" "I shall go to the service," she had replied, and then feeling that that was but half answering his meaning, added, with flushing face, "By the way, I have made an engagement to walk with Mr. Monteith this evening. He wishes to consult me, I think. He expressed a special wish to talk with me." "I am selfishly sorry," he said, good-humoredly. "I had a fancy for seeing the campfire in your company." She saw nothing of him during the triumphal procession. Indeed, the weird light, ever changing, ever proceeding, gave her little opportunity for recognizing friends. There was also exceeding little chance for connected conversation. If Kent Monteith expected to hold his companion to one topic, he was disappointed. She was unaffectedly interested in, and delighted with, the whole unique affair, viewing it much as a child would have done, with inexpressible delight. Indeed, it often seemed to Caroline during these hours of freedom at Chautauqua that she was having her childhood, of which the heavy cares of life had defrauded her. She chatted gaily, pointing out the grotesque shadows in the edges of the woods as the torchlights flitted by, exclaiming over the beauty of this and that cottage brightly lighted in honor of the procession, glancing from one topic to another with the excitement of one who had abandoned herself to enjoyment. Kent Monteith had never seen her in exactly this mood, and it interested him wonderfully. He graciously accommodated himself to it, taking the lead presently in pointing out the exquisite effects of the lights and shadows in such fascinating language that despite the shade of annoyance with which she had commenced the walk, she found herself enjoying every moment of it. At last the great procession began to coil itself around the massive pyramid, built to blaze 20 feet in diameter, more than 25 feet high, so carefully planned and so carefully fed with oil that when the torches of 6 eager boys, detailed for the purpose, were applied, the whole mass burst as if by magic into flame. Then burst forth the exclamations of delight, and delighted recognitions began to be exchanged as faces hitherto shrouded in the gloom of night flashed into full prominence, their features shining with the reflection of the flame. Then it was that the people began to realize how large their procession had been, as they looked up and down and around the hill. Higher and higher rose the pyramid of flame, the people retreating from its glare in regular order. "Ha!" exclaimed Kent Monteith, his artist eye flashing. "Wouldn't this be a scene for a painter's brush? I wish I could sketch it. I wonder if I can carry the picture of it in my mind and do justice to it. I would like to make a grand painting of it and hang it in that hall of which you are so fond. Do you really like that place better than any other spot in Chautauqua?" "I think I do," she said, smiling. "I saw the hall on a wonderful evening. It was the first real view I had had of the beauty all about me, and the spell that was woven then has gone with me all the time. Then I get my special helps there, little, almost chance words, dropped conversationally by great men, that seemed to me to lift me right up. Ah, I would like a picture of the hall." "It shall be my pleasure to make you one," he said eagerly, so eagerly that for some reason which she could not readily define, she was sorry she had spoken, and relapsed into sudden silence. But someone was speaking, mounted on an extemporized platform, so they gave attention. On Caroline's part it was undivided attention from that time on until the immense company broke into song, and made the night vocal with the grand old words, "Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind?" Altogether it was a scene not only for the eye of an artist who transfers paintings to canvas, but for those artist souls who transfer living pictures to the canvas of their minds, and there they hang and are feasted over for ever. Caroline, at least, would never forget the first CLSC campfire. What was all this for? It was the first question Kent Monteith asked her as they turned to descend the hill. It was the first jar on the evening's pleasure. "Why, it was for delight," she answered slowly. "For I don't know what. It cannot be put into words. If you do not see what it was for, I cannot tell you." "Oh, I see it from an artistic standpoint," he said quickly, having no desire that even she should possess quicker perceptive faculties than himself. "It was a beautiful sight, certainly. I was only wondering what was probably in the mind of the author." "I think he is an artist and a poet in disguise," she said, "and this is a painting and a poem, both of which deserve to be immortal." He laughed, not unpleasantly. "You are an enthusiast," he said, "and enthusiasm becomes you well." Then immediately was Caroline sorry that she had said anything of the kind. Directly they had reached the foot of the first hill, Mr. Monteith struck off abruptly into a side avenue. "We have had enough of procession and torchlight and music and people for one night," he said authoritatively. "I claim your promise now. I told you I had something of importance to say to you." He talked rapidly and well. I suppose you know in substance what he said. He had fully resolved at last on bestowing the greatest honour in his power on Caroline Raynor. He realized what an honour it was. He did not even forget that he was making some sacrifice in family pride in order to do it. Still, he had reached the point where he was really glad to make it. He expected to overwhelm her with astonishment. He had so entirely believed in her honesty of manner that he knew she had not the slightest conception of the truth, therefore he was prepared for the absolute silence in which his earnest and manly explanation was made. Had Caroline been less astonished than she was, I think she would have detected the undertone of condescension. But if she were astonished, what can I call the man at her side when she interrupted him suddenly with an earnest protest, and opening sentence of which was, "Mr. Monteith, I beg your pardon. I should not listen to such words." For a full minute after her eager voice had paused, he was still. Could he credit his own hearing? Had she possibly misunderstood him? Could she actually be plainly and pointedly declining the honor he had bestowed upon her? You will remember I told you that Kent Monteith had been accustomed all his life to having his own way, to securing just what he wanted when he wanted it. I do not think the possibility of a failure in this direction had ever crossed his mind. Is it any wonder that at first he could not credit his senses? I have no idea of attempting to tell you what either of them said. In fact, I am sure that not even Caroline herself could tell you. The feeling uppermost in her mind was dismay. There are those, and by some they are called wise people, who say that no true-hearted girl ever receives an offer of marriage which she must decline; that the attentions preceding this conclusion are so strongly marked that one who wishes can check them and save an ordeal humiliating to both. Whether or not this is a general rule, certain it is that it has its exceptions. Never was any person more amazed and bewildered than was Caroline Raynor. It is true she had been completely absorbed by other matters, but even if she had not, the fact was that the gentleman in question had been too uncertain as to what his final conclusion would be to mark his preference for her very strongly. No sooner, however, did it begin to dawn on his astonished mind that the girl to whose lowly position he had resolved to sacrifice himself, while he raised her to the very summit of human honor, for he believed firmly in himself and intended to rise to the highest and of course take her with him, no sooner did he see the possibility of disappointment than he became, as was his nature, 100-fold more determined, and although Caroline's words were plain, earnest, and unmistakable in their meaning, he persisted in arguing with her, in cross-questioning her as to the strange wherefore, and at last, losing his very small stock of self-control, he exclaimed irritably, "You may as well admit at the starting point that your interest is centered on some other person. It is the only possible way of accounting for such a state of mind." Up to this point Caroline had respected him. In this sentence it was impossible not to recognize the ring of a selfish nature. The voice in which she answered was earnest still, but cold. "You are right, Mr. Monteith. There is another in the way. If there were no other reason for my answering you as I have, the fact that I love with all my soul one who you not only disregard, but of whom you speak carelessly and lightly, would be an insuperable barrier between us forever." He was so utterly unacquainted with the subject that he actually, in his heat, did not recognize the shibboleth. "What in the name of all that is extraordinary can you mean?" And his tones expressed genuine astonishment. "What friend of yours do I treat with disrespect?" "The Lord Jesus Christ, the best and dearest friend I ever had or ever expect to have." He was calmer after that. When he recovered sufficiently from his surprise to speak again, his tones had changed, and he was again the courteous gentleman, a trifle condescending it is true, but still not offensively so. He essayed to explain. He believed now that he understood her, that her pointed refusal was because of this religious fanaticism which had entire possession of her. He was profuse in his assurances that she was mistaken. He did not think lightly of her religion, or any person's religion. He respected his father too much for that. He had been careless, possibly, in some of his expressions. It was the lamentable result of too long a sojourn abroad. He looked to her to help him correct all such mars in his character. Altogether, Caroline has reason to remember the C.L.S.C. camp fire. She went home humiliated. She went over, in the silence of her own room, as many of the details of their brief acquaintance as she could recall, and tried to discover whether, in her ignorance of society and her meagre experience with the world, she had done aught that could justify Kent Monteith in being so astonished, and apparently indignant, over her answer. There was another thing to think of. She had prayed for an opportunity to witness, before him, for Christ, in some strongly defined way. Could the words which she had felt impelled to speak in haste and heat be called a true witnessing for him? Much she feared that when Kent Monteith thought of them afterwards, they would serve only to anger him. So the eventful day closed in her doing like many another, trying to peer into the future and discover whether God could possibly use to his glory any effort of hers to honor him that evening. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Paul, a servant of God. To one member of the Centerville C.L.S.C., the Chautauqua meeting closed unexpectedly early. Paul Adams, who had expected that work on the new cottages would detain him some time after his friends were gone, found, a little to his dismay, that work progressed much more rapidly than he had planned, and that Mr. Tucker was ready to leave on the morning after the camp fire. That gentleman apologized as earnestly as though he were violating a previous contract. "I meant to see the thing through," he told Paul, "and I meant you should see it through. But there's that man at home waiting for me. Been waiting 10 or so odd days, and getting in a hurry. I ought to go. If it wasn't for that stop we've got to make 50 miles or so this side, and there wasn't some work to see to there that I needed your help in, you should see it out anyhow. But the fact is, I've got so kind of used to having you around to do the right thing at the right minute that I ain't no kind of courage to stop and tend to that work without you." And Paul, his face aglow over this frank acknowledgment that his employer found him necessary, expressed his willingness to be ready for the morning boat. Nevertheless, he was sad over it. In parting from Chautauqua, he was, in a special and more peculiar sense than others knew, parting from a friend. Late as the hour was, after the campfires had faded and a heap of smoldering ashes was all that was left of the bright story, he hovered around them, photographing the strange scene in his memory. Then, alone in the quiet darkness, he came down the hill, following the familiar avenue that led to the amphitheater. Letting himself in at the little gate, he passed down the long platform, and took a seat just behind the desk where he had seen Joseph Cook sitting but the day before. He recalled to mind certain sentences he had heard the great orator utter, sentences that, though Joseph Cook may never know it, will be likely to influence all the boy's future. Imagine Paul Adams understanding and treasuring up sentences from Joseph Cook. Well, I do not know that a higher compliment can be paid to his genius than to say that the boy Paul understood at least some of his words and treasured them. Some of them? Why, during the time that this uneducated boy sat in the darkness on that lonely platform, he recalled entire sentences from Joseph Cook's sermon on temperance, sentences which will surely help to make a keen, clear-headed, logical, temperance man of him, from whom the world will yet hear. He recalled entire paragraphs from that wonderful lecture, The Recent Atrocities of Infidelity, paragraphs which built an effectual wall about him, high enough so that modern spiritualism, that subtlest and vilest form of infidelity, can never touch him, and he can look down over the wall on the silly crowd below and laugh at their vapid imaginings. Oh yes, he understood enough of what the giant intellect poured forth to be forever led upward by it. Will you not give thoughtful attention to one question? Where else, save on a Chautauqua platform, would the boy Paul Adams have been likely to have secured an opportunity to come within the sound of Joseph Cook's voice? Nay, more than that. But for the Chautauqua training, through the aid of one of its local circles, would he ever have cared to listen to such as Joseph Cook? From the amphitheater he took long strides to get a farewell view of the hall in the grove. Like Caroline, that was, after all, to him the place of places. It was the legitimate home of the circle to which he belonged, and which he had grown to love with no common love. Its round table gatherings had given him a start toward that form of culture which, as a rule, society alone can give, had put him in a way of acquiring, had, in short, taught him how to teach himself not only, but had made clear to him the importance of giving heed to his opportunities. Arrived at the white quiet building, he entered it with soft tread, and, under an impulse which he did not in the least understand, uncovered his head. He stepped softly onto the platform, drew the armchair, which was the seat of honor, forward a trifle, and settled himself in it. Then he brought up before him in review the many and varied and wonderful experiences which the weeks had brought him in connection with that spot. What a memory the boy had! A special gift from God which he had been in danger of abusing, burying unused save for the commonest and lowest needs. How he had increased the power of that memory by his vigorous dashes into books and his indomitable resolution to conquer them! What a long line of honored names he brought up before him one by one, and in imagination heard over again their grand words. Dr. Patten, Professor Holmes, Professor Seward, Professor Sherwin, and a long, long list of men who had influence, and whose faces and words he could then recall, came trooping up before him. Not least among them was, of course, as is the case with every true Chautauquan, Dr. Vincent himself, whose face and words and kindly acts this boy, unknown to him, had enshrined in his heart of hearts, to be remembered forever, to be talked over when they should take a walk together some day in heaven. This was actually the way in which Paul put it. He was growing ambitious. He had settled, long ago, that some day when they had both been a good while in heaven, he would seek out this friend of his, who yet did not know he had been a friend, and tell him all the wonderful story of what the Chautauqua idea had done for him. Was Paul Adams, then, so sure of living in heaven? Aye, he was. That most momentous of all questions had been settled at Chautauqua. He had earnestly kept the pledge made to Dr. Monteith. He had attended many lectures since, and heard from each one of the speakers, no matter what his theme, some direct and reverent allusion to the Book of Books. It had been indelibly impressed upon his heart that the Bible was the book to study. Only a little afterwards he took the next step, discovering that the Bible was the book to obey. It was scarcely a step from this point into the communion of the Saviour, so clearly shining forth on every page of the book, and Paul had declared allegiance to him forever. Oh, yes, he meant to take walks in heaven with Dr. Vincent, and many another whom he expected not to know on earth. But my faith has a nearer sight than his. I believe that some of them will yet be proud to take Paul Adams by the hand, be proud to hear him say, as he will surely say, "Under God, I owe what I am to the working out of the Chautauqua idea." "Halloo!" said a familiar voice, as he sat dreaming in his chair, and Paul gave a sudden start and came to his feet to discover that another than himself was taking a late walk, and his old friend Joe Ward stood before him. "Dreaming?" asked that worthy. "No, thinking," said Paul laconically. "Planning how you will build a great pile in this very spot some day, which will make the doctor laugh away down to his boots? All right, do it. Build of marble, Paul. We'll go shares. I'll furnish the gold and you furnish the brains, and between us we'll make some of the tomorrows that Dr. Vincent talks about come to pass." "His tomorrows will come before our time," said Paul gravely. "No, they won't, not all of them. He's the kind of man who will keep on having tomorrows as long as he lives. By the time I get my $1,000,000 ready to spend, he'll be just in the mood to have a good bit of it spent here. It won't be long to wait, either. I'm going to have the funds ready before I'm gray. You be on hand, my lad, with your plans. I've a notion that you and I have got to work together. You will have the brains, I know, and we'll do something or other on this spot that will be worth thinking about. Meantime, old fellow, you are going home in the morning, I hear? Well, I came out to hunt you up. If you feel just exactly like it, and happen to meet father, maybe you will tell him that I've made up my mind to a thing or two since I've been down here. I can't be James, and I can't be you. But I kind of feel as though I wanted father to know that he needn't be sorry any more that I'm Joe. I'll tell him. Paul said this most heartily, and then he got down from the professor's chair and put his arm through Joe's, and after a silent last look at the hall, he walked home with Joe, they two speaking words together that were better than marble columns or millions of money, for they represented manhood. Counting from the almanac, Paul Adams had been but 9 weeks away from home. Viewed in the light of all the experiences through which he had passed, and the many tears which his mother had shed for him, the time should have been counted by years. He went over it all as he shouldered his old-fashioned satchel, after bidding good-bye to Mr. Tucker, and walked up the familiar street from the depot. How entirely natural, and yet how utterly unnatural, everything looked. Can you understand the two states of feeling possessing him at the same time? The Paul Adams who looked about him on the familiar streets and homes was very different from the Paul Adams who had walked down that same street on his way to the train one June morning. Nothing anywhere would ever be to him as it had been. There are many who realize the meaning of that sentence. There are many to whom it applies. Well for them if, like Paul Adams, they can smile joyfully when they think of it. He was so glad to have all things different. His mother had been looking out for him just as she had been during many days of his absence. The boy had many lessons to learn. One of them was that when away from home he ought to write to his mother. Beyond the first scrawl that told of his safe arrival, and even that was suggested by Mr. Tucker, she had received no word. It had not occurred to her son that he ought to write. Oh, the trials of those 9 weeks to his mother, separated from her one treasure for the first time in her life! When Paul is older and wiser, he will look back on those bright weeks with one sorrowful memory. Through ignorance he neglected his mother. The widow Adams had been true to her nature, and borrowed all the trouble that her fertile imagination could concoct out of the scanty crumbs of knowledge which she possessed. Chautauqua might have been a lair for wild beasts, or a settlement of Indians, for all that she knew to the contrary. Only this bright fact she had, to give her what comfort it could. She had herself gone to the depot to see the delegation from the Centerville C.L.S.C. start for its distant center. She knew that that center was Chautauqua. Someway it made her seem a little nearer to her boy to be among the eager crowd at the depot, and hear mentioned again and again the place to which he had gone. Then, too, Mrs. Fenton had shaken hands with her and told her they would find Paul and take good care of him, and she had sent a clean pair of stockings and a handkerchief by the same careful hands. Dr. Monteith also had told her they should see Paul the next evening, and give him news of his mother, and he had shaken her old hand warmly and left a paper in it which he told her was to do errands for her in Paul's place until he returned. The paper proved to be a $10 bank note. On the whole, Mrs. Adams had gone home comforted. But the comfort did not last. She lay awake of nights and planned her disasters by lake and by land, and wept her bitter tears, and prayed her sorrowful prayers, and looked older and more worn than Paul had ever seen her look, when at last he opened the door of the dismal little kitchen and walked in. Despite her watching, he came unexpectedly, as people generally do. It was while she was stooping over the oven to take out a johnny cake that she had baked for her supper, and he bent over her and kissed her. She gave a startled little scream. She was not used to having kisses. I don't know why he kissed her, unless it was that at one of the stations on the road he had watched a grand-looking young man bid good-bye to what was evidently his old mother, and had admired, with others, the tender kiss which he left on the withered cheek. I do not mean that the boy Paul was copying his example for effect. I mean rather that for the first time in his life that had impressed him as an eminently fitting thing to do, had made him think of his mother's wrinkled cheek, and have, then and there, a strong desire to feel it pressed against his lips. "Oh, Paul!" she said, and then she set her Johnny cake on one chair and herself on another, and looked at him. What was different? Had he grown tall? Certainly he had, and sunburned, and his hair was longer, but those were not the changes that she meant. She surveyed him slowly from head to foot. His clothes were the same, she had patched them carefully, she knew them well. The hat was the same, the boots were the very ones that he had taken to be mended but the day before he went away. Yet she felt it thrilling through her, some nameless, distinctly marked change about her boy. The feeling lasted while they were at the tea table, and they lingered over that meal as they two had never done before, and the boy praised the Johnny cake and the roasted potato, and said he was glad to get home to her cooking again, and the mother almost laughed outright, and was secretly glad she had been so busy with her work that day as to get herself no dinner, therefore this royal tea. He talked with her freely, as he had never done before, told her about that wonderful mysterious Chautauqua, gave her bits of the life there, glimpses of the lake, and the bells, and the fireworks, and the music, which sounded exactly to her like the one fairy story she had read in her girlhood. Then she had her bit of news to tell. She thought about it curiously afterwards. How differently she told it from what she had intended. "Paul," she had meant to say, "don't you think a wonderful thing has happened to us? Yesterday Mr. Ward came to see me, and said his boys were coming home in a few days, and he wanted things pleasant for them, and he hired me to go and live there and be housekeeper. He says you can have the little room next to the boys, and I can fix it up for you, and he gives me good pay. Isn't that news?" She had never once thought of consulting him, though hers was a timid, clinging nature that would have been glad to consult, had Paul ever given her a chance. She did not tell him in that way. Looking up at him with that curious, bewildered look, she said instead, "I have got something to tell you." Then she repeated Mr. Ward's offer, saying nothing about the little room that was to be fixed up for him, and ended with, "What do you think about it, Paul? Hadn't I better accept it?" Then did Paul take to stirring his weak tea thoughtfully with the pitiful little silver teaspoon, sole relic of his grandmother Adams's better days, and gave himself up to grave thought. This was a revelation not in keeping with his plans. He had had grand daydreams at Chautauqua. If he did not write to his mother, it was not because he did not think much about her. In his dreams he saw the dingy kitchen transformed by paint and paper and white curtains and new furniture into a place of beauty. Even the transformed kitchen would not suit him long. He knew that, and although he meant to make haste slowly, he could not help taking occasional flights into a farther future, delighting his heart with the sort of house that he would one day build for her, and the adornings that her own room should have. It was this thought which sweetened the somewhat bitter one that a door, not of his opening, was showing his mother the way to a less toilsome life. Perhaps it would be better in the end. He could save more and work the harder, and bring the beautiful home of her own into nearer view. "Well," he said at last, his mother waiting with an entirely new feeling of deference for his opinion, "do you like the plan?" "Why, I like it if you do," she said doubtfully. She had liked it exceedingly in the morning. "It wouldn't be hard work. They have a most convenient house, and they do live at such 6s and 7s nowadays, I'm sorry for them. You could board there, you know." She hesitated a little over what word to use. A certain fine instinct told her, looking into the new light that had come in his handsome eyes, that she must say nothing to him about the room that Mr. Ward had said could be fixed up for him. She had supported him all his life, but not with that look in his eyes. "But then, if you don't like it," she added eagerly, "why, we won't say another word about it. Let him find a housekeeper where he can. If you would rather mother would stay in her kitchen, I shall like it as well as ever, now that you have got home." "I guess I do like it," he said, after another thoughtful silence. "At first it went right across my plan to take care of you, but I can't give you, just now, all you need, and this will help out until I get squarely on my feet, and be an easier life for you. I mean you shall have everything you want, mother." "Bless your heart!" she said, catching up the corner of her apron to brush away a tear. "I've got you again, and that is every blessed thing I want." He rose up from the table. They had sat late, and his homecoming had been late. He looked at the ticking clock in the corner, and saw that it almost marked the hour when his always tired mother went to her bed, and he had another thing to tell her. He busied himself steadily about the kindlings and the fresh pail of water, though she protested that she could do it all as well as not. Then he came over to her, as she sat down by the little stand table for a minute. "Your bed is all ready," she said. "I kept it ready, because I was hoping every night that you would come." Her old worn Bible lay on the table, and he knew that she would struggle through a few verses after he was gone, and then that she would kneel down and pray for him. He reached for the Bible, and without a word turned the leaves and began to read. Paul, a servant of God and an apostle of Jesus Christ, according to the faith of God's elect, and the acknowledging of the truth which is after godliness, in hope of eternal life, which God, that cannot lie, promised before the world began. Those 2 verses Dr. Monteith had shown him one day, smilingly called them Paul's Confession of Faith, since which time the boy had studied them, until they had seemed to become a part of himself, and were adopted as his own confession. "Mother," he said gently to the poor bewildered little widow, "that means me. I am a servant of God, and I shall surely have the eternal life. For God who cannot lie has promised it to me. Mother, let us pray." A moment more, and mother and son were on their knees, and the family altar was set up in the widow Adams's kitchen. O Chautauqua, justly proud of your grand amphitheater with its wonderful platform, of your children's temple, where the truths of the platform are put into use for his little ones, of your hall in the grove, named for the great apostle himself, a hall which is the center of the literary and scientific circle which will yet encircle the world, you may well be glad that you are also a Christian circle, a Christian center. You have reason to be thrice glad that the circle of your Christian influence reached far enough to take in the boy Paul Adams. For not only shall he, in the future, make a name of which Chautauqua will be proud, but his prayers and plans and labors will ever reach out toward the center that reached him. And rich indeed is that literary association which is circled by such prayers as the widow Adams shall offer henceforth for all who helped in any way to give to her praying son. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. The Yesterdays and the Tomorrows. The last day at Chautauqua! The evening on which our party reached those enchanted grounds, one of their number had exclaimed, "Only think of a 6 weeks' vacation! We shall have time for everything." The feeling with which some of them looked at that last day was, that somehow they had been defrauded of their time. They had meant to do this and that and the other thing, to go here and there, and lo, one morning the talk was all of tickets and timetables, routes and baggage. The holiday was gone, yet they filled that last day full to overflowing. "I'm going to every single meeting there is today," was Robert Fenton's ambitious declaration at the breakfast table, and some of the others, though less outspoken, seemed to be doing their best to vie with this undertaking. At the 8 o'clock lecture, Dr. Moorhead filled the hall to overflowing, and was the innocent means of sending away many grumblers who declared that they did not see why such a lecture as that could not have been delivered at the amphitheater, so that all the people could have heard. The normal reunion program called out every member of the classes, and a great many who were not members. "Of course people will come to that," prophesied that wise young head, Robert. "Professor Holmes is going to read us a story, and folks who wouldn't learn a normal lesson to save their precious frizzies will come out to hear a story." Good for Chautauqua that she had a story to which the frizzies could be induced to give attention, which was yet so full of earnest thought and careful suggestion and delightful future possibilities that the author thereof became, through that medium also, one of the educators at Chautauqua. Don't you hope, dear Chautauquans, that he may some day be induced to put that story about "My Pupil and I" into print, for the refreshment of those who heard, and the benefit of the many who were not there to hear? One of the special features of the day was the procession, when the different organizations which have their center at Chautauqua formed unbroken line and took together a farewell walk through their beloved grove. Of course, during this trip it was the most natural thing in the world for those who loved to walk together to be found in each other's company. You may, if you choose, explain in this way the fact that the pretty Amy in her whitest dress and bluest ribbons walked beside James Ward. "How pretty it must all look to those standing outside and looking in," said Amy, as the leaders rounded a curve in the avenue. "Who are all those men just behind the band? Oh, I know, the trustees of the grounds. Isn't the music sweet? I think that is a splendid band. Oh, how many children! I didn't suppose the Look Up Legion was so large. How many grand things they do here for children, don't they? There go the normal graduates. I wish I could see all our CLSC people, so I could get an idea of how many there are of us. I wish I could be in the procession and at some point outside looking on at the same time." Then she twisted her neck to get a view of the lengthening column, but it stretched away beyond her vision. What a lovely walk it was, past the temple, the amphitheater, the hall of philosophy, away down the hill to the auditorium, and then back to the amphitheater. "Dear old hall," said Amy tenderly, some unshed tears standing in her blue eyes as she looked at the white pillared structure for the last time that season. "Oh, I wonder if I shall ever see you again. What a summer this has been! I love every board in that floor. Haven't we had just delightful times at the round table meetings? Oh, I do feel so sorry for those poor CLSC people who stayed at home. What do they know about Chautauqua?" "We must tell them all about it," said James Ward cheerily. "I'm sure you can describe the hall, and the grove in which it stands, with the lake at its feet." "Do you know Paul Adams calls it his grove? He says he leaves the saint off and says to himself, 'Paul's Grove, Paul's Grove,' and then laughs all over inside to think that he ever heard of it. Isn't he a queer boy?" "He is a genius," said James Ward. "We shall hear from him yet." "I know it," said Amy. "And we had to come to Chautauqua to find it out. Isn't that strange?" But James Ward answered with a meaning smile that they had come to Chautauqua to find out a great many things, and Amy, blushing much and smiling back, was suddenly silenced. There had been several concerts held in the great amphitheater, but by common consent that last one, led jointly by the two leading professors, Case and Seward, was pronounced the very finest of all. I think the beautiful shower that came pouring down so copiously on the thirsty earth, which the great audience securely sheltered looked out and enjoyed, but added to the pleasure of the hour. "It was all beautiful," said Mrs. Fenton, as they picked their homeward steps carefully over the sparkling grass. "But oh, to think that it is the very last! I wonder that they had the heart to close with the Hallelujah chorus," and there were tears shining in her eyes. Nobody answered her for a little. The spell of the swift coming parting overshadowed them all. But at last young Robert remarked that he supposed they ought to sing Hallelujah because there was such a place as Chautauqua, and that they had been in it all summer. "Aye," said Mr. Masters, "and mean to be in it next summer." Household matters received very little attention in the short space between the afternoon and evening meetings. Caroline set the bread pan away with a remark halfway between a smile and a sigh, to the effect that it made very little difference what became of that dish, nobody would ever want any more bread. "Not mixed in that pan," said Mrs. Fenton, resolved on being cheerful. "When we get into our own house next year we must have one of the granite tins. They are ever so much better." Very early in the evening the tide set toward the amphitheater, where the farewell service was to be held. It had been supposed that great numbers had already left the grounds, but if this were true, they must either have returned or sent their friends, for all standing as well as sitting space was occupied. There were many speakers at that farewell meeting. Prominent among them, Professor Seward, the apostle of the new system of music that began that season at Chautauqua its triumphal march towards the revolutionizing of the art. "It is really a singular providence," said the professor, "that the first formal effort for the introduction of this system into this country should be here at Chautauqua, where the inspiring thought has been from the beginning to adopt great and good things for the masses." "That is a concise and truthful way of putting it," said Mr. Masters, speaking in undertone to Caroline. "It describes both the Chautauqua idea and the tonic solfa system of music. I think it is destined to become universal." And Caroline replied that for the sake of suffering thousands who had been proved incapable of understanding the bewildering contradictions of the other system, she earnestly hoped it would. Those two did a good deal of undertone talking during the exercises. Constantly there seemed to occur to one or the other of them a something left unsaid that ought to be put in before the next morning's parting. "What has become of Kent Monteith?" Mr. Masters asked during a musical interlude. "Robert Fenton says he went to Boston yesterday morning by the early boat." "Did he, indeed? I wonder what hastened his plans. He told me last week that he expected to remain in this region for some time." "Robert and he had a conversation a day or two ago, during which Robert spoke very plainly as to his change of views and the misstatements that he believes Mr. Monteith to have made to him, and he, Robert, thinks the gentleman was annoyed. He judged so by his manner. Mr. Monteith told him he was disgusted with the fanaticism of Chautauqua, and would be glad to get away." During this explanation Caroline kept her head drooped and her eyes on the copy of the Chautauqua Carols that she held in her lap, so, though he looked steadily at her, Mr. Masters failed to get a glimpse of her eyes. "I wonder if he has been annoyed by other conversations held at Chautauqua?" She had no answer for this, unless a deepening flush could be called answer, and only smiled very slightly in reply to the laugh which he could not quite control. When Mr. Loudon, the renowned basso of the Jubilees, came forward to address the audience, these two somewhat preoccupied ones gave close attention. There was something wonderful in the thought of the dusky-hued brother coming as an equal among the honored workers, and making his farewell offering. One sentence in his address made Caroline's eyes flash in special, answering sympathy. "As I looked out upon this sea of faces tonight, this thought occurred to me. What will it be when we shall be permitted to look upon that great multitude that no man can number, with palms in their hands, crying, 'Blessing and honour and glory and power to him who hath redeemed us and washed us in his blood.'" "It is what these immense enthusiastic gatherings always bring to my mind," she said earnestly. The coming of Lewis Miller, the president of the association, was the signal for a round of applause. The people always applauded when they saw their president. Not that they heard often from him, or indeed were they familiar with his face in public places, but those well acquainted with the Chautauqua idea knew well that the brains and the energy and the purse of Lewis Miller backed all its enterprises. The peculiar white-winged salute which belongs only to Chautauqua was given him on this evening with unusual energy. Mr. Miller is a quick-sighted man, and a man of warm impulses. He knew, by his own feeling, how very near the surface lay the tears of that audience on that evening. He is a man of judgment. He knew just how unfortunate it would be to let the closing meeting lose its control and become a scene of tearful memory. So, to the beautiful, silent salute, he replied by first feeling in a pocket or two, and then saying lightly, "It so happens that I have no handkerchief with which to return your salute." And the laughter which always lies so near to tears rippled forth. Of course, the farewell address was by Dr. Vincent. His closing sentences were so full of the plans and purposes that go far toward making Chautauqua what it is, that I copy them entire for us all to remember. We live one life, we have one law, the law of love. Bitterness has no place in the ideal life. Gentleness, patience, long-suffering, the large, wide outlook from another's standpoint, the charity that hopeth all things and beareth all things, the charity that is kind, this is the gift we covet. And if we should come, some time in future years, to spelling our great word Chautauqua over again, and should spell it Charity, we shall have accomplished great things by Chautauqua, even a thing that shall live forever. May God bestow upon us this blessed spirit, that as representative of all parts of the land, and all denominations of Christians, and all nations of earth, we may come nearer to him who is the one center, and reflect his glory and his beauty, until being transformed into his image we shall be prepared for eternal fellowship with him. I do not remember having told you how Chautauquans sing the Gloria. Ah, you should have heard it as the great congregation sang that night. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Amen. Some voices faltered as the thought would intrude that the aisles of the amphitheater and the hills about Chautauqua would resound with the swelling notes no more, but would be left to winter's pall of snow and silence. Still hundreds and hundreds of voices rose above the dreary thought and rolled forth the story, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Even then there were determined spirits who would not let the sense of parting remain uppermost. Somebody, gifted just then with an inspiration, called for the Chautauqua salute for Dr. Vincent, and surely all the white handkerchiefs in the world responded at that moment. "Let us put it into words," shouted a voice, and immediately the air rang with cheers. The Seventh Sunday School Assembly was over, yet the people refused to credit it, refused to leave the amphitheater to loneliness. They had crowded to those seats so long, had come early and stayed late for so many days, that to go away now with the feeling that the bells would not call them again was an inexpressibly saddening thought. They gathered in groups and shook hands and laughed a little and used their handkerchiefs for other purposes than salute, and went a few steps as if the resolution had been taken to go home, then paused in groups again and looked back to the platform where were gathered crowds engaged in handshaking. Presently there burst before their waiting eyes a beautiful golden light, in the midst of which revolved a star. "Fireworks!" said the eager children, and those who had firmly resolved that now at last they were going home, turned at the sight and speedily retraced their steps and mingled with the crowd again. It was not until the rockets and balls and red lights and golden lights and wheels and stars had all spun and whirled and hissed themselves into silence, and the beautiful fire-lighted word, "Good-bye," had burned in silent beauty before them, and the Chautauqua bells had pealed out their final warning, that at last the crowds moved off reluctantly, up and down and around the hill. "I am glad we came to Chautauqua," said Robert Fenton, with a somewhat husky voice, speaking to his mother as he trudged at her side up the avenue. "I'm awful glad we came to Chautauqua. I don't suppose I shall ever be gladder of anything. But I'll tell you what I wish. I wish we had been at home for 10 months, and this was the night we were packing up to come here." Both father and mother, who but a moment before had had much ado to hide from each other the evidences of dreariness which possessed them, yielded to the pressure of this curious wish, and burst into hearty laughter. So they went home with good cheer after all. "I don't know that I ever felt less like going tamely home," Mr. Masters said, as they turned into an avenue that hid the amphitheater from view. "Suppose we pretend that you are a pilgrim, and take the route that will give you one last look at your shrine." "The Hall in the Grove?" said Caroline, smiling. "Joseph Ward says that Paul went on a pilgrimage there the evening before he left. He found him sitting in the professor's chair, preparing for future greatness. That is Joe's rendering of it." "I don't wonder he went there," said Mr. Masters. "What a sacred place that hall must be to those 3 boys. 4 boys, indeed. I think I may put Robert Fenton in for the 4th. Few can love the hall any better, and with better reason than he. I don't think Robert has been troubled by a shadow since he heard Dr. Meredith's sermon." "And but for the Saturday afternoon lecture in the hall he would not have heard the sermon," said Caroline. "He took one of his violent fancies to Dr. Meredith." "And with good reason. I hope the doctor will know some day that he had a hand in setting the boy's feet on the rock. It is a pity that all these grand people cannot know what they have been doing." By this time they had reached the hall and taken their seats in silence. Something of the same feeling that had made Paul Adams take off his hat held Caroline quiet. "Do you remember," her friend asked, speaking in subdued tones, "the first evening you ever saw the hall?" "Do I remember?" By the glimmer of the night lamps he saw her eyes flash. "I shall always remember that. But we must not sit here." And she arose at once. "I want to get just one last memory of it to take home with me, and then I am ready. The to-morrow of Chautauqua. I wonder what it will be. I have faith in it as I never had before. It will be great because of the wheels it has this year set in motion. Why, even I, from my narrow circle, know of wheels enough to make it famous. I wonder how this place feels all deserted. Can you fancy a sense of desolation that may come creeping over it to-morrow and to-morrow and to-morrow, when it waits and watches for the sound of feet, and they do not come? And by the autumn leaves come and blow in here, and no feet rustle them. And by the snows come and drift in here, and no feet make footprints. Oh!" And she shivered. "I'll tell you what will break the stillness," he said eagerly. "The bell up on the hill there will ring out its gay notes on each Memorial Day. The doctor said, you know, that it would ring at noon, and that wherever we were, true Chautauquans would hear its echoes. Don't you think the hall will hear them and understand? The bell will say to it, 'Coming, coming, coming, they are coming back.' Chautauqua, priestess of the old, evangel of the new. Oh, the old hall will understand." They laughed, both of them. They were persons not given to letting their fancies run wild after this fashion. All the more because of this they enjoyed it. "Those Memorial Days," said Caroline tenderly. "I am glad there are 12 of them. I think I shall hear the bell echo. I am glad so many of the special days are Sabbaths. I am glad the special object on those days is to pray for the interests of the circle. I believe I am glad for everything." "The yesterdays of Chautauqua," said Mr. Masters. "What of them, I wonder? Do you suppose there were weird council fires burning here on this spot where the hall stands to night? Do you think the red-faced chiefs planned conflicts and conquests, and looked up to the Great Spirit to invoke his aid? I fancy I can see their dusky forms hovering around us to-night, hovering over us, mayhap, the spirits of the yesterdays. Do you suppose they think their dear old camping-ground is desecrated?" "Ah, I don't know," said Caroline thoughtfully. "One cannot help wishing that the warriors would come back, and here, in their old camp-ground, get a touch of the new life that flows in its veins, the old name spelled over again. Not Chautauqua, but Charity, which is love. Love supreme to the Great Spirit, love universal to mankind. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. Don't you wish by the light of our modern camp-fire the dark-faced ones could gather and learn to spell that word?" "Chautauqua must reach out after their descendants and help them to spell it," he said in a low moved tone. And then, "But, Caroline, it is possible that even among the yesterdays some of them groped through the primeval darkness of their woods and learned the story. Listen: "In de dark wood, no Indian nigh, den me look hebben and send up cry upon my knees so low, dat God on high, in shiny place, see me in night wid teary face, de Spirit tell me so. God send he angels, take me care, he comes himself, he hear my prayer, if inside heart do pray. God see me now, he know me here, he say, poor Indian neber fear, me wid you night and day. So me lub God wid inside heart, he fight for me, he take my part, he save my life before. God lub poor Indian in de wood, so me lub God and dat be good, me'll praise him 2 times more. When me be old, me head be gray, den he no leab me, so he say, me wid you till you die. Den take me up to shiny place, see white man, red man, black man's face, all happy like on high. Few days, den God will come to me, he knock off chains, he set me free, den take me up on high. Den Indian sing his praises blessed, and lub and praise him wid de rest, and neber, neber die." He repeated the words with matchless tenderness, and the tears, which had been ready to fall all the evening, came unchecked from Caroline's eyes. "It is beautiful," she said with broken voice. "Oh, I wish so much that all the dark-skinned men of the woods could have felt the Lord looking down on them." "Ah, now," he said, "you have let tears come, and the parting from the hall in the grove should be in smiles, because of its prophetic glory. Come, let me tell you a story of tomorrow. Lift up thy voice with singing, dear land with strength, lift up thy voice. The kingdoms of the earth are bringing their treasures to thy gates, rejoice. Arise and shine in youth immortal, thy light is come, thy king appears, beyond the centuries' swinging portal, breaks a new dawn, the 1,000 years. Caroline, if ever persons had cause to rejoice over the tomorrows, whatever they may bring to us, it is you and I. For we have learned to look forward to the youth immortal, where we fully expect to arise and shine, and the Lord has given us, through the agency of this very Chautauqua, and this very grove, and this very hall, the blessed privilege of walking through all the tomorrows of our earthly future together." Said Caroline, "Bless the Lord, O my soul." Then in the quiet of the hushed woods, as with one mind, their voices blended. "Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Ghost, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen." End of Chapter 42. End of The Hall in the Grove by Pansy. Recording by Trisha G.